Chapter 1043. Pai Lupi's imperial entourage and Emperor Xianxia's phoenix carriage, escorted by numerous bodyguards, suddenly arrived at Dingzhou village. Naturally, this caused the entire Duke of Qin's household to fall into chaos. Su Changqing did not dare to be negligent. Leading Princess Changel, Aphrodite, and Perrin, he hurriedly went to the gates to receive them. Without waiting for Su Changqing and company to greet them, Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. Today, we in Guanyin have come to visit. This is an extremely joyous occasion. Su Changqing's beautiful eyes could not help but brighten. Raising his eyes, he looked at Pai Lupi. Filled with anticipation, he was also worried that he had guessed incorrectly. Very conflicted, he asked, "Your Imperial Majesty, is there news of Wang Yu? Ha! Worthy of being the goddess of wealth of my Tang dynasty. Truly intelligent, you guessed correctly?" Pai Lupi laughed heartily and nodded his head. Hearing these words, Su Changqing's body could not help but sway. Empress Xianxia walked forward with a smile, extending an arm to support Su Changqing. Changqing, meet Tuo, Cheng Chumo, and the others have already found Zio in the desert. He is currently safe and sound. You can be at ease. AI, over this past year, it has been hard on you. Today, the clouds have finally parted and the moon has seen the light of day. It can be considered that the faithful are not disappointed. Her words caused Su Changqing to be unable to restrain his tears from streaming down his cheeks. Everyone from the Duke of Qin's household, including Princess Changel, also began to shed tears. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, once again began to bawl, causing those who saw him to feel sad. Pai Lupi glared at them. "Enough, this is a joyous occasion. What are you all crying for? Changel, come to father's side. Don't cry anymore. In a few days, your husband will return. If you cry until your body is damaged, father will find that boy Zio to settle accounts." Changel promptly used her sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. With reddened eyes, she acted spoiled towards Pai Lupi. "Father, how can you blame husband? What does this matter have to do with husband? Haha, it's really the case of a girl speaking for an outsider. Are you speaking for your husband? All right. Father has brought you good news today. Hurry up and prepare some good food and wine for father and mother to express your gratitude." Pai Lupi doted on his eldest daughter, Changel, the most. What he said just now was just to tease her. Su Changqing hurriedly ordered Li Heng to prepare a banquet. He then respectfully welcomed Pai Lupi and Empress Xianxia into the mansion and sat down. Not to mention how excited Su Changqing was when he saw Li Wangyou's handwritten letter and how jubilant the Qin mansion was at this time. In Shui Yintuo's court on Mount Yu military governor, there was a tense atmosphere of mutual hostility. Shelley Dao's army of 50,000 was defeated by the Tang army's 10,000 armored cavalry in one strike. They fled toward the north with the wind in their eyes. Naturally, with the fastest speed, this matter was sent back to the imperial court of Overseer Mountain by fast horse. After the barbarian Khan and Tang Songling parted on bad terms last time, they both hoped that their son would bring him good news. As long as Shui Yintuo's army could defeat the Tang army, he could vent his anger in front of Tang Songling. However, no matter how much the barbarian Khan calculated, he did not expect that his army of 50,000 would not be able to defeat the Tang army's 10,000 cavalry. After knowing this matter, the barbarian Khan directly smashed his most beloved jade cup in the king's tent and took out the scimitar at his waist, cutting the furnishings in the king's tent into a mess. Even the guards beside him were dragged out by the barbarian Khan because of some small matter and were directly trampled to death by the galloping horses. For a time, everyone in the king's tent was as silent as cicadas in winter. They did not dare to breathe loudly, fearing that they would cause the Khan to die in vain. After venting for a while, the barbarian Khan once again ordered people to summon Tang Songling. "Assistant Minister Tang, that Tang dynasty's king of Qin has gone too far. Does the Tang dynasty really want to make me, Shui Yintuo, an enemy? I, Shui Yintuo, respect the Tang dynasty, but that does not mean that I, Shui Yintuo, am weak. Tang Songling was at Overseer Mountain and had lost contact with the outside world. He did not know what had happened in the grassland. The last time he met with the barbarian Khan, he found out that Shui Yintoa had sent 50,000 troops to deal with King of Qin Li Wanyu. Although he did not admit defeat, he was still worried. These days, he had sent out people to gather information in Shui Yintoa's palace, but to no avail. It would be a lie to say that Tang Songling was not worried about this. He could only pray in his heart that King of Qin Li Wanyu would retreat and lead 10,000 Tang troops out of Mo Bay safely. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to complete his task. Who would have thought that the barbarian Khan would suddenly summon him and spit at him furiously the moment they met? Tang Songling was surprised, but he was also overjoyed. Without a doubt, Shui Yintoa and his men must have suffered a great loss for the barbarian Khan to lose his composure. He did not know what the King of Qin had done with the 10,000 troops, but there was no doubt that they must have taught Shui Yintoa a lesson. That was why the barbarian Khan was so angry. Tang Songling could not help but laugh. "Aha, barbarian Khan, I've already said this. Have you forgotten your identity? As a subject of His Majesty, how dare you say such disgraceful words? Making an enemy of the Tang dynasty? Is Shui Yintoa worthy? You, how dare you?" The barbarian Khan was like an enraged bull. His eyes were red as he pulled out a machete from his waist and placed it on Tang Songling's neck. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." "Haha, barbarian Khan, if you are willing to bury Shui Yintoa with me, just cut off the machete in your hand. If I blink, I will give my head to barbarian Khan to kick like a ball." Tang Songling was not afraid. Instead, he stretched his neck forward. It had to be said that the officials of the early Tang dynasty were all martial artists and had a sense of pride in their bones. It was even more so when they faced the barbarians of the grassland. The Tang dynasty was their strongest backing. Those who offend the emissary of the Tang dynasty will be killed. If you are disrespectful, I will destroy your country. Tang Songling's father, Tang Jian, used himself as bait to lure the Turks. He made great contributions to the Tang dynasty by defeating the Turks and capturing Xianxia Khan alive. In history, Xianxia, who single-handedly destroyed a country, single-handedly destroyed central India, and wrote the legend of the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan wanted to threaten the emissary of the Tang dynasty, but he had made a mistake. Tang Songling's words put the barbarian Khan in an awkward position. He panted heavily and the veins on his hand that was holding the machete bulged. He did not care about anything else and directly cut down the Tang emissary. In the end, the barbarian Khan's fear of the Tang dynasty stopped him from cutting down with his machete. Good. Since Assistant Minister Tang is not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. I will show you how I defeat the Tang dynasty. Men, gather all the troops, and I will personally lead the troops to battle. Assistant Minister Tang, you will go with me. The barbarian Khan finally put away his machete, but he did not plan to let Tang Songling go. Tang Songling shrugged indifferently. He did not care about the barbarian Khan's anger. He was just curious about what the Qin King Li Wanyu had done. Why did he feel like he had pierced through the sky of the northern desert grassland? It was not a secret that Shui Yintoa had a total of 200,000 soldiers. It was unbelievable that the barbarian Khan had gathered all of Shui Yintoa's soldiers just to deal with Li Wanyu's 10,000 soldiers. Could it be? Could it be that Shui Yintoa's 50,000 soldiers were annihilated by the Qin King? This sudden thought shocked Tang Songling himself, but he also felt that it was too unrealistic. Tang Songling naturally did not expect that although his guess was not correct, it was not far from the truth. After Li Wanyu defeated Xieli Luo's army of 50,000, he pursued relentlessly. Xieli only had 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers, and he was already scared out of his wits. He did not dare to go against the Tang army and could only escape to the north. However, when Shui Yintoa's army was defeated, most of the horses were seized by the Tang army during the chaos. This caused Shui Yintoa's army to not have enough horses. At least half of Shui Yintoa's cavalry only had one man and one horse. Under such circumstances, how could they outrun the Tang army on the grassland? Therefore, after more than 10 days of pursuit, Shelley's 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers were left with less than 20,000 soldiers. The rest of the cavalry were left behind due to the lack of horses. They were either captured by the Tang army or killed by the blades of the Tang army. Li Wanyu led 9,000 cavalry and pursued all the way. They were about to reach Shui Yintao's palace, Overseer Mountain. At this time, the remaining 150,000 soldiers of Shui Yintao had already gathered at Overseer Mountain. They had already set up camp and were waiting for the Tang army to arrive. Chapter 1044. Pai Lupi ordered the Tang army stationed along the Great Wall to leave the pass and enter the desert to meet the king of Qin. Naturally, the generals did not dare to delay. After receiving the order, the Tang army stationed at several passes left the pass and entered the Mabe grassland. The Tang dynasty did not attach importance to the Great Wall. Unlike the Qin and Han dynasties, the Tang dynasty did not rely on the Great Wall to defend the grassland tribes. If the nomads from the north came to invade, the Tang dynasty would just mount their horses and charge into the grassland, killing the nomads until their faces turned pale. Therefore, the Tang army stationed at several passes along the Great Wall did not have many soldiers. Their main task was to patrol and warn, not to defend. The Tang army stationed at several passes totaled only 5,000 to 6,000 men. Compared to Shui Yintao's army of 200,000, it was just a drop in the ocean. However, the Tang army did not take Shui Yintao's threat seriously. After receiving Pai Lupi's order, the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang cavalry immediately charged into the grassland. It was not that the Tang army was muddle-headed and thought that they were supermen who could fight 100 men. It was because they were like Tang Songling, who had the solid support of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they did not take Shui Yintao seriously. Unlike the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wanyu, they were attacking Shui Yintao privately under the order of Li Wanyu. However, the several thousand Tang armies stationed at the Great Wall came out under the order of the emperor. The meaning was different, so was the morale. They did not believe that Shui Yintao dared to fight with them. The Tang flag in their hands was the embodiment of Pai Lupi's will in the Mabe grassland. The boundary between the Tang dynasty and Shui Yintao was the Great Wall. In addition to the Tang army stationed by the Tang dynasty, Shui Yintao also had several thousand cavalry stationed here. When the Tang army swarmed out of the pass, Shui Yintao's people were shocked. They quickly formed a formation to stop the Tang army from entering the grassland. However, the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang army did not care about the Shui Yintao cavalry stationed outside the Great Wall. They rode their horses directly into the grassland and headed north. Shui Yintao's cavalry looked at each other, but they did not dare to wave their swords and spears at the Tang army. A few of Shui Yintao's Kiliarchs discussed for a while and did not know how to deal with it. They could only lead their subordinates to catch up with the Tang army and follow behind them from a distance. At the same time, they sent someone to send a message and ask for countermeasures. The 5,000 to 6,000 Tang soldiers did not even bother to pay attention to Shui Yintao's men who were following them. They just went north to look for King of Qin. However, they did not expect that a few days later, they would encounter the 1,000 men that Li Wanyu had ordered to escort the captives and spoils of war. After a brief communication, the two sides figured out what had happened. The Tang army that was ordered to come out of the pass to receive the King of Qin was surprised, happy, and envious. He was shocked because Qin Wang was so bold. With only 9,000 men, he dared to go straight to Overseer Mountain and cause trouble for Shui Yintao's people. They were happy that they had the exact whereabouts of the Duke of Qin, Li Wanyu. At least they didn't have to wander around the grasslands. As for the envy, it was naturally because of the thousands of prisoners and the many spoils of war in front of him. As for the Shui Yintao's cavalry that was following the Tang army from afar, they naturally saw this scene and were both shocked and angry. How could they not be angry when they saw that thousands of their fellow soldiers were captured by the Tang army? Moreover, the Tang army's purpose of escorting them south was self-evident. Naturally, they were preparing to escort them back to the Tang dynasty. How could these Shui Yintao's cavalry let this happen? Now that things had come to this, Even if these Shui Yintua's cavalry were unwilling to have a conflict with the Tang army, they could not bear it anymore. If they really watched as the Tang army escorted their fellow soldiers back to the Tang dynasty, then they would not be able to stay in the North Desert grasslands anymore. They would definitely be beheaded by the furious barbarian Khan. Therefore, a small-scale battle broke out. Thousands of Tang army against the same number of Shui Yintua's cavalry. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty first came from the strength of its military. In a situation of the same scale, the Tang army could be said to be invincible. Therefore, the outcome of this small-scale battle was self-evident. 2 hours later, the defeated Shui Yintua's cavalry fled north, battered and exhausted, while the Tang army's troops heading south gained another few hundred captives. After defeating the Shui Yintua's cavalry, they did not dare to delay any longer. After handing over the captive Shui Yintua's cavalry to the Tang army's cavalry heading south, they galloped in the direction of the military governor mountain. These Tang army soldiers were ordered to come out of the mountain pass. No matter what, they had to meet up with Li Wanyu. Otherwise, they would not dare to return like this. When they heard that His Highness King of Qin only commanded 9,000 men and horses to head straight to the military governor mountain to challenge Shui Yintua's army of 200,000, these Tang army soldiers felt a chill down their spines. They did not think that the king of Qin could win. Even if they had a few thousand men, compared to Shui Yintua's army of 200,000, it was still a drop in the bucket. Now that they were heading straight to the military governor mountain, they might just be sending themselves to their deaths. However, even if the road ahead was bleak, these Tang army soldiers did not dare to turn their horses around and head south to return to the Great Wall. Whether it was because of Pai Lupi's order or because they wanted to rescue the king of Qin, they could only brace themselves and continue forward. As soldiers, even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames in front of them, they had to give it a try. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. Li Wanyu, who was thousands of miles away, naturally did not know about this small battle that happened on the grassland. At this time, he had already led 9,000 men and horses to chase after the frightened Xieli all the way to the military governor mountain. Only then did he stop his footsteps. The scouts in the army reported that Shui Yintua's army's camp was located 20 miles ahead. According to the banners on the camp, it was certain that Shui Yintua's barbarian Khan had personally set out to battle and was currently in that camp. Li Wanyu was not so arrogant as to directly go head-to-head with Shui Yintua's army of 100,000. After ordering people to set up camp, he led me Tuo and a group of silk pants up a small hill nearby, preparing to personally observe the situation of the enemy. However, when they climbed up the hill and used binoculars to look at Shui Yintua's camp under the protection of his personal guards and troops, their faces became quite ugly. Even if Li Wanyu knew how stupid Shui Yintua's dismounted cavalry formation was and where its fatal weakness was, when he saw Shui Yintua's camp not far away, he could not help but feel his heart tighten. With an army of 100,000, its camp area stretched for several miles. As far as the eye could see, Shui Yintua's banners were fluttering in the wind, and countless cavalry were galloping around the camp as a warning. In Shui Yintua's camp, there were even more people moving about, and the neighing of horses could be heard incessantly. Even if Li Wanyu's psychological quality was not bad, when he saw this camp of 100,000 people, he still felt shocked. In fact, Li Wanyu was not unaware of what a camp of 100,000 soldiers looked like. The army he had led to the west previously had 150,000 people, which was not inferior to Shui Yintua's army in front of him at all, or even better. However, he had never looked at the camp of the Tang army from a high place. Being in the camp, he did not realize that looking at the camp of 100,000 soldiers would be so shocking. Cheng Chumo and the others also had ugly expressions at this moment. Chai Lingwu could not help but swallow his saliva. Zio, are we really going to throw a few thousand people to attack Shui Yintua's army? Shouldn't we reconsider? Mi Tuo also quickly advised. Your Highness, you have already taught Shui Yintua's people a lesson. Why don't we immediately go south and return to the Tang dynasty? I think that if we travel light, Shui Yintua's army will not be able to catch up with us, even if they want to. The group of foppish young masters also began to persuade him, and even Gue had the same attitude. Although he wanted to avenge the Hirut tribe, it was simply crazy to use a few thousand people to attack 100,000 people. Li Wanyu was persuaded by the crowd, but his heart was beating like a drum. Could this battle really be won? F***CK. Don't tell me you're talking nonsense in the history books. Could Li Ji really defeat tens of thousands of Shui Yintao's cavalry with just 6,000 people? Li Wanyu's face could not help but turn pale. He felt that he had really made a fatal mistake. Chapter 1045. After seeing the camp that stretched for miles, Li Wanyu suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a big mistake, which was to ignore the numerical advantage of Shui Yintao's army. Although he knew the fatal weakness of Shui Yintao's dismounted cavalry, in the face of an absolute advantage, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break this weakness. The barbarian Khan had hundreds of thousands of troops. It was impossible for him to send all of his troops to fight him. Thus, even if he defeated tens of thousands of Shui Yintao's army, it would be meaningless. The barbarian Khan still had hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands. He would not give him a second chance to send out cavalry to attack the cavalry at the rear. Even if the barbarian Khan was extremely stupid and ordered all of his troops to dismount and fight the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu would not stand a chance. Shui Yintao's army had 5 people in a team. During the battle, 4 people would dismount and 1 person would guard the horses at the rear. Among the hundreds of thousands of troops, there were nearly 30,000 people guarding the horses at the rear. On the other hand, Li Wanyu only had 2,000 cavalrymen. Unless he could conjure up a few thousand more cavalry, it would be impossible for him to defeat 30,000 people with only 2,000 cavalry. Another way to defeat Shui Yintao's army was to use the composite steel crossbows to shoot in 3 stages. Li Wanyu believed that as long as he had enough crossbows, he would not be afraid even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses on the opposite side. However, the problem was that the 2,000 crossbowmen had a limited number of arrows in their quiver. This was not a real-time strategy game, where as long as there were soldiers, there would be an endless stream of arrows to shoot out. The standard configuration of the Tang army was that each crossbowman carried 75 arrows, the same as the Mongolian cavalry in the future. This was because the Tang dynasty did not lack horses and could provide enough horses for the crossbowmen to carry supplies and other supplies. Otherwise, they would not have been able to carry so many arrows. European longbowmen in the Middle Ages usually carried only 50 arrows with them when fully loaded. As for the 2,000 crossbowmen under Li Wanyu, they had used up some of the arrows in their quiver during the chase. Now, each of them only had 50 to 60 arrows left. It was wishful thinking to rely on these crossbow bolts to defeat the 100,000-strong Shui Yintao cavalry. Without the crossbows, the composite steel crossbows in the hands of the 2,000 archers were no different from firearms without bullets. They were even worse than fire sticks. If the barbarian male Khan did not care and the 100,000 soldiers surrounded him from all sides, then even if he, Li Wanyu, had great ability, he would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. After understanding all this, Li Wanyu's back couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although Li Wanyu was unwilling to accept the persuasion of the foppish young masters in Mido, he could only nod silently. All right, let's withdraw. Madhurf Kerr, Inan, and Shili Luo, those 2 bastards got lucky. Li Wanyu spat angrily towards the foot of the hill, then turned around and ordered everyone to descend the hill, preparing for a full retreat. Li Wanyu admitted defeat and prepared to run, but the barbarian Khan would not let him go. After Li Wanyu made the decision, the Tang army immediately abandoned the camp that they had just set up, and the rear became the front, retreating towards the south. However, the army had only run for a few dozen miles when the scouts at the back of the army quickly reported that the Shui Yintao army had also left camp, and the Super Tang army was chasing after them. Li Wanyu cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only order the army to speed up and retreat towards the south. The current situation was completely reversed from a few days ago. Previously, Li Wanyu led the Tang army to chase after Shili Luo, but now, It was the barbarian Khan who led his son Xieli Luo to chase after Li Wanyu. Luckily, the 9,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wanyu did not lack horses. Each person rode 3 horses, and with a small group moving forward, they did not have to worry about being caught by the Shui Yinhou army for a while. However, the sudden change in the situation caused the morale of the 9,000 Tang cavalry to drop to the bottom. A second ago, they were still arrogant victors, and the next moment, they were chased by the Shui Yinhou army like dogs. This was a huge blow to their morale. The Tang army retreated all the way south, but the Shui Yinhou army did not give up and chased after them. Who asked Li Wanyu to kill the son of the barbarian Khan, Bashuo, and lead the Tang army to defeat Xieli Luo's 50,000 cavalry. He even chased them all the way to where the Shui Yinhua palace was. If the barbarian Khan swallowed this humiliation and did not take revenge, then his Khan position would not be stable. After all, Shui Yinhua had just established the Khanate not long ago, and the people of the various tribes in the Khanate were not stable. If Li Wanyu was allowed to leave after slapping the face of the Xianxia Khanate, it would not be long before the Xianxia Khanate was divided. To stop the Tang cavalry from escaping south, the barbarian Khan sent out his 10,000 most elite wolf cavalry. These 10,000 wolf cavalry used the speed of their horses to cause a lot of trouble for Li Wanyu's Tang cavalry. Luckily, with the steel crossbows in their hands, they were able to suppress the arrogance of the wolf cavalry. After leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the wolf cavalry did not dare to force their way into the Tang army. They could only follow behind the Tang cavalry and harass their speed day and night. Facing this, the Tang army could not help but feel bitter. However, as their horses were not as fast as the enemy, they could not chase them away. Li Wanyu did not have any good ideas and could only ignore them. Just like this, one chased and one fled, and 10 days passed in a flash. During this period of time, the 9,000 Tang cavalry lost close to 100 men due to the harassment of the wolf cavalry. Of course, the Shui Yinhua wolf cavalry did not have it easy either. To delay the Tang army's retreat, they left behind close to 1,000 corpses. However, even so, the Tang army was in a tough spot. The North Desert was simply too huge. From the military governor mountain to the Great Wall, it was 2,000 miles. The Tang army traveled light and could only travel 100 miles in a day. To return to the Tang dynasty, they had to cross the Great Wall, and they were only halfway there. However, after being chased by the Shui Yinhua army for 10 days and being harassed by the wolf cavalry, the men were tired and the horses were tired. On this day, before the sun set, the Tang army charged into a river valley. Li Wanyu immediately ordered the army to set up camp here. Although the North Desert was a grassland, it still had mountains and rivers. The river valley that they were in had mountains on both sides and trees on the mountains. At the bottom of the valley was a meandering river that was a few meters wide. The entire river valley was less than 100 steps wide, easy to defend and hard to attack. It was a rare place for the Tang army to rest. At least they did not have to worry about being attacked by the wolf cavalry in the middle of the night. As long as they blocked the entrance of the river valley, they would not have to worry about the harassment of the wolf cavalry. The tired Tang army got off their horses. Without resting, they led their equally tired horses to the river to wash them. These horses were the most trustworthy companions of the Tang army. Therefore, taking care of the horses was the most important task of every Tang army. After Li Wanyu and the wastrels handed their horses over to their personal guards to take care of, they didn't stay idle. They led a few of their personal guards up the hill and prepared to observe the situation of the enemy. Looking at the wolf cavalry army that had set up camp a few miles away, Li Wanyu could not help but curse in his heart. Fawny AI immediately cursed out. Damn bastards. These damn wolf riders are really like ghosts that won't go away. Zio, what should we do now? If we continue to run like this, our horses might not be able to last much longer. I'm afraid we won't be able to outrun those wolf cubs that grew up on the grassland. Li Wanyu nodded silently. Everyone knew what Fang Yai said, but they did not have a way to break out of this situation. For a moment, everyone was silent. After a long time, Mitua suddenly said, "Your Highness, old slave dares to say that this place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Why don't your highness hand over the army to the old slave? Your highness should not care about this matter and quickly return to Chang'an. His Majesty is still waiting for your highness in Taiji Palace. Mi Tuo's words stunned Li Wanyu and the others. They immediately reacted and understood what Mi Tuo meant. Obviously, Mi Tuo intended to lead the rest of the Tang army to defend this river valley to give Li Wanyu and the other wastrels time to escape. With the ability of the Tang army, even if the barbarian Khan arrived with more than 100,000 troops, they might not be able to break through the defense of the Tang army in a short time. As long as they could delay for a few days, Li Wanyu and the others could easily escape from the pursuit of Shui Yintuo's army. Mi Tuo's words made the wastrels look at each other and did not know how to respond. If they said that they did not want to live, it would be a lie. But if they were asked to abandon the Tang army and escape on their own, Cheng Chumo and the others would definitely not agree. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They all looked at Li Wanyu, waiting to see how he would answer. Li Wanyu laughed and patted Mi Tuo's shoulder. Haha, Mi Tuo, I am still alive and you want to snatch my military power? Get lost. Don't forget, as long as His Majesty does not give an order, I am still the chief of the Western Expedition Army. Your Highness. Mi Tuo was anxious and wanted to persuade him again. But Gue, who was beside Li Wanyu, suddenly spoke. Oh no, there is smoke and dust on the south side of the river valley. There is cavalry. Gue's words shocked everyone, and they all turned to look. Chapter 1046. Not only did Atai notice the appearance of cavalry in the south of the valley, the scouts in the army had also issued a warning. Horns were blown in the valley, and all the Tang soldiers did not hesitate. They quickly gathered under the orders of the captains and were ready to face the enemy. The faces of Li Wanyu and the other wastrels had turned ugly. The valley they were in was still in the hinterland of the Shui Yintuo Khanate, so there was no doubt about the identity of the cavalry in the south. Li Wanyu did not expect Shui Yintuo's men to be so fast. They had already bypassed the valley and appeared in the south. As a result, the 9,000 Tang soldiers were in a desperate situation. It was true that the valley was easy to defend, but if both sides of the valley were blocked by Shui Yintuo's army, the Tang army would be trapped in a cage. Even if Li Wanyu had great abilities, he would not be able to escape. After being stunned, Cheng Chumo spat on the ground. Bastard. They came so fast. Atai was very experienced, and he could roughly estimate the enemy's strength just by looking at the dust. He observed carefully and was relieved. It's not a big problem. Only 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry. Li Wanyu and the others were relieved when they heard this. 5,000 to 6,000 Shui Yintuo cavalry was not a big problem. Since Li Wanyu led the Tang army to defeat the 50,000 Shui Yintuo cavalry, the few thousand cavalry were not taken seriously by the others. Such a small force was not enough to stop the Tang army from leaving. Not to mention 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry. Even if it was 10,000 Shui Yintuo cavalry, the Tang army would not be afraid. It was only because of the threat of Shui Yintuo's 100,000-strong army that they did not dare to tangle with the Shui Yintuo cavalry. Li Wanyu did not dare to delay, and he ordered everyone to go down the mountain. Just as he was about to break out, he heard the sound of a gong coming from the camp of the Tang army. Sun Zi, discussion of troops. Enter when hearing the sound of the drum, retreat when hearing the sound of the gong. Since ancient times, China would beat the gong to retreat. The sound of the gong meant that the troops were retreating, and the Tang dynasty was the same. The sound of the gong meant that the battle alarm was lifted. Li Wanyu and the debauches couldn't help but be stupefied. Could it be that the cavalry that appeared at the southern end of the valley wasn't Shui Yintuo's men, but an ally? However, why would there be allies in Shui Yintuo's territory? No one dared to tarry and hurriedly descended the mountain. Only when they arrived at the valley did they find out the reason. It turned out that the cavalry that appeared at the southern end of the valley was the Tang army that was ordered by Pai Lupi to go out of the Great Wall and enter the northern desert grassland to support Li Wanyu. They went all the way north, but happened to encounter the Tang army going south in this valley. After the scouts ascertained their identities, they sent back a message and removed the battle alarm of the Tang army. When the 5 to 6,000 Tang cavalry that had come to support met up with the Tang army led by Li Wangyu, it naturally caused waves of cheers. Although the threat of Shui Yintua's army had not been eliminated, to be able to receive reinforcements at this time was a good thing to boost the morale of the army. When Li Wangyu went down to the valley, the 5 to 6,000 Tang cavalry had already entered the valley. The valley was bustling with joy. A few Tang cavalry officers that were ordered to come to support immediately knelt down on one knee when they saw Li Wangyu and greeted him. "I am Shueli, the Zhaowu commandant of Zhicheng Mansion in Daizhou of Hedong Province. I am following His Majesty's order to come out of seclusion to support His Highness Duke of Qin. Greetings to His Majesty. I am Jinwei, commandant of Zhicheng Mansion in Shizhou of Hedong Province." Li Wangyu was in a good mood and hurriedly went forward to help the young commandants up. "Haha, I was just worried that I didn't have enough troops. You all appeared just in time. Don't be so polite. Please rise." Li Wangyu had been conferred the title of Queen by Pai Lupi, so he should change his title to I or I. To this, Li Wangyu was not used to it. However, under the repeated requests of Mi Ta, the minister of imperial household, he was slowly getting used to it. The commandant of the Tang army called Li Wangyu His Majesty, which was the official title of prince in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu always felt that this title sounded like a bandit leader, he could do nothing about it. As for Cheng Chumo and the rest, although they usually called Li Wangyu by his courtesy name, when it came to formal occasions, they still had to call him His Majesty. Li Wangyu praised the commandants of the Tang army and invited them to sit down and chat. At the same time, he ordered people to prepare wine and food. He wanted to reward these commandants. In the Tang army, there were a total of 9 ranks and 16 grades. These commandants were only secondary rank 6 and primary rank 6 commandants. They were low-level officers in the army and were far from Li Wangyu's status. Seeing Li Wangyu, the famous king of Qin, treating them so kindly, the commandants couldn't help but blush with excitement and straighten their backs. Li Wangyu chatted with the commandants for a while and suddenly remembered their self-introduction. He turned to the commandant named Shueli and asked, "Commandant Shui, are you from Hedong Dao?" "Yes, I am from Longmen County in Jiangzhou of Hedong Dao. My ancestors are from the Shui clan's southern ancestral house." "What?" Li Wangyu suddenly stood up, which startled everyone. Li Wangyu ignored everyone's surprise and stared at Shueli and asked, "Do you have your courtesy name?" "Your Majesty, my courtesy name is Ringui." "Shueli? Shui Ringui?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but be in a daze. This young commandant in front of him was the famous Shui Ringui from the beginning of the Tang dynasty. The Shui Ringui who defeated the 9 surnames Tai Lu, subdued Goguryeo, and defeated the Turks. He had outstanding achievements: 3 arrows set the heavenly mountain, divine bravery, conquering Liaoyang, and taking off his hat and repelling 10,000 enemies. Li Wangyu had asked that question because he felt that Shueli's name was somewhat familiar, which was why he had asked. Shueli, courtesy name Ringui, was from Longmen County in Jiangzhou of Hedong Dao. He was from the Shui clan's southern ancestral house, a famous general from the beginning of the Tang dynasty. In history, Shui Ringui joined the army at the end of the Jingguan era. He followed Goguryeo and was promoted by Pai Lupi. When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but be surprised. The timing didn't match. Shui Ringui joined the army when he was nearly 30 years old. At that time, it was already the 17th year of the Jingguan era. Previously, Shui Ringui had always been farming at home. It wasn't until Pai Lupi went to Liaodong and recruited soldiers that Shui Ringui joined the army under the persuasion of his wife. However, now that it was the 7th year of the Jingguan era, why was Shui Ringui in the army? Was this Shui Ringui really that famous general in history? Li Wangyu was a little confused. His excitement from before calmed down a little. "Commandant Shui, when did you join the army?" Li Wangyu asked again. "I joined the army in the 5th year of the Jingguan era." "Oh? Since Commandant Shui is from the Shui family's southern ancestral house, you're also the descendant of a famous person. Why did you join the army?" Shui Ringui's face turned slightly red. He looked up at Li Wangyu and replied embarrassedly, Your Majesty, although I am from the Shui family's southern ancestral house, my family has been poor since childhood. Although I have practiced martial arts since childhood, I have never thought of joining the army. The reason I joined the army, apart from my wife's persuasion, was mainly because of Your Majesty. Because of me? Li Wanyu couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't understand what Shui Rengue meant. I won't hide it from Your Majesty. After I read Your Majesty's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I felt that men should be like Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang, Zhang Fei, Zhang Ida, and Zhao Zilong of Changshan. They should rely on their own abilities to assist the king and support the country. Only then would they not have wasted their time in this world. I also have some martial arts skills, so I chose to join the army. I want to make some achievements and bring glory to my ancestors. I want to bring glory to the Shui family. Shui Rengue's words made Li Wangyu's teeth ache. He felt that plagiarizing the romance of the Three Kingdoms could make the butterfly wings of history flutter like this. Even Shui Rengue's life had been changed. He really didn't know how to evaluate this. However, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that not only Shui Rengue, but also Li Chengxian, Li Tai, Wu Meinyang, and the others' lives had changed because he and Su Chongqing had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. When Li Wanyu thought about these things, he couldn't help but feel happy. It wasn't a bad thing. Regardless of whether Shui Rengue had joined the army more than 10 years in advance, now that he was in trouble, the heavens sent Shui Rengue to him. It was really interesting. Cheng Chumo and the others didn't know that Li Wangyu's heart was full of twists and turns. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, they were also happy. Fang Yai raised his head and drank a cup of wine. He shouted, "Zio, it's naturally a good thing that Officer Shui and the others have come to help. Today, we will rest and reorganize for the night. Tomorrow, we will continue to march and return to the pass as soon as possible." The dandy and me Tuan nodded. Although the 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers brought by Shui Rengue wouldn't be of much use, they could raise the morale of the army. With this motivation, the soldiers could continue to hold on. If they held on for another 10 days, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to return to the Great Wall. When Li Wanyu heard this, his eyes flashed. He shook his head and smiled. Chapter 10:47. Run my ass. I'm not running anymore. I've been chased by that bastard for thousands of miles. I've had enough. Since we have reinforcements now, let's have a showdown with Xieli and Barbarian here. Li Wanyu was indeed being chased by Shui Yintua's army, led by Barbarian Khan. He was so frustrated that he directly cursed. Cheng Chumo was stunned, not understanding Li Wangyu's meaning. "Zio, what do you mean? Do you want to have a showdown with Barbarian Khan? That's close to 200,000 troops." Shui Yintua Khanate had 200,000 armored soldiers. Even if Xieli had lost 20 to 30,000 men, there were still 170 to 80,000 soldiers chasing after them. They were only a day's journey away. He didn't understand what Li Wanyu wanted to do. Even if reinforcements arrived, there were only 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry. Did Li Wanyu want to start a war with Shui Yintua's people with only 10,000 men? Wasn't that crazy? Including those officers who were ordered to support Li Wanyu. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, they were all thunderstruck. Only Shui Rengue's eyes were shining, as if he didn't feel that Li Wangyu's words were inappropriate. "Your Highness, don't use force. Shui Yintua is coming menacingly. It's better to avoid them for now." Mitua hurriedly advised. Li Wanyu waved his hand. "Actually, Shui Yintua's people are not that powerful. Xieli's 50,000 cavalry were also beaten to the point of fleeing. Even if Barbarian Khan has more troops now, so what? Can they still break through the crossbowmen's 3-stage shooting?" He then pointed to the hills on both sides. "Brothers, this valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. The valley entrance is only 100 steps wide. Even if Shui Yintua has more troops, how many can he send? Previously, we didn't have enough crossbow arrows and could only retreat. But Officer Shui and the others brought a lot of armor-piercing arrows, enough to teach that bastard Barbarian Khan a lesson." Li Wangyu's words were not without reason. Shui Rengue's 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry were all lightly armored, unlike the infantry and cavalry under Li Wangyu's command. In addition to being equipped with armor and weapons, the light cavalry soldiers were also equipped with horned bows. Every soldier carried 50 arrows in their quiver, 5,000 to 6,000 cavalrymen. That meant they had brought close to 300,000 bows and arrows. Including the arrows that Li Wanyo's archers still had, they had a total of 400,000 to 500,000 arrows. With enough ammunition, Li Wanyu had enough confidence to say what he had just said. His explanation made Cheng Chumo and the others' eyes light up, feeling that it was reasonable. The power of the Atlas crossbow, as well as the three-stage shooting method that Li Wanyu came up with, had already proven its valiant lethality. Cheng Chumo was confident that no army could withstand such a dense and powerful rain of arrows. Not to mention Shui Yintuo, even the Tang army could not do it. Even the most elite cavalry of the Tang dynasty, the Black Armored Army, could not do it. The valley they were in now was an excellent place to fight. They did not need to worry about Shui Yintuo's army surrounding them from all sides. As long as they could withstand the attacks of Shui Yintuo's army, they would be invincible. Cheng Chumo and the others were actually the same as Li Wanyu. These days, they had been chased by Shui Yintuo's army until they were frustrated. Being harassed by those damn wolf cavalry day and night made them even angrier. After hearing Li Wanyu's plan, they did not hesitate and were all rubbing their hands together in excitement. Z's words make sense. F***ck, his mother. Bastard, after chasing us for so long, it's time to let that bastard barbarian Khan have a taste of our power. That's right, damn it, being chased for thousands of miles. I've had enough. F***ck, his mother. That's right. Now that we have tens of thousands of soldiers, let's fight that old barbarian Khan. Schwerevik did not hesitate and bowed. My king, if you trust this general is willing to lead my soldiers as the vanguard and serve my king. Willing to serve my king. Although the rest of the captains felt that Li Wanyu and the others were crazy, they could not say anything at this time and could only follow Xuerengui's lead and ask to fight. Li Wanyu raised his head and laughed. Haha, of course, I dare to fight the barbarian Khan here because of Lieutenant Xue's help. Whether we can win this battle or not, it all depends on Lieutenant Xue. Xuerengui was a rare fierce general in the early Tang dynasty. He joined the army in the 17th year of Zhengguan and followed Pai Lupi to Liaodong, achieving great merit in his first battle. According to the history books, Xuerengui was dressed in white, with a halberd and spear in his hands and 2 bows at his waist. He was invincible and defeated the Goguryeo army. If the 30-year-old Xuerengui was so brave, how could the 20-year-old Xuerengui not do the same? To defeat Shui Yintuo's army, the key was to attack the cavalry behind the dismounted cavalry formation. As long as he defeated Shui Yintuo's cavalry and turned them into cripples, Li Wanyu would not be afraid even if he fought with fewer people. Previously, he only had 2,000 cavalry under him and did not have a fierce general to lead them. It was difficult for him to attack Shui Yintuo's cavalry. Who would have thought that the little wings of history would flap, and because of a romance of the 3 kingdoms, Xuerengui joined the army 10 years earlier and led the Tang army to reinforce him. This naturally gave Li Wanyu a lot of confidence. He was prepared to hand over his 2,000 cavalry and the 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry to Xuerengui. When the 2 sides were fighting, Xuerengui would lead his troops to attack Shui Yintuo's cavalry. As long as he succeeded, needless to say, the 100,000 Shui Yintuo's army would be no more than chickens and dogs. Li Wanyu kept his smile and said solemnly, Xuerengui, listen to my orders. Present, I order you to be the commander of the cavalry, and all the cavalry will be under your command. Do you have the confidence to lead the cavalry to defeat Shui Yintuo's army? Li Wanyu's words shocked everyone. The rich kids and me too all looked at each other, not understanding what Li Wanyu meant. This young officer named Xuerengui was merely a Zhao chaplain of the upper 6th rank. A lieutenant only led 1,000 men, and his position was similar to a colonel in the future. Under Li Wanyu's command were the Xianwei general of the lower 4th rank, the Dingyuan general of the upper 5th rank, and the Qi general of the lower 5th rank. Their positions were similar to the major generals or brigadier generals of the future. To let a colonel command a group of major generals and brigadier generals, this matter was weird no matter how one looked at it. More importantly, Li Wangyu and Shui Rengui had only met for the first time, so why would he give him such an important task? To hand over all 6,000 to 7,000 horse soldiers to a 20-year-old lieutenant commander? The rich kids naturally did not know about Shui Rengui's outstanding military achievements in history, and they did not understand why Li Wangyu valued this young lieutenant so much. However, although everyone was astonished, no one said anything to refute him. After all, Li Wangyu had too many mysterious abilities, and they were most familiar with Li Wangyu, so they knew that he would not speak without thinking. Since he thought highly of this young lieutenant, there must be a reason for it. When the Qin king gave the order, the rich kids did not say anything. Even if the generals in the army cursed in their hearts, they did not dare to say anything. Shui Rengui was also surprised, as he did not expect the Qin king to give him such a heavy task. He opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, but in the end, the ambition in his heart made him hold his head high and punch his chest heavily. This general obeys. If I do not win, this general will bring my head to see the king. Haha, what do I want your head for? I want the heads of the barbarian man and Xieli Fu. Li Wangyu was in a good mood, and he patted Shui Rengui's shoulder with a smile. All the soldiers in the army congratulated Shui Rengui, which made Shui Rengui's face turn red. Obviously, he was very excited about Li Wangyu's important task. After everyone chatted and laughed, Li Wangyu called everyone to sit down again, and they began to discuss the matters of the war. Chapter 1048. In Shui Yintua's camp, the barbarian Khan held a golden cup and sat on the Khan's seat. A few young and beautiful women served him carefully. He drank the wine in the cup and looked at Xieli Fu. Is the news true? The Tang army has no reason to continue running. They're staying in that valley. Xieli Fu's face was ferocious. Father, this is the news from the wolf cavalry. It must be true. Humph, they have been chased by my army for more than 10 days. With the wolf cavalry attacking them at any time, I'm afraid they are tired and have no strength to continue. I'm afraid they can't run, even if they want to, so they can only stop. They want to use the geographical advantage to fight against my army. The barbarian Khan looked up and laughed. What a joke. There are only thousands of men. So what if they have the geographical advantage? When father arrives with the army tomorrow, I will crush them into powder to vent my anger. Father, I'm afraid that the Qin king is as timid as a mouse and purposely let the Tang army stay behind to delay the attack so that he can take the opportunity to escape. If we can't catch the Qin king and let him escape back to the Tang dynasty, I will not be satisfied. The barbarian Khan's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly. Yes, that's most likely the case. But even if we can't catch the Qin king, those Tang army must be annihilated in the northern desert grassland. None of them can escape. Humph, the Tang dynasty is powerful, but Shui Yintua, can't come and go as I please. We have to teach them a lesson they will never forget. He thought for a while and continued. After the Tang army is annihilated, cut off all their heads and let the Tang dynasty's envoy bring them back. Hee, I want to see what the heavenly Khan of the Tang dynasty has to say. Xieli Fu nodded. Father is wise. The father and son looked at each other. Then both of them raised their heads and laughed loudly. The army led by the barbarian Khan rushed to the valley where the Tang army was stationed the next day. They set up camp outside the valley and surrounded the entrance of the valley. Shui Yintua's army rested for a day. On the morning of the third day, they beat the war drums. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Shui Yintua's army, clad in armor and carrying blades, lined up in neat rows as they poured out of the camp. The black mass of people densely covered the grassland outside the valley. Their momentum was astonishing, and a murderous aura filled the air. Even the soaring eagles in the sky seemed to be shocked by this soaring momentum and did not dare to approach the battlefield at all. The Tang army was naturally prepared. Following the beating of the war drums, they swarmed out and blocked the narrow entrance to the valley. There were still 2,000 jumping soldiers holding shields at the front of the battle formation. Behind them were 1,000 Mo sabers wearing Mingguang armor and wielding Mo sabers. Behind them were 2,000 archers. What was different from before was that there were nearly 100 arrows piled up in front of each archer. The fine steel arrowheads shone with a dazzling cold light under the morning sun. If they were ordinary archers of the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu would never equip them with so many arrows. The reason was simple. No archer could draw the bowstring more than 100 times. For the ordinary bows of the Tang dynasty, even if it was a one-pickle bow, the soldiers could only draw the bowstring 20 to 30 times in a row before their arms were almost exhausted, and it was impossible for them to continue drawing the bowstring. This was the limitation of the human body's physiological structure. No matter how brave and reasonable a general was, he would not be that strong. One of the reasons why firearms would replace bows was because firearms would replace bows. However, the composite crossbow that Li Wanyu had designed was designed with Yan Libin's help. In order to save energy and satisfy the needs of a small body like himself, Li Wanyu had designed a booster for the composite crossbow. With the booster to help him draw the bowstring, it would naturally save energy. Moreover, in order to prevent the archers from exhausting their strength, Li Wanyu also gathered the auxiliary soldiers in the army. Once the archers were unable to draw the bowstring, the auxiliary soldiers would be able to replace them. The biggest advantage of a crossbow was that after the bowstring was drawn, it would be in a state of accumulating energy and waiting to be fired. Therefore, the most exhausting part of drawing the bowstring could be handed over to others. 2,000 archers, 400,000 to 500,000 arrows. This was where Li Wanyu's confidence in winning lied. The strength of the Tang army archers was something that Xieli Luo had suffered a lot. This was something that Shui Yintua's men were naturally clear about. Hence, to counter the archers of the Tang army, the barbarian man, Khan, thought of many ways. The barbarian man, Khan, had 160,000 to 170,000 troops in his hands. Apart from the auxiliary soldiers and the soldiers guarding the horses, the number of troops he could throw in was 100,000, 10 times that of the Tang army. Hence, just the vanguard forces alone, the barbarian man, Khan, sent out 30,000 troops at once. However, the entrance of the valley that the Tang army was defending was only 100 steps wide. A single line of soldiers could at most line up to 1,000 men. Hence, even if Shui Yintua had 30,000 men at the front, he could only send 5,000 men into the battlefield in batches. In the hands of these vanguard soldiers were pretty much all the shields of the Shui Yintua army. Their goal was obvious, which was to defend against the arrows of the Tang army. To prevent the vanguard forces from collapsing like the previous time and charging into the middle troops, the barbarian man Khan sent out all the 10,000 wolf cavalry to act as military judges to supervise the orders. Anyone who retreated or ran would be killed without mercy. In the eyes of the barbarian man Khan and Xieli Luo, even if the 30,000 vanguard forces died, as long as the Tang army could fight to the death, it would be a victory. Under the beating of Shui Yintua's war drums, the 30,000 vanguard troops started to move. Like a flood, they pressed towards the entrance of the valley that the Tang army was defending. The 30,000 vanguard troops, 5,000 men in a group, 100 meters apart in the middle, there were hundreds of wolf cavalry holding sharp blades patrolling on their horses. The moment Shui Yintua's cavalry wanted to retreat, the weapons in the hands of the wolf cavalry would mercilessly slash at them. Under such strict orders, the Shui Yintua soldiers knew that they had no way to retreat and could only fight to the death against the Tang army. After all, based on Shui Yintua's military law, if they died on the battlefield, their families could still receive compensation. Although it was not much, it was enough for their families to rely on. And if they were killed by the wolf cavalry, not only would they not receive compensation, they would also be labeled as cowards, making their families unable to raise their heads in the tribe. It was also because of this that when Shui Yintua's vanguard troops pressed forward, that kind of fearless momentum was noticed by Li Wanyu and the other wastrels in the watchtower carriage behind the Tang army. Ziyu, this is not good. Shui Yintua's wolf cubs. Why do they look like they have been injected with wolf blood? Fang Yai could not help but feel nervous. Xianxia held the binoculars and looked for a while before replying. Look at the wolf cavalry behind Shui Yintao's men. I'm afraid that the barbarian man Khan gave a death order to prevent Shui Yintao's soldiers from retreating. Damn it, they're going to fight to the death. Ziyu, looks like after you killed Kishuo, the barbarian man hates you to the bone. Li Wanyu also smiled bitterly, knowing that Xianxia was right. Now it was too late to say anything. It all depended on whether the Tang army could withstand the pressure and resist the crazy attack of Shui Yintao's army. Shui Yintao's war drums became more and more urgent, and the footsteps of Shui Yintao's vanguard troops became faster and faster. They slowly trotted and rushed toward the Tang army's battle formation. The war had begun. This time, the Tang army's 2,000 archers did not let Shui Yintao's men get close. When Shui Yintao's dismounted cavalry stepped into the shooting range, the 2,000 archers began to shoot under the command of the lieutenant. A sky full of arrows rained down from the sky, directly toward Shui Yintao's army hundreds of meters away. All of Shui Yintao's cavalry immediately raised the shields in their hands, vainly trying to block the arrows. But the arrowheads of the Tang army were all made of fine steel and were extremely sharp. In addition, the composite steel crossbows were pushed by the four-pickled bowstring, making them even sharper. When the arrows rained down, they instantly penetrated the shields of Shui Yintao's men. They penetrated the shields, cut through the armor, and pierced through the human body. Author's note. Being nagged every day, this old man is ashamed. But this book is about to end. Please bear with it for a while. Chapter 1049. As the arrows rained down, Shui Yintao's vanguard immediately suffered a fatal blow. Just one round of arrows took away the lives of hundreds of soldiers, and the number of injured was uncountable. Miserable cries and blood splattered everywhere, and it was comparable to the Azura hell. If it was in the past, the remaining soldiers would have been defeated by such a heavy blow. The casualty ratio was almost more than 10%. But the formation of Shui Yintao's soldiers, after a moment of chaos, continued to raise their shields and charge forward under the scolding of the centurions and chiliarchs. They knew that the shields in their hands could not block the arrows of the Tang army. Perhaps the next person to be hit by the arrows would be themselves. The first wave of 5,000 soldiers could not retreat, and they did not dare to retreat. Forward was death, and backward was also death. Only by risking their lives, they might be able to break through the defense of the Tang army. This was the only thought in the minds of Shui Yintao's vanguard. Since they were chosen to be the vanguard and lead the charge, their fate had been determined. The composite arrows of the Tang dynasty could shoot a distance of 400 steps. It would take at least a minute to put on armor and run this distance of 400 meters. And within a minute, the 2,000 archers of the Tang army had already shot 3 rounds of arrows, shooting out nearly 6,000 arrows. Before the first wave of 5,000 soldiers of Shui Yintao's vanguard could reach the front of the Tang army, they had already been shot by the arrows. The path of the charge was full of corpses, and blood had already soaked the grassland. Presumably, this grassland would grow abnormally dense in the coming year. When the remaining soldiers of Shui Yintao were within 100 meters, the arrows that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. It was not that the archers of the Tang army were merciful, but the second wave of 5,000 soldiers of Shui Yintao's vanguard had started to charge again. Under the command of the lieutenant, they gave up on the remaining soldiers, adjusted the angle of the Atlas crossbows in their hands, and started to shoot arrows of death at the charging enemy. The battle formation of the Tang army also moved at this time. At the front of the battle formation, the jumping soldiers holding shields to defend against the enemy's arrows suddenly retreated, and 1,000 Mo swordsmen wearing heavy Mingwang armor stepped forward and stood at the front. In the Tang army, those who could be chosen as the Mo saber wielders were all strong and healthy people. To be able to wear the thick and heavy Mingwang armor and wield a Mo sword that was 9 feet long and weighed 15 kilograms, one would definitely not be able to do it without extraordinary arm strength and strength. These 1,000 Mo swordsmen stood at the front of the formation like unmoving reefs since ancient times, ready to face the assault of the tide at any moment. As Shui Yintao's soldiers got closer and closer, the commander of the Mo sabers shouted out an order. 1,000 Mo sabers that were shining with cold light were raised high up in the air. Then they slashed down as fast as lightning. The light of the blade flashed, and everything under its edge was crushed into powder. Under the Mo blade, be it the shields in the hands of the Shui Yintao soldiers or the armor on their bodies, they were no different from paper. With a single slash of the saber, it was cut into 2 halves. As for the flesh and blood of Shui Yintao's soldiers, there was no need to talk about it. After the cold light, countless severed limbs flew all over the sky, blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams almost shattered the clouds in the sky. This was the Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty, the strongest infantry in the era of cold weapons. Like a wall, men and horses were crushed. Shui Yintao's first wave of 5,000 men and horses, most of them were shot to death by the crossbowmen. The rest of them luckily escaped and tried their best to rush to the front of the Tang army formation. However, they were just sending their heads 1,000 miles away. The 1,000 Mo swordsmen slashed twice, and the corpses of the enemy chiefs in front of them were piled up like a mountain. And the only damage they caused to the Tang army's Mo swordsmen was only a few scratches of varying depths on the Mingguang armor. This scene also fell into the eyes of the barbarian Khan and his son Xianxia. Even though he was a hero of the grassland, the barbarian Khan's eyelids couldn't help but tremble a few times. Xianxia's back was soaked with sweat. They naturally knew about the bravery of the Tang army, but witnessing it with their own eyes gave them a different feeling. Father, the Tang army's Mo swordsmen are really amazing. The barbarian Khan's face was gloomy as he nodded silently. They are indeed amazing, but so what? The Tang dynasty's Mo sabers weigh 30 pounds. How many times can these Mo swordsmen slash? When they are exhausted, it will be the time of the Tang army's destruction. Father is wise. It was obvious that this father and son pair did not place the lives of Shui Yintao soldiers in their eyes. To use tens of thousands of people to exhaust the Tang army would be a victory. As for how many people would die, the barbarian Khan did not care at all. The barbarian Khan's calculations were not wrong at all. Even a well-trained and carefully selected Mo swordsman would not be able to wield a Mo sword that weighed 30 jin without limit. There was a limit to one's strength, and this was a law of nature that could not be broken. Once the Mo swordsmen were exhausted, it would be tough for them to maintain the Tang army's defensive line. With such a plan in mind, the barbarian Khan sent the wolf cavalry out to supervise the military order, chasing Shui Yintao's soldiers to their deaths one by one, pushing them into the meat grinder to exhaust the strength of the Tang army. After all, Shui Yintao's army had 100,000 people. Even if the Tang army killed 30 to 40,000, so what? Furthermore, with thousands of Tang soldiers, no matter how valiant they were, how many people could they truly kill? Just as the barbarian Khan had predicted, Shui Yintao's front army of 30,000 people was formed into groups of 5,000 people. Like moths to a flame, they charged towards the Tang army. 2 waves of Shui Yintao's army had already been buried in the grassland. The Mo swordsmen were getting more and more dismembered. Even the strong Mo swordsmen started to suffer casualties under the desperate attacks of Shui Yintao's soldiers. On the carriage, Li Wangyu and the other rich kids looked at each other and nodded silently. Whether their plan would succeed or not depended on this. Li Wangyu signaled to Niu Wu, who immediately took off his robe. His upper body was bare, and his muscles bulged like fists, shining under the sunlight. Niu Wu pulled aside the soldiers beside the war drum and spat on his palm. Then he grabbed the drumstick and hit it with force. The Tang army's war drum sounded, and the Tang army heard the drum and moved. The 1,000 Mo swordsmen coldly kept their Mo swordsmen and gathered their strength. At the same time, all of them stepped forward. The uniform footsteps gave off a sound like that of a drum, matching the sound of the Tang army's war drum. The 5,000 Tang army started to push forward. The Tang army actually did not guard the entrance of the valley, but directly pushed out. This change caused the Shui Yintua's army to stagnate. The barbarian Khan suddenly stood up from the stirrups, his eyes filled with shock. How dare they? How dare they charge out of the valley? Are they not afraid that this Khan will surround them and annihilate them? Shili was also in disbelief. With such a huge disparity in strength, the Tang army actually started to counterattack. How could they? Father, maybe the Tang people know that their strength cannot last long. Rather than waiting for death, why not give a try? Haha, this will save us a lot of trouble. Since they're willing to charge out, there is nothing bad about it. The barbarian Khan did not comment on Shelley's words. His eyes stared straight ahead, wanting to see what the Tang army was trying to do. The Tang army that came out of the valley once again clashed with the Shui Yintua's army. The sky was still filled with broken limbs and the wails of the Shui Yintua's army. The 5,000 Tang army formed a battle formation and charged forward with no hesitation. Their sharpness was unstoppable. To be honest, I'm not very good at writing war scenes. If you are not happy with it, please forgive me. I have already tried my best. Chapter 1050. Not only did the Tang army not defend the valley, but they also pushed out after crushing Shui Yintua's 2 waves of attacks. This was not because Li Wangyu was hot-headed and felt that 5,000 Tang army could go against the 100,000 Shui Yintua cavalry. The Tang army was at a disadvantage, and this was an undeniable fact. After Li Wangyu discussed with the debauches and a group of generals and lieutenants in the army, they believed that the only way to win was to put enough pressure on Shui Yintua's army and let the barbarian Khan invest more troops. As long as Shui Yintua's cavalry got off their horses, Xuerengui's 6,000 to 7,000 cavalry would charge out of the valley and go around the battlefield to attack Shui Yintua's cavalry. Hence, even if they were at a disadvantage, the 5,000 Tang army still charged out without hesitation. When the Tang army charged out of the valley, Shui Yintua's advantage was shown. Originally, the Tang army defended the valley, and no matter how strong Shui Yintua's forces were, he could only send more troops to attack the valley entrance. After the Tang army took the initiative to attack, how could Khan let go of such a good chance? He waved his hand, and Shui Yintua's main force finally moved out. Khan sent out another 60,000 men in one breath, splitting into the left and right, ready to pincer the Tang army from the sides. Although he felt that something was not right, Shui Yintua's remaining 20,000 vanguard troops were facing huge pressure from the Tang army, and they were showing signs of not being able to win. The 5,000 Tang army had the firepower of the heaven-raising crossbows and the unstoppable killing power of the Mo swordsmen, forcing Shui Yintua's vanguard to retreat. Even if the wolf cavalry kept on shouting orders and even killed dozens of retreating Shui Yintua cavalry, they were still unable to prevent the defeat of the Tang army. However, when Khan directly sent out 60,000 men to pincer the Tang army's attack stopped. 2,000 jump soldiers blocked the front of the left and right wings of the Tang army, and the archers were also forced to split into 2 rows to try and suppress the enemies in 3 directions. However, the 5,000 Tang army was surrounded by 70,000 to 80,000 Shui Yintua cavalry. No matter how valiant the Tang army was, they could not avoid casualties. When Shui Yintua's archers started to shoot arrows, they caused huge casualties to the Tang army. The bouncing soldiers and Mo swordsmen were still fine. At the very least, they had shields and heavy armor to defend themselves. Even if they were hit by arrows, they would not be hit in the vitals and could still hold on. However, the crossbowmen in the middle of the Tang army's battle formation were at a great disadvantage in the crossfire with the crossbowmen of Shui Yintua. Even though the composite steel crossbows in their hands were far superior to Shui Yintua's bow and arrows, the numerical disadvantage determined the number of arrows that both sides could fire. Furthermore, as archers, they were not equipped with shields. Even the armor they wore was only light armor. As the arrows rained down on the Tang army, the casualties of the archers began to increase. Li Wangyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the hundreds of archers fall to the ground. He gripped the wooden railing so hard that his knuckles turned white. The possible casualties of the Tang army had actually been predicted by him and the other foppish sons, as well as the officers and soldiers in the army, and they were mentally prepared. However, when the scene really appeared in front of his eyes, Li Wanyu still could not accept it. He even began to blame himself deeply. In his mind, he kept repeating his sentence. A general makes a name for himself, and tens of thousands of bones wither. A general makes a name for himself, and tens of thousands of bones wither. However, these officers and soldiers were still alive just a moment ago. How could they become Li Wangyu's stepping stones? They also had parents, wives, and children. How could Li Wangyu face the families of these officers and soldiers when they died in the Mabe grassland? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt that there was a breath stuck in his chest, and he did not know how to vent it out. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person who had lived in a peaceful era since childhood. When had he ever seen such a bloody battlefield? Even though he had experienced a lot after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was still a loser in his bones. He had never thought about the blood and fire of war, but the reality forced him to face it. The sacrifice of the Tang dynasty's officers and soldiers made Li Wangyu ashamed and angry. The bloody fighting on the battlefield made his heart beat violently, and a stuffy feeling in his chest made him look up to the sky and howl. Li Wangyu's sudden outburst scared the wastrels, and they did not understand what happened to him. In the next moment, Li Wangyu's actions stunned everyone. As the Tang army's commander-in-chief, this guy actually ran straight down the observation tower carriage, mounted his warhorse, and grabbed a long spear from the hands of the troops next to him. Then, Li Wangyu urged his horse to go to Xuerengui's side and stare at the battlefield outside the valley without saying a word. Cheng Chumo and the others were stunned for a long time before they ran over. "Zio, what are you doing? Zio, don't make trouble. Come back quickly." Niuwu was so scared that his face turned pale. He reached out and grabbed Li Wangyu's reins. "Lang Jun, what are you doing? Don't scare me." Mi Tuo was so shocked that he screamed, "Your Highness, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Xuerengue and the Tang cavalry were also stunned by Li Wangyu's actions. After a long time, Xuerengue on the horse cupped his fist and saluted Li Wangyu. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by this?" Li Wangyu did not even bat an eyelid at their questions. He just held the long spear in his hand and said coldly, "I will follow you to charge and kill the enemy." When Mi Tuo heard his words, he almost fainted from fright. Everyone in the world knew that the king of Qin had no strength to truss a chicken. In terms of intelligence, no one could compare to the king of Qin. But in terms of battle formation and martial arts, this guy was simply trash. If he followed the Ma army to charge, Pai Lupi would skin everyone alive if something happened to him. Swords and spears had no eyes on the battlefield. No matter who went to the battlefield, his head was hanging on his belt and could be lost at any time. As long as Mi Tuo was not crazy, he would not dare to let Li Wangyu, the king of Qin of the Tang dynasty, go to the battlefield. At this time, Mi Tuo did not care about seniority. He jumped in front of Li Wangyu's horse and reached out with Niu Wu to hold the reins of Li Wangyu's horse. He did not dare to let go no matter what. "Your Highness, Old Slave begs you, please don't. His Majesty has already ordered Old Slave to ensure your Highness's safety and not to take risks. Your Highness, for the sake of Old Slave's old bones, please don't make it difficult for Old Slave." Mito begged with tears and snot running down his face. He looked so pitiful that anyone who saw him would cry. But Li Wangyu was holding back his anger at this time. How could he listen to Mi Tuo's words? He stared at Mito expressionlessly and spat out two words coldly. "Let go." "Your Highness, please don't." "Your Highness." Mi Tuo still wanted to persuade, but Li Wangyu did not want to listen to him. He impatiently waved to the troops next to him, signaling them to drag Mi Tuo away. These Lai Hot troops were also afraid. They did not know whether they should listen to their Lang Jun or not. For a moment, they could not help but turn to look at Niu Wu. Niu Wu had been with Li Wangyu for the longest time, so he knew Li Wangyu the most. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded to his subordinates, signaling them to do as he said. After Mi Tuo was dragged away by the Lai Hot troops, Niu Wu did not hesitate. He also jumped on a horse and urged it to go to Li Wangyu's side. The Lai troops also got on their horses and tightly surrounded Li Wanyu in the middle. These Lai troops were originally imperial guards. They were not tired of fighting on the battlefield. In fact, they were even eager to have try. They did not want to retire. Instead, they joined Li Wanyu and became Lai troops. Of course, they were ambitious. The Tang dynasty valued military achievements the most. If they were in the army, they would only be ordinary sergeants or colonels. It would be very difficult for them to climb up the ranks. Just like in the government office, a government servant was a government servant. It was impossible for them to become an internal official. However, if they joined the army, not only would they be paid well, but they would also have more opportunities to become outstanding. For example, if they followed their Lang Jun to fight on the battlefield, as long as they made a contribution, they would be able to return to the army and become a captain. It would be a great honor to their ancestors. After all, even if it was the lowest rank of a captain, it would still be a rank above the 9th rank. It was a true military official of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, when Li Wanyu wanted to fight on the battlefield, these troops were very excited. They all rubbed their hands together. After Shui Rengui was appointed as the commander of the cavalry by Li Wanyu, he was originally in high spirits. He was ready to show off his skills in front of the king of Qin. In the end, Li Wanyu's actions caused him to be at a loss of what to do. Everyone, don't worry. This old man has finished preparing, but it will take some time. As long as you don't mind the slow pace, you can wait for a few more days. Chapter 10:51. Li Wanyu wanted to go to the battlefield and charge with the cavalry, not because he wanted to show off, but because he wanted to have peace of mind. Li Wanyu was not a saint, nor was he a white lotus. He could not bear to see the Tang dynasty's soldiers fall. But no matter what, he was responsible for the Tang dynasty's soldiers falling on the battlefield today. If he had listened to Mi Tuo's advice and returned to the Tang dynasty after defeating Xieli, how could these Tang dynasty soldiers fall on the Mabe grassland? Although they were soldiers and were mentally prepared to die on the battlefield, Li Wanyu found it hard to convince himself. Since it was his willful action that made the Tang dynasty's soldiers face such a dangerous situation, how could he have the face to hide in the valley and watch others die? Li Wanyu insisted on Shui Rengui's cavalry to go to the battlefield, only to have peace of mind. As for the possible consequences, he could not care about them now. How could Shui Rengui know what Li Wanyu was thinking? He wanted to say something, but before he could speak, the horns sounded from the watchtower. It was the signal for action that they had agreed on before. The desperate attack of 5,000 Tang soldiers had attracted all the attention of Shui Yintua's men. Now nearly 10% of the 5,000 Tang soldiers had died. If the cavalry did not attack, they might miss the opportunity and even implicate the attacking Tang army to be completely wiped out. Shui Rengui clenched his teeth and said no more. He put down his helmet and nodded to the captains of the cavalry on his left and right. Then he squeezed the horse's belly and urged it to rush out. The 6,000 to 7,000 cavalry started to move. The rumbling sound of hooves was heard. All the horses trotted slowly and then sped up. They were getting faster and faster. In a flash, they rushed out of the valley under Shui Rengui's leadership. After rushing out of the valley, the cavalry was immediately divided into two groups. They did not tangle with Shui Yintua's men. Under the leadership of Shui Rengui and another cavalry general, they rushed out to the left and right wings of the battlefield. Li Wanyu, under the escort of Niu Wu and the other troops, followed closely behind the army. However, he was not stupid. When the cavalry was split into two, he ordered his men to follow behind Shui Rengui's cavalry. No matter what, Li Wanyu only wanted to seek peace of mind, not to throw away his life. It was much safer to follow Shui Rengui, a famous general of the Tang dynasty. In fact, there was no need for Li Wanyu to think about this. Including Shui Rengui, none of these Tang dynasty soldiers dared to do anything to Li Wanyu, the king of Qin of the Tang dynasty. Without even needing Shui Rengui to give the order, the Ma army tightly surrounded Li Wanyu in the middle of the group. In addition, Niu Wu and the other troops also protected him. It could be said that unless the entire Ma army died on the battlefield, Even if Li Wangyu wanted to kill the enemy, it would not be his turn to make a move. When the Tang dynasty's cavalry rushed out of the valley toward the two flanks of the battlefield, the barbarian Khan, who was watching from Shui Yintua's army, finally understood where the uneasiness in his heart came from. The Tang army's standard battle formation should have cavalry on the left and right sides of the formation to guard against sneak attacks from the two flanks. However, the 5,000 Tang infantry in front of him actually rushed out so casually, as if they were not afraid of exposing the two flanks to the enemy. The situation was so urgent that the barbarian Khan did not have time to think too much. Now that the Tang cavalry suddenly appeared, he realized that something was wrong. What made his heart beat even faster was that the number of the Tang dynasty's cavalry was not the previous 2,000, but 6,000 to 7,000. Where did these extra troops come from? Could it be that the Tang dynasty's reinforcements had arrived? When the barbarian Khan thought that the Tang army would go all out to attack Imo Bay, he almost subconsciously wanted to order the army to retreat immediately. He had already seen how terrifying the Tang army was. Just the 5,000 Tang soldiers on the battlefield had killed nearly 20,000 Shui Yintua soldiers. The terrifying crossbow bolts and the unstoppable Mo sabers. If it were not for the wolf cavalry desperately suppressing them, Shui Yintua's army would not have been able to hold on and would have been defeated. Although the current situation of the battlefield was already leaning towards Shui Yintua's side, if nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before they killed the 5,000 Tang soldiers. Even so, the barbarian Khan estimated that Shui Yintua would have to pay a painful price of 40 to 50,000 men. Under such circumstances, if the Tang army still had reinforcements, then what was the point of fighting? Even if he played all the cards in his hand, it would not be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the Tang army. All of a sudden, the faces of the barbarian Khan and Shelley became really ugly. The appearance of the Tang cavalry also caused a commotion on the battlefield. Although Shui Yintua's men were attacking the Tang army, they were still being attacked by the fierce crossbow bolts and Mo sabers. Without the wolf cavalry suppressing them, the troops on the left and right were in chaos after nearly 1,000 of them were killed by the Tang army's crossbows. Even if their numbers were several times that of the Tang army, they were still afraid and did not dare to go all out. It was also because of this that the Tang army had a chance to breathe. Otherwise, if the two wings with a total of 60,000 charged up, even if the Tang army had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to stop them. After the Tang cavalry charged out, the Shui Yintua people who were attacking the Tang army from the sides panicked. They were worried that they would be attacked by the Tang cavalry and had no way to advance or retreat. However, the Tang cavalry did not care about the Shui Yintua people. Instead, they charged at the two wings, drawing out 2 huge arcs on the battlefield as they charged at the back of Shui Yintua's forces. Only now did the barbarian Khan and Shelley react and understand the true intention of the Tang army. Shelley could not help but cry out in fear. "Father, not good. They want to attack the back of the army. Quickly order reinforcements." The barbarian Khan was even more clear about what it meant if the back of the army was attacked. Without needing Shelley to say anything, he had already roared at the captains beside him. The Tang cavalry attacking the back of Shui Yintua's forces caused the situation on the front of the battlefield to become chaotic. The captains and Kiliarchs didn't know whether they should continue the attack or retreat to reinforce the rear. At this moment, other than the 30,000 men guarding the horses, Shui Yintua's back of the army was quite empty. However, Shui Yintua's extremely stupid dismounted cavalry formation. Even if they wanted to return to the back of the army, how could they outrun the 4-legged horses? Following the barbarian Khan's roar, without waiting for Shui Yintua's main army to retreat to defend, Xuerengui and the other cavalry broke into the back of Shui Yintua's army from left and right. Xuerengui took the lead, holding a halberd and 2 bows at his waist. Like a god descending from the heavens, he charged into the enemy camp with an unstoppable force. The thousands of cavalry behind him followed closely behind, charging in with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Although there were 30,000 men guarding the horses in the back of Shui Yintua's army, These people did not form a battle formation. Instead, they were scattered around taking care of the horses. This gave Xianxia and the others more space to display their abilities. When the Tang army broke into the back of Xianxua's army, it was a complete mess. Countless horses of Xianxua's army were frightened and fled in all directions. Xianxia naturally did not chase after the fleeing horses. These horses could be slowly collected after cleaning up the battlefield after the war. However, it was impossible for Xianxua's army to rely on these horses to fight or escape in a short period of time. In this way, Li Wangyou's purpose of ordering the Tang army to attack Xianxua's army was achieved. Li Wangyou charged with the army. The frustration in his heart was long gone. This feeling of riding the horse and attacking the enemy had already made his scalp numb, and he almost roared out in excitement. He waved the halberd in his hand, wishing that he could immediately kill a few enemies with his own hands. However, it was obvious that Li Wangyou was disappointed. After charging with Xianxia for a while, Xianxua's army almost collapsed. The Tang army killed all the way, and blood flowed like a river. However, his halberd was clean, and there was not even a trace of blood. Everyone, I wish you a happy National Day 2020. Be healthy, have a family reunion, and wish you all the best. Chapter 1052. It was the end of summer in the 7th year of Jingguan. With the sound of the horn, the Xuanda gate of the Taiji Palace slowly opened. Numerous imperial guards in armor and helmets escorted Pai Lupi's carriage out of the Taiji Palace and toward the north of the city. In the carriage, there were hundreds of officials and nobles in the imperial court. On both sides of the official road, there were countless people waiting there. When the carriage passed by, everyone knelt down and cowed out. Not long after the carriage left, a carriage with a banner with the word Qin, under the protection of dozens of brocade guards, merged into the carriage and headed 30 miles north of the city. Today's big lineup was not for anything else but to welcome Li Wangyou's victorious return to the imperial court. During this period of time in Chang, and the news of Li Wangyou's resurrection had already spread like wildfire. Originally, many people did not believe it, but the official bulletin of the government and the Palace Gate transcript clearly stated that the current dynasty's king of Qin, Li Wangyou, led 10,000 Tang troops to the northern desert grassland and defeated the Xianxia Khanate's army of 200,000. Even the barbarian Khan and his son Xieli were captured alive by the army. Naturally, everyone had no choice but to believe this, and they were flabbergasted. When the imperial court spread the news that Li Wangyou had died in the desert, the civil and military officials in the imperial court all had their own thoughts. There were those who were sad, those who felt pity, and those who were secretly happy. However, when the news spread to the streets, the people in Chang cried and mourned for Li Wangyou. Countless people spontaneously tied white cloth to the doors of their houses as a sign of mourning, which was very surprising. Even Pai Lupi did not expect his nephew to have such prestige among the people. In fact, this was not strange. As the saying goes, everyone has a stick in their heart. The many things that Li Wangyou had done in the past few years seemed unremarkable, but in fact, they had benefited the people of Chang and a lot. Whether it was building toilets or making public carriages for the people to travel, the people were grateful. As for the Wangyou Charity Hall that Li Wangyou and his playboys made every year from cleaning the toilets in the city, it had helped many lonely old people, women, and children. The Union Medical Hospital treated the poor people for free and did not take any money for medicine. How many people were grateful to it? Not to mention that Li Wangyou and his wife risked their lives in Yinling County of Shuzhou to put out the big head plague that made people pale at the mention of it. The imperial court officials might not remember these things, but the people of Chang and engrave them in their hearts. At that time, not only were the people mourning, the scholars and scholars were also mourning. After all, Li Wangyou was a shameless plagiarism. He Taoist Academy of the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy and publicly taught Taoist ancestors unique skill. It could be said that in the literary world of the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyou had long been the idol of countless scholars and scholars. The news of Li Wangyou's death also made the scholars of the Tang dynasty write essays and poems to mourn. In the end, no one expected that more than a year later, there would be news from the desert that Li Wanyu was not dead. What was more unexpected was that this guy was not only alive, but also led the army to the Mabe grassland. In a short time, he destroyed the newly rising Xianxia Khanate with only a little more than 10,000 soldiers. All kinds of news came one after another, but it dazzled the people and made them even more speechless. The imperial court was in a mess because of this. Li Wanyu led the army to attack the Xianxia Khanate without the emperor's order, which naturally made the aristocratic families feel that they had something on him. For a time, the officials from the aristocratic families wrote letters to impeach Li Wanyu for indiscriminately using the army, plotting against the law, and destroying the harmonious relationship with the Xianxia Khanate. A series of impeachment memorials gave Pai Lupi a headache. It was difficult for Pai Lupi to suppress this matter even if he wanted to. After all, Li Wanyu attacked the Xianxia Khanate without authorization, which was an indisputable fact. Pai Lupi was worried about the safety of his nephew, but he could not ignore the overall situation. He could only appease the officials and promise that Li Wanyu would be severely punished when he returned to the imperial court. Only then did he temporarily suppress the storm in the imperial court. However, no one had expected that Li Wanyu would be able to defeat the barbarian Khan with only 10,000 men. The battle outside the valley had already ended the moment Shui Renge led the cavalry to break into the Xianxia Khanate's army. The barbarian Khan, who had his escape route cut off, finally realized his stupidity. But it was too late for regrets. No matter how the wolf cavalry suppressed, they could not stop the Xianxia Khanate's army from collapsing. In the battle outside the valley, 50,000 of Xianxia's 200,000 soldiers were beheaded, 30,000 were captured, and the rest fled. Li Wanyu also adhered to the spirit of beating a drowning dog, and immediately led his army in a counterattack, chasing them all the way. In the end, only 50,000 to 60,000 of Xianxia's 200,000 soldiers managed to escape back to the Overseer Mountain. But Li Wanyu did not let them go and sent Shui Renge to break into the Overseer Mountain and capture the barbarian Khan and Shiliku alive. As for the nobles of the Xianxia Khanate, none of them escaped and were all captured. Tang Songling, who was imprisoned in the Overseer Mountain by the barbarian Khan, only realized that the Xianxia Khanate was destroyed just like that when the Tang army broke into the Overseer Mountain and rescued him. Not to mention how happy Tang Songling was and how he crazily flattered Li Wanyu when the news reached Shang, and it scared Pai Lupi and the officials. After confirming that the news was accurate, Pai Lupi could not care less about his dignity as an emperor and laughed in front of the officials. Although the Xianxia Khanate and the Tang dynasty had a good relationship, and the barbarian Khan had once asked Pai Lupi to marry the princess of the Tang dynasty. However, there was no such thing as true friendship between countries. Pai Lupi granted the barbarian Khan the title of Zirija Khan and acknowledged the existence of the Xianxia Khanate only because the Tang dynasty did not have enough power and wanted to use the Xianxia Khanate to involve the Turks. The Xianxia Khanate stretched from the Daxing and mountains to the east, to the Altai mountains to the west, and to the Selenge River to the north. With such a large territory, it was impossible for Pai Lupi and the officials to not covet it. So in the 19th year of Jingguan, after the death of the barbarian Khan, the Tang dynasty immediately sent troops to destroy the grassland Khanate and brought it into the territory of the Tang dynasty. Now Li Wanyu had conquered the grassland of Mabe with only 10,000 people. It would be strange if Pai Lupi was not ecstatic. After Pai Lupi discussed with Fong Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and the other big shots, they did not even wait for Li Wanyu to return to the court and directly sent a large number of officials to the grassland of Mabe. The grassland of Mabe was divided into 13 prefectures, with prefectures and prefectures. The interim protectorate was set up to govern the grassland of Mabe. At this point, the grassland of Mabe was swallowed into the stomach of the Tang dynasty. Originally, even if the Xianxia Khanate was short-lived, it would have existed for 10 to 20 years. But now it was extremely short-lived. In just a few years, it no longer existed. Li Wangyou's battle changed the situation and made the aristocratic family speechless. In the court, no one mentioned the impeachment memorials anymore. The Xianxia Khanate was destroyed. What was the point of impeachment? Expanding the territory, no matter which dynasty it was a great achievement. As for destroying the relationship with the Xianxia Khanate, that was even more nonsense. The barbarian Khan and the nobles of the Xianxia Khanate were all captured alive by the Tang army. Who cared about what they thought? Today, Li Wanyu led the Tang army to victory and returned to the court. Pai Lupi personally led the civil and military officials 30 li out of the city to welcome him back. Chapter 1053. In the autumn of the 5th year of Jingguan, Li Wanyu set out from Chang and to the western regions. Who knew that after going around in circles, when he returned to Chang, and it was already the summer of the 7th year of Jingguan. Nearly 2 years later, when Li Wanyu led the army back to the Tang dynasty and was about to reach Chang, and he could not help but feel a sense of homesickness and unconsciously became anxious and nervous. Especially when he thought of Su Changqing and his son and daughter. Li Wanyou's heart could not help but beat faster. If it were not for a messenger reporting that Pai Lupi would personally lead the civil and military officials to welcome the army's triumphant return 30 li outside the city, he would even have the impulse to abandon the army and lead Niu Wu and the others back to Dingzhou village. Glory and congratulations could not compare to his desire to go home. Including Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, Shui Rengue and the Tang soldiers all became excited when they heard that His Majesty would personally go 30 li outside the city to welcome the army's triumphant return. Their armor was polished again and again. Their swords were polished until they were shiny, and their robes were so neat that not even a wrinkle could be seen. Only Li Wanyu secretly cursed in his heart, thinking that Pai Lupi's actions were superfluous, delaying his time to go home to see his wife and children. Li Wanyu secretly swore that from now on, he would not care about the affairs of the imperial court, even if he was beaten to death. Pai Lupi could do whatever he wanted. Whether it was conquering Liaodong in the east or Tufan in the west, he would not accompany or participate in it. The greatest enjoyment was having a wife and children on a warm bed. All that talk about making a name for yourself and leaving your name in the annals of history was nonsense. The unambitious Li Wanyu suppressed his eagerness to go home and finally saw Pai Lupi's imperial carriage that had been waiting 30 li outside of Chang'an. Although he was secretly cursing Pai Lupi for delaying his time, Li Wanyu followed the rules and obediently rolled off the horse and bowed to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi laughed and helped Li Wanyu up. He carefully sized him up and nodded in satisfaction. Zio, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You've become darker and thinner. I'm very happy that you can return safely. You don't blame me for almost killing you, right? Li Wanyu quickly bowed. Your Majesty is too polite. This is my duty. How can I blame your Majesty? It's good that you don't blame me. We didn't expect that when we sent you to the western regions, you would conquer the Mabe dynasty. Li Wanyu was a little embarrassed. Hee, it was an accident. I didn't expect this either. This was also an accident. Originally, Li Wanyu only wanted to help Adi and the Hurut tribe vent their anger. He didn't expect that, after a while, he actually destroyed the Xianxia Khanate. Pai Lupi had already understood what happened in the grasslands of the north through Mi Tuo's report. He didn't ask anymore. After the two of them exchanged a few words, Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, Gao Shilian, Yuqi Jingda, and the other big shots came forward one after another, congratulating and exchanging pleasantries. Li Wanyu didn't have a mood to talk nonsense with Pai Lupi and these big shots. His mind had already flown to Dingzhou village. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy to get away today. He still had a lot of things to do. While he was absent-mindedly greeting the big shots, Li Wanyou's body suddenly froze. His eyes stared straight at the back of the crowd. Seeing him like this, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say anything. They just stepped aside and made a path for the people behind them. At the back of the crowd, Su Changqing, who was dressed splendidly with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face, slowly walked forward. Wang Yu, Before Su Changqing could finish his sentence, Li Wanyu couldn't care less about shocking the world. He directly reached out and hugged her tightly in his arms. Changqing, I'm back. I'm back. Su Changqing, who was holding back her tears, couldn't hold back anymore. She also hugged Li Wanyu tightly and cried, Wanyu, you bastard. You left for 2 years without any news. I thought you. Yes, it's all my fault. I won't leave you in the future. Li Wanyu's nose was also sore. If it weren't for the fact that he was in front of Pai Lupi and the others, and that he still had some scruples about his image, he was afraid that he would have cried out by now. Originally, when he watched those romantic TV dramas in his previous life, he always felt that it was too pretentious for the male and female protagonists to cry when they met. But the moment he saw Su Changqing, he realized that some things just couldn't be helped. The two of them hugged each other as if there was no one else around, which made Pai Lupi and the others feel a little embarrassed. Although the people of the Tang dynasty were open-minded, it was still a little embarrassing for a couple to hug like this in public, even if it was a couple. Pai Lupi couldn't help but cough, which woke Su Changqing up. After all, she was a woman. Being surrounded by so many people like this, she was a little shy. She quickly pushed Li Wanyu gently. Li Wanyu didn't mind. In any case, he was thick-skinned. Hearing Pai Lupi's cough, he even glared at him in dissatisfaction. I'm hugging my wife. What the hell are you coughing for? The two of them calmed down. Just as they separated, they saw 3 similarly excited, beautiful girls walk out from behind Su Changqing. With tears in their eyes, they respectfully bowed to Li Wanyu. His concubine greets Lord Husband. Lord Husband went on an expedition to the northern desert, plowing the courtyard and sweeping the acupoints. It must have been hard on you. Their words caused Li Wanyu to stare blankly. Bridge Bean Sack. What do they call him? Lord Husband? Oh my God. Li Wanyu naturally recognized these 3 beautiful girls. They were his personal maidservant Perrin, the European girl Aphrodite, and Pai Lupi's eldest daughter, Princess Changle Lizzie. It was very normal for Aphrodite to call him Lord Husband. Li Wanyu had already taken Aphrodite into his room. Although he hadn't had the time to give her a status, the relationship between the two was worthy of such a title. Perrin was no longer the 12 or 13-year-old lowly that he had first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Now that 5 years had passed, the little lowly had grown into a beautiful young lady in the prime of her life. Su Changqing had already agreed to let Li Wanyu take Perrin into his room as a concubine. Therefore, Li Wanyu didn't find it strange that Perrin called him Lord Husband. But Changle called him Lord Husband. What kind of situation was this? Although Li Wanyu had been forced to agree to Pai Lupi's unequal treaty in the Taiji Palace in order to marry Su Changqing, that was actually just a delaying tactic. Li Wanyu didn't believe that Changle would be willing to marry him. Even if Pai Lupi and Empress Xianxia were willing, it was still impossible. People with the same surname would not marry. Moreover, he had taken Changle as his disciple, and the two were relatives. Moreover, he had already officially married her. In this way, if Pai Lupi insisted on marrying Changle, the aristocratic clans and Confucian scholars would probably spit the shit out of Pai Lupi. Even Wei Zheng, the goat-nosed duke who was loyal and devoted to Pai Lupi, would cause a ruckus in the Taiji Palace and teach Pai Lupi the meaning of moral principles and ethics. As a result, although Li Wanyu had promised Pai Lupi, he had never considered this matter. In any case, if Pai Lupi couldn't handle the aristocratic clans, they couldn't blame him. How could Li Wanyu have known that because he had gone missing in the desert for over a year and was misunderstood by the court as having died, Changle's marriage to him had actually been accomplished without any hiccups? After Mi Tuo and the other debauches found Li Wanyu, they forgot to tell him that during the time he had gone missing, his wife, Su Changqing, had actually married Princess Changle and brought her back to the Prince of Qin's household in one go. She had also taken in 2 children while she was at it. Seeing Li Wanyu standing there in a daze, Su Changqing reacted. She couldn't help but secretly extend 2 slender fingers and pinch Li Wanyu's waist. She was also somewhat dizzy. Other women were afraid that their husbands were unfaithful, but she, as a professional elite in the future, had actually helped her husband marry a wife and taken 2 concubines. Thinking of this, Su Changqing felt her face burn with incomparable hidden bitterness. Chapter 1054. After Li Wanyu finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter from Su Changqing, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Pai Lupi with eyes full of hidden bitterness. He really didn't know whether marrying a 12 or 13-year-old little girl was considered marrying a wife or helping Pai Lupi raise his daughter. Especially when he heard Changel call him husband, Li Wanyu felt even more guilty. Even he himself felt flustered and embarrassed. But what was done could not be undone. It was too late to say anything. He couldn't drive Changel back to Taiji Palace, could he? If he did that, wouldn't Pai Lupi fight him to the death? Rubbing his nose, Li Wanyu could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a smile at Changel. My wife, I'm sorry. With tears in her eyes, Changel smiled like a flower and shook her head desperately. As long as my husband can return safely, my sister and I will be satisfied. Li Wanyu really didn't know how to respond to this. In front of Pai Lupi, he could only laugh dryly. He habitually reached out to touch Changel's head, but felt that it was inappropriate, so he could only withdraw his hand awkwardly. As for Aphrodite and Perrin, seeing their Lang Jun like this, they snickered. Li Wanyu was so angry that he glared at them fiercely. Pai Lupi didn't notice Li Wanyu's expression, nor did he feel that there was anything wrong with his daughter marrying Li Wanyu at such a young age. After all, this guy had married Empress Xianxia at such a young age. Of course, Pai Lupi actually only allowed the officials to set fires, but not the common people. Because as early as the first year of Xinguan, Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict to set the marriage age of men and women in the Tang dynasty, 20 years old for men and 15 years old for women. It wasn't until the Kaiyuan era that Emperor Xuanzong of Tang changed the marriage age of the Tang dynasty to 15 years old for men and 13 years old for women in order to increase the population. Now Li Wanyu was old enough, but Changel was still a few years away from 15. Of course, no one would ask Pai Lupi for this reason. Li Wanyu's resurrection caused all the officials in the imperial court to have a lot of complaints. Just his title as the Duke of Qin was enough to give the other officials a headache. As for the matter of Li Wanyu marrying 2 princesses by accident, no one, including Wei Zheng, bothered to get involved. In any case, Changel had already married into the Duke of Qin's manor. Even if they were sick of her, they couldn't say anything. Li Wanyu also had a headache about this, but he was too lazy to think too much about it. If he married her, then so be it. He could just treat it as a nurturing game. After a few years, Changel would eventually grow up. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu, the outwardly passionate man, couldn't help but steal a glance at Changel. He was a little excited. Pai Lupi led the officials out of the city to welcome the army's triumphant return. The ceremony was very complicated. In addition to the inspection of the army, the offering of prisoners, and many other matters, it took a full 2 to 4 hours before the army and Pai Lupi's imperial carriage set off again, heading towards Chang'an City. Pai Lupi didn't make things difficult for the Barbarian Khan and Shelly Khan, as well as Shui Yintao's nobles. After a round of reprimanding, the Barbarian Khan and the others were even brought to the Imperial Ancestral Temple for Pai Lupi to boast about their achievements to their ancestors. Then, like Shelly Khan, they would be conferred an official position by Pai Lupi and be raised in Chang'an City. Li Wanyu didn't need to worry about these matters. In fact, Li Wanyu now wanted to bring his wives back to Dingzhou village. He didn't even want to enter Chang'an City. However, the army had triumphed and returned. How could Pai Lupi let him go so easily? In the Taiji Palace, the imperial banquet had already been prepared. Pai Lupi wanted to hold a big banquet for the officials to celebrate. Li Wanyu couldn't refuse. He could only helplessly let Pai Lupi do as he pleased. With all kinds of banquets, eating and drinking, as well as all kinds of complicated ceremonies, Li Wanyu stayed in Chang'an City for a full 3 days before he could finally leave. During this period, just dealing with his friends and family, as well as his disciples, made Li Wanyu so tired that he almost collapsed. He felt that it was more tiring than riding a horse and fighting in the grassland. Although Li Wanyu had made a great contribution on his return from the western region's desert north, Pai Lupi didn't give him any more rewards. He only rewarded him with some gold, silver, and jewels. It wasn't that Pai Lupi was stingy. It was that when he conferred Li Wanyu the title of King of Qin and married Changel to him, he had already rewarded him to the extreme. Even if Pai Lupi wanted to reward him, he couldn't. Above the title of prince, there was only the throne in the Taiji Palace. Could Pai Lupi give his throne to Li Wanyu? On the other hand, Cheng Chumo and his group of foppish sons got a lot of benefits. Pai Lupi was not stingy with titles. Almost all the foppish sons were conferred titles, which made them very happy. They held a big banquet to show off. Li Wanyu didn't pay attention to the foppish sons' invitations. After he finished delegating the affairs in the imperial court and returned the military power to Pai Lupi, he couldn't wait to lead Niu Wu and others out of Chang and city and rush back to Dingzhou village. Li Wanyu couldn't help but be anxious. After returning to Chang, and he only saw his wife once. He didn't even have time to be intimate with her. What's more, he hadn't even met his twins yet. When Su Changqing and Changel went to meet Li Wanyu, they didn't take the children with them because they were too young. They were afraid that they would get sick. This made Li Wanyu even more restless in Chang and city and couldn't wait to fly to Dingzhou village immediately. He made up his mind that if there wasn't a comet hitting the earth, he wouldn't go to Chang and city. He would hide in Prince Qin's mansion in Dingzhou village and live his life behind closed doors. He would hide in the small building and live his life there. He didn't care about winter, summer, or spring. His wife, children, and warm bed were the life he wanted to live. Li Wanyu galloped all the way to Dingzhou village. Li Wanyu could already see from afar that there were many people waiting at the village entrance to welcome him. The old village chief had not seen him for 2 years, but he looked older. The old housekeeper Li Heng was supported by his wife. Looking at his Lang Jun, he was so excited that tears flowed down his face. He couldn't speak clearly. The men and women of Dingzhou village, old and young, all came out to welcome him. The servants and maids in his residence were all present as well. They all came to welcome the return of their Lang Jun. However, Li Wanyu didn't have time to greet them. His eyes were fixed on the 2 children in Su Changqing's arms. He didn't wait for the steed to come to a stop before he impatiently jumped off the horse's back and rushed to the front of Su Changqing. He reached out to hold the 2 little fellows, but was afraid that he would hurt the children. For a moment, he was at a loss and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Changqing, are they my son and daughter? Su Changqing stared at him angrily. What do you think? Who will they be? I didn't mean that. Li Wanyu rubbed his hands awkwardly. Which one is the elder sister? Which one is the younger brother? When Li Wanyu left Chang, and Su Changqing was only 2 months pregnant. 8 months later, she gave birth to a pair of children in the summer of the 6th year Jingguan. They were just 1 year old. Li Wanyu couldn't tell the gender of the 1-year-old children. Su Changqing rolled her beautiful eyes at him. The one on the left is the elder sister, and the one on the right is the younger brother. The smile on Li Wanyu's face widened. He reached out to hold the children. Good daughter, brat, call me daddy. He didn't care whether there was a father in the Tang dynasty or not. In Li Wanyu's mind, nothing was better than calling him daddy. The 2 little brats were originally staring curiously at this stranger in front of them with their big black eyes. Suddenly, they saw Li Wanyu reach out to hug them. As if they had made an agreement, the siblings turned their heads at the same time and plunged into Su Changqing's arms. Then they burst into tears. Obviously, Li Wanyu's action scared the 2 children. Li Wanyu withdrew his hands awkwardly, and his face was full of pain. Damn it, these 2 brats didn't give him any face at all. Su Changqing hurriedly coaxed the children and didn't forget to roll her eyes at Li Wanyu again. Now you know. Let's see if you still run around in the future. Look, even the children don't recognize you. Changel, Aphrodite, and Perrin also covered their mouths and snickered. Li Wanyu was so angry that he almost wanted to beat them up. It was so infuriating. They didn't take him, the head of the family, seriously at all. Tonight, the family law must be enforced. Chapter 1055. Li Wanyu liked to stay in the Duke of Qin's residence in Dingzhou village instead of Chang and city. One of the most important reasons was that this place didn't have the endless sound of the morning drum. As people of the later generation, it was common for them to like to sleep in. Whether it was Li Wanyu or Su Changqing, it was the same for both of them. The servants and maids of the Duke of Qin's residence had long gotten used to this bad habit of their master's wife. Therefore, every morning, only Li Wanyu and Su Changqing were still asleep. Everyone in the residence was very quiet when they did their work, afraid that they would wake their masters up. Li Wanyu only slowly woke up when the sun had already risen high in the sky. Soon after, he reached out to hug Su Changqing beside him and very skillfully reached his hand into his beautiful superior's bosom to play with her. After giving birth, Su Changqing insisted on breastfeeding herself, and her breasts had become even more impressive. Li Wanyu felt that her breasts were comparable to that European girl, Aphrodite, and he couldn't bear to part with them. After returning from home for 2 years, Li Wanyu was already on the verge of going crazy from boredom. Last night, he had even tossed around with Su Changqing for most of the night before falling asleep. With his interruption, his beautiful superior in his arms naturally woke up and slapped his hand in annoyance. "You're so annoying. You're already being naughty early in the morning." "Hee, I'll be punished by the heavens if I'm naughty with my wife." Li Wanyu had a glib tongue as he teased. "Wife, time to get up and do your morning exercise." Su Changqing's pretty face immediately turned red. "Stop fooling around. The maids will come in soon." "Hee, they wouldn't dare. I've already instructed them not to enter the bedroom without a summons." Li Wanyu didn't allow for any explanation as he flipped over and pressed his beautiful superior on top of him. Su Changqing subconsciously let out a soft cry before her red lips were covered by Li Wanyu's spring filled the entire room. It wasn't until late in the morning that the husband and wife finally got out of bed. Under the service of the maidservants, they freshened up and changed their clothes. Su Changqing had the maidservants bring the 2 children over and glared at Li Wanyu. "Don't come into my room tonight. Go sleep in Avro's room." "All right, Aji and Badger are almost 1 year old. Since you're back, I'll leave the matter of naming the children to you." If it doesn't sound good, just you wait. Don't learn from Li Shimin. I'm so angry. Look at what kind of lousy pet name Li Shimin gave her child. According to the Tang custom, after a child was born, they would first be given a pet name. Only when the child was 1 year old would they be officially given a name. When Li Wanyu's twins were born, Li Wanyu was still playing with mud in the desert robbers' camp. Therefore, Pai Lupi unceremoniously gave the 2 children pet names in the name of his uncle. However, Li Wanyu couldn't help but want to beat someone up when he heard this nickname. His eldest daughter's pet name was Aji. Ji meant pig. Aji was a little pig. His son's pet name was Badger, a type of mustelid F***. What kind of lousy pet names were these? Not to mention Su Changqing. Even Li Wanyu wanted to curse when he heard it. However, when he thought about the pet names Pai Lupi had given his children, Li Wanyu felt relieved. Li Tai's pet name was Qin Ke, which was a type of bird. Li Ji's pet name was Ji Nu, which meant a little pheasant. Princess Jinyang, who would be born in the future, was Ji, which meant a little rhinoceros. Li Wanyu deeply suspected that Pai Lupi was running a zoo. The pet names he gave his children were all animals. However, since the names were given by Pai Lupi, although Su Changqing and Li Wanyu despised them, the officials and nobles were envious. In the residence, whether it was the old butler, Li Heng, or the servant girls, they all felt that it was a great honor. In this regard, Su Changqing could only pinch his nose and accept it. During this year, he had gotten used to calling them Aji and Badger every day. However, the 2 in-laws did not dare to let Pai Lupi name the children's names. After Li Wanyu returned as a father, the responsibility of naming the children naturally fell on his head. Li Wanyu also had a headache when it came to naming. It was not a day or two that he was incompetent at naming. Otherwise, he would not have named the grandson of Carpenter Liu in the village Liu Dehua. After Su Changqing gave him this arduous yet glorious task, this guy's brain was about to explode. His mind was filled with all kinds of famous people with the surname Li in history. Li Bai, Li Qingzhao, Li Shangyin, Li Bingbing. Li Kuei Ba. What the hell was Li Kuei? If he dared to say that he named his son Li Kuei, Su Changqing would probably immediately pick up a knife and fight him to death. Li Wanyu pulled his hair worriedly. Why was it so difficult to give a name? It was easier to give a name with a family tree. The surname and the seniority were all decided by the ancestors. In the end, he just had to think of a word. However, in the Tang dynasty, such a name was rare. Most of the names were single words. Naturally, it had nothing to do with the family tree. Li Wanyu really could not think of a name for the child, so he simply ordered people to bring him the Book of Songs, Chu Ci, the Analects of Confucius, and the Book of Changes. In the future, there was a saying on the internet, the Book of Songs for women, Chu Ci for men, Wen Lun Yu for men, Wu Zhouyi for men, which was the way to name a child. Since Li Wanyu could not think of a name by himself, he was ready to follow the picture and search for the answer by flipping through the books. He almost flipped through the 4 books and finally picked out 2 names that Su Changqing reluctantly nodded his head. The eldest daughter was named Li Zipei, which was taken from the Book of Songs, Qingqing Zipei, lingering in my thoughts. The second son was named Li Ji, which meant handsome horse. After sending the names of the 2 children to the Zongjing Temple for registration, Li Wanyu considered that he had completed the task and concentrated on playing with the 2 children. Since the 2 children were born, they had never seen him as a father. Naturally, they were not close to him. Every time Li Wanyu wanted to carry his children, all he got in return was his daughter and son crying loudly, making him look very miserable. Li Wanyu could only shamelessly walk around in front of his children, trying to get familiar with them as soon as possible. It had to be said that Li Wanyu was actually somewhat biased towards girls. Of the 2 children, his daughter was always his precious daughter, his biological daughter, and his son was a stinky brat. After all, the daughter was a little cotton-padded jacket, a lover from a previous life. As for the son, well, he was probably an enemy from a previous life and wanted to take revenge in this life. Under Li Wanyu's efforts, it took him 2 to 3 days to finally make the 2 children, who were just learning to speak, accept his existence. Li Wanyu was so happy that he carried his daughter around the residence every day. Su Changqing was also so angry that his teeth itched. This was because this fellow actually only carried his daughter and was never willing to carry his son. A daughter slave, like Li Wanyu, could not be more normal in later generations, but in the eyes of the Tang people, it was somewhat shocking. Even though Pai Lupi doted on his daughter, in terms of the status of the few legitimate children in his heart, Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Li Ji were naturally more important. In the eyes of the old butler Li Heng and the others, the future master of the king of Qin's mansion was Xiaolang, Li Ji, and the young lady, Li Zipei, would get married sooner or later. Naturally, it was impossible for her to become the master of the king of Qin's mansion. Li Wanyu did not care what others thought. In short, he doted on Aji to the point that even Chang'e, Perrin, and Aphrodite were slightly jealous. For several months, Li Wanyu did not care about what was going on in the outside world. He hid in his king of Qin's mansion leisurely and was not even willing to set foot in Chang'an City. During this period, he officially took Perrin as his concubine. Back then, the little girl had just become someone's wife. Li Wanyu enjoyed the blessing of having 2 wives. As for Chang'e, Li Wanyu was not so perverted. Naturally, he did not dare to provoke this little girl. Although Chang'e was nominally his princess consort, no matter what, he had to wait for at least a few years before Li Wanyu dared to do such a beastly thing. Otherwise, Su Changqing would definitely fight him to the death. If the days continued like this, Li Wanyu would not be tired of it. But the trees wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. Li Wanyu hid in Dingzhou village and did not see outsiders, but trouble came knocking on his door. And this time, the one who caused trouble was his eldest disciple, Ma Zhou. Chapter 1056. Ever since the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, when Pai Lupi killed Li Jiansheng and forced his father, Li Yuan, to abdicate, the relationship between the father and son had become very strange. There was only one chair who didn't want to sit on it. After Li Yuan, the retired emperor, was forced to abdicate. Although he lived in the Taiji Palace and was served with good food and drink, he was the only one who knew the grievances in his heart. Although Pai Lupi often went to Li Yuan's palace to greet him, in reality, The conflict between Li Yuan and Pai Lupi had long been difficult to reconcile. There was no such thing as a father-son relationship. Pai Lupi was ruthless enough to kill his brother, but he was also not a kind person. In front of imperial power, there was no such thing as a personal invitation. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, in order to win the hearts of the people and to show his filial piety to the world, he was respectful to Li Yuan on the surface. At the very least, in Li Yuan's sleeping palace, there was no lack of all kinds of stunning beauties. In history, between Li Yuan's abdication and his death in the 9th year of Jingguan, Li Yuan had given Pai Lupi more than 30 younger brothers and sisters in just 9 years. He was like a human seeding machine. Pai Lupi would also invite Li Yuan to attend some important occasions, acting like a filial son in front of all the officials and officials. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Li Wanyu. He knew all kinds of dirty things in the imperial family and had no intention of getting involved. After he returned from the grasslands of the North Desert, he even asked Pai Lupi to resign from the title of King of Qin, but he was rejected by Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu knew his own weight. He only wanted to be a rich and idle person and live out his life well. He had no intention of getting involved in court politics. He was inexplicably conferred the title of King of Qin by Pai Lupi. It was not a good thing for his status to suddenly rise so high. After he returned to Chang'an City, he had been hiding in Dingzhou village. Apart from his laziness, it was also to avoid taboos. Originally, he was just a lowly prefectural duke, so he could speak and do things without any restrictions. However, after being conferred the title of Prince of Qin, Li Wanyu felt uneasy. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and cause Pai Lupi to be wary. Accompanying a monarch was like accompanying a tiger. This was not a joke. Although Li Wanyu and Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, had always had a harmonious relationship, and Pai Lupi even cared for him a lot. Who could guarantee this kind of thing? Li Chengxian was Pai Lupi's son and had been made the crown prince since he was young. But when the Pai Lupi's throne was threatened, what could Li Chengxian do? Li Wanyu did not think that his position in Pai Lupi's heart was higher than Li Chengxian's. Now that the emperor and his minister were so harmonious, it was only because Li Wanyu had shown outstanding talent, was young, and did not have a high status. He was not a threat to Pai Lupi at all. In addition, Pai Lupi was now in the prime of his life, so he would not be suspicious of him. However, Li Wanyu also knew that as Pai Lupi grew older, he would do a lot of foolish things. He now had a big family with sons and daughters, so Li Wanyu did not dare to gamble, nor could he afford to gamble. Therefore, after returning from the grasslands of the North Desert, Li Wanyu made up his mind to speak less and do less in the future. He would try his best to eliminate his presence in the imperial court and just be a rich and idle king. However, it was still the same saying. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Li Wanyu wanted to calm down, but his eldest disciple, Ma Zhou, had caused him trouble that was neither too big nor too small. In history, in the 8th year of Jingguan, Ma Zhou, who was then the imperial censor, wrote a memorial to Pai Lupi, asking Pai Lupi to build a palace north of Taiji Palace for the retired emperor, Li Yuan, to serve the retired emperor and enjoy his old age. This was the famous Daming Palace in the history of the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi, in order to show to the world that he and Li Yuan were filial, nodded and agreed to this matter. At first, this palace was named Yong and Palace, and in the 9th year of Jingguan, it was renamed Daming Palace. However, at that time, the Tang dynasty was not very strong. In addition, 1 year after the construction of Daming Palace, Li Yuan suddenly died of illness. Pai Lupi ordered the construction of Daming Palace to be suspended. It was not until Li Ji ascended the throne that the construction of Daming Palace was restarted after 28 years. In the 3rd year of Longshuo, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji, moved from Taiji Palace to Daming Palace. From then on, the political center of the Tang dynasty changed from Taiji Palace to Daming Palace. Logically speaking, although the current financial situation of the Tang dynasty was not very good, Pai Lupi wanted to build Daming Palace to show filial respect to Li Yuan, so no one could say no. However, The problem was that this matter was not proposed by Pai Lupi, but by Ma Zhou. As a result, they had poked a hornet's nest. Unlike in history, when Ma Zhou, as the imperial censor, wrote a memorial to build Daming Palace, those aristocratic families and the officials of the imperial court were too lazy to participate in this matter. Hence, the matter of building Daming Palace did not cause any waves. However, now that Ma Zhou was Li Wangyou's eldest disciple, whether it was Pai Lupi, the aristocratic families, or the officials of the imperial court, they all treated Ma Zhou as Li Wangyou's direct disciple. They treated his idea as Li Wangyou's idea. After Ma Zhou handed a memorial to Pai Lupi in Taiji Palace, asking to build Daming Palace, instantly caused a huge wave. The aristocratic families could not find an excuse to attack Li Wangyou, but Ma Zhou's memorial gave him a reason. Under the instructions of Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others, the aristocratic family officials crazily wrote memorials to attack Ma Zhou for having evil intentions and deceiving the emperor. In the memorials that the aristocratic family officials handed in, they listed Ma Zhou's various crimes. To a certain extent, the memorials from the aristocratic families were not wrong. Now that the Tang dynasty had just recuperated for a few years, the treasury was slightly full, and it was the time for many things to be done. Now that they had conquered the western regions and the northern desert grassland, they needed a lot of funds from the imperial court. At this time, Ma Zhou actually dared to persuade His Majesty to build a palace. He deserved to die. In the end, it was all about money. According to the contents of Ma Zhou's memorial, the cost of building Daming Palace was naturally a huge astronomical figure. In history, Li Ji and Wu Zetian built Daming Palace. They recruited 100,000 craftsmen and spent the taxes of 15 states. When Moonlight Palace was built, they even stopped giving the officials a month's salary to fund the construction of Moonlight Palace. Later, several generations of Tang emperors also spent a lot of money to repair and expand Daming Palace, which lasted for 100 years. Therefore, it was really difficult to calculate how much money was spent to build Daming Palace. In short, it was an astronomical figure that was difficult to calculate. Not to mention the aristocratic families used this to attack Ma Zhou and Li Wangyou. In fact, even Feng Xianling, Gao Shilian, and others did not agree with spending a lot of money to build this palace. It's just that everyone was worried about Pai Lupi and Li Wangyou's face, so they didn't follow and hit them when they were down, but they also kept their mouths shut and didn't help either side. Pai Lupi was also a little hesitant. On the one hand, he felt that it was indeed right to build a new palace for his father, Li Yuan. On the other hand, he was also a little distressed about the money. Over the years, the imperial family had done business with Li Wangyou and earned a lot of gold and copper coins. He also felt a little distressed about using all this money to build a palace. But if he supported the aristocratic families, then Pai Lupi would definitely not be willing. So he simply did not express his opinion and let Ma Zhou and the other aristocratic family officials argue. Li Wangyou's disciples would definitely help Ma Zhou. Whether it was Yin Libin, Lu Ringui, or Shang Wanyi, they stood firmly behind Ma Zhou and supported him. As a result, the court became more and more lively, and it was noisy every day. Pai Lupi also had a headache about this, so he simply issued a decree and ordered people to run to Dingzhou village in Hu County and drag out Li Wangyou, who was living peacefully in Qinhuang's mansion, and order him to come to the court to solve this matter. Tomorrow, I will go out with my friends for 2 days. Although I brought my mobile phone and Bluetooth keyboard, I may not have time to write. If I don't update, then this old man is asking for leave. Chapter 1057. After Li Wangyou finally figured out what happened in the imperial court, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With regards to Ma Zhou's memorial, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. If he had nothing better to do, why did he get involved in the imperial court's affairs? Who cares if Pai Lupi is filial to me? What does it have to do with you? If Ma Zhou wasn't in front of him, Li Wangyou would have the urge to beat him up. In Li Wangyou's opinion, he did not support the construction of the Daming Palace. Li Yuan wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Even if he could, how could the huge Taiji Palace not be enough for Pai Lupi and his family? Wasn't building the Daming Palace with the blood and sweat of the people of the Tang dynasty? Weren't the people of the Tang dynasty the ones working hard? That bastard Ma Zhou actually wrote a memorial to urge Pai Lupi to build the palace. He really didn't know his own name. Actually, Li Wanyu also remembered this matter in his heart. He also had plans to find time to find Ma Zhou and give him a warning. He wanted to warn him not to rashly submit a letter to Li Er next year. After all, in history, Ma Zhou only wrote a memorial to Pai Lupi in the 8th year of Jingguan era to ask for the construction of the Daming Palace. In the end, for some reason, Ma Zhou wrote a memorial to Pai Lupi a year earlier, which caught Li Wanyu unprepared. He fiercely scolded Ma Zhou a few times, then sat back at his desk with a bitter face, thinking about how to clean up Ma Zhou's mess. After all, he was Ma Zhou's teacher, so he had to take care of this matter. But how to take care of it gave him a headache. Supporting Ma Zhou's memorial and Pai Lupi's construction of the Daming Palace was something that Li Wanyu couldn't get over in his heart. Even if Pai Lupi stopped working in the future, wouldn't that little brat Li Ji and Mei Nyang continue to build the palace? Recruit 100,000 craftsmen. What couldn't those craftsmen do? Why did they have to build a palace for the emperor? The evil feudal ruling class. He complained in his heart, forgetting that he, Li Wanyu, was now part of the feudal ruling class, and in terms of nobility, he was the one with the highest rank. But if he didn't support Ma Zhou, not only would it be unreasonable, but he also wouldn't be able to explain it to Pai Lupi. What's more, he didn't want the aristocratic families to be complacent. For a moment, Li Wanyu was really worried. He didn't know what to do in the imperial court tomorrow. While he was worrying, Su Changqing and Chang'e each carried a child into the study, chatting and laughing. Seeing his sad face, they couldn't help but be curious. "Husband, what's going on? Why are you so worried?" Under Li Wanyu's signal, Chang'e handed little Aji to him and asked. Li Wanyu let out a long sigh. He recounted the events of the day when Pai Lupi sent someone to deliver the edict, when Ma Zhou entered the memorial to build the new palace, as well as the various events that transpired in the court. "Chang'e, do you think that bastard Ma Zhou has nothing better to do? Why did he urge your father to build a stupid palace?" Chang'e didn't understand these imperial court matters, and she didn't know how to answer. After all, she was just a little girl. Su Changqing, on the other hand, glared at Li Wanyu angrily. "Why are you swearing in front of the child?" Li Wanyu finally reacted. He quickly lowered his head and teased his daughter in his arms. "Aji didn't hear it, right? Come, call me father. Father." Between a pair of children, Li Wanyu obviously preferred his daughter. Su Changqing was too lazy to complain about this daughter-slave. He directly stuffed his son, Badger, into Li Wanyu's arms. "If you continue to be so biased, be careful that Badger won't take care of you when he grows up. How dare he? I'll beat him to death." Li Wanyu couldn't help but stare. Su Changqing rolled his eyes at him and was too lazy to say anything more. He reached out and picked up the copy of Ma Zhou's memorial from the desk and read it. After a long while, Su Changqing suddenly said without rhyme or reason, "Wanyu, it seems that real estate development is very profitable, right?" Profitable? Li Wanyu was a little dumbfounded. He didn't understand Su Changqing's meaning. This was the Tang dynasty, not the later generations. How could real estate make money? Su Changqing said without rhyme or reason, "I heard that there are more and more merchants and officials in Chang and city now. The houses near Taiji Palace in the north of the city are also getting more and more expensive. Wanyu, if we want to sell the house in Kaihua Square now, it will be much more expensive than when you bought it, right?" Su Changqing's words were like a bolt of lightning that suddenly illuminated Li Wanyu's eyes. He suddenly stood up. "Changqing, what do you mean?" "Humph, think about it yourself. Sister Chang'e, let's go." After saying this, Su Changqing pulled Chang'e out of the door, leaving Li Wanyu holding his son and daughter and excitedly pacing in the study. In this case, it seems to be very promising. After thinking for a while, Li Wanyu had an idea. After kissing his daughter and son fiercely, he called the maidservants and handed the children to them. He returned to the study, found a pen and paper, and began to write and draw. The next day, before dawn, Aphrodite and Perrin, who had served their master in bed last night, carefully woke him up. After washing him up and changing him into his court robes, he got on the four-wheeled carriage under the protection of Niu Wu and the other officers of the mansion and sped towards Chang'an City. Li Wanyu had to attend the morning court today. After entering the imperial city, Li Wanyu smiled and greeted a group of familiar big shots. He still bowed and greeted them with the etiquette of a junior. When he saw Yu Shernan arrive, he hurriedly trotted forward and carefully supported the old man. Regardless of whether it was Yu Shernan or the other officials, they were all gratified that Li Wanyu, the Duke of Qin, was still as close to people as before despite his noble title. Zio, I'm afraid there will be many waves in court today. You must remember to be careful. Yu Shernan kindly reminded. Li Wanyu smiled. Rest assured, Duke Yu, I know what to do. Oh, what do you plan to do? Do you have any use for old me? Buddha says, I can't say. Ha! Li Wanyu smiled and kept him in suspense. These were the same words he had said to Yu Shernan when he first met him. Yu Shernan examined Li Wanyu from head to toe with his slightly dim old eyes. Then, a grin appeared on his face. This young prince whom he had met at the crossroads of Hu County was indeed the same young man from back then. He hadn't changed at all. Li Wanyu supported Yu Shernan and walked towards the rows of officials. Ma Zhou, Yin Libin, Lu Wenge, Shang Wanyi, and the others silently walked to Li Wanyu's side and bowed. Teacher, I've caused trouble for you. Ma Zhou was ashamed. He also didn't expect that a memorial would cause such a stir in the capital. Pai Lupi had summoned Li Wanyu to court for this matter. In fact, Ma Zhou and the others had rushed to Dingzhou village yesterday to pay respects to their teacher, but they were refused entry. Li Wanyu had ordered people to chase them away. Li Wanyu was naturally angry. He felt that his disciple, no matter what, should have the country and the people in his heart. What was the point of meddling in the affairs of the imperial family? Moreover, Ma Zhou's memorial to build the Daming Palace was too much of a flattery to Pai Lupi. Therefore, how could Li Wanyu not be angry? After hearing Ma Zhou's words, Li Wanyu rolled his eyes to the sky. Oh, isn't this Imperial Censor Ma? What are you saying? Imperial Censor Ma is wholeheartedly serving the public. How did you cause trouble for me? His words scared Ma Zhou so much that his face turned white. His knees went soft, and he directly knelt in front of Li Wanyu. Teacher, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please punish me. Ma Zhou was really scared at this time. Chapter 1058. In history, Ma Zhou had only become the head of the Secretariat in the 18th year of Zhengguan's reign. In other words, he was one of the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty. The current Ma Zhou was merely an insignificant imperial censor. He did not have any authority to speak of. In fact, Yin Libin, Lu Renge, Shang Wanyi, and the other disciples were all like this. However, compared to the many officials of the capital in Chang, and they were unremarkable. Even though Yin Libin's rank was relatively high, he was only an official of an unpopular yamen. He did not have any authority. However, Li Wanyu's disciples had a very special status within Chang'an. In particular, after Li Wanyu had been conferred the title of Prince of Qin and received news that he had not perished in the desert, Ma Zhou and the others were revered within Chang'an. Even those officials whose ranks were far higher than Ma Zhou, Lu Ringue, and Shang Wanyi were courteous upon seeing them, not daring to offend them in the slightest. There was no need to explain the reason. It was because behind them was the great backing of Li Wanyu. Everyone knew how much Li Er valued and doted on his nephew, Li Wanyu. Not only had he bestowed his own title, the Prince of Qin, upon Li Wanyu's marriage, even Princess Changle had married into the Prince of Qin's household, becoming one of Li Wanyu's consorts. Even though Li Wanyu kept a low profile, he could not resist the reverence that the officials of the capital had for him. With Li Wanyu not appearing, Ma Zhou and the other disciples instead received all sorts of flattery. Even the officials from aristocratic families did not dare to lightly provoke them. After all, the aristocratic families, led by the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, had suffered too many losses at the hands of Li Wanyu. Even the clan heads of the aristocratic families did not want to lightly offend Li Wanyu. Naturally, these officials from aristocratic families had no choice but to retreat. After hearing too much flattery, it was inevitable that Ma Zhou and the others would become somewhat arrogant. They dared to argue with the aristocratic officials in Taiji Palace because they had the confidence to face off against their teacher, the Prince of Qin, Li Wangyu. Otherwise, how could they have the right to speak in such a large Taiji palace? Yesterday, Ma Zhou and the others rushed to Dingzhou village and requested to see their teacher, but they were directly rejected. This was something that had never happened before, and they immediately felt that something was wrong. Recalling their actions during this period of time, everyone, including Ma Zhou, broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that they were a little too flamboyant. Therefore, when they wanted to apologize to Li Wangyu in the morning court assembly, they were frightened by Li Wangyu's words and knelt on the ground, not daring to say anything. If they really angered their master and were expelled from the sect, they would really be finished. The saliva of the people of the world could drown them. If they didn't have the protection of their teacher, Li Wangyu, those aristocratic family officials would probably immediately surround them and devour them until not even their bones were left. "Teacher, we were wrong. Please punish us." Ma Zhou and the others didn't dare to argue and could only lower their heads and beg for mercy. Xianxia was actually dissatisfied with the actions of Ma Zhou and the others during this period of time, but because of Li Wangyu's face, he didn't say anything and didn't help either side in the court. At this moment, seeing Ma Zhou and the others in this state, the old man couldn't bear to see them like this. He advised, "Zio, it's better not to blame them anymore. Speaking of which, as a teacher, you also have a responsibility. Who told you to go to the Western Desert North for 2 years? It's normal for them to make some mistakes because of your lack of discipline. Young and frivolous, haha, young and frivolous." Xianxia had forgotten that in terms of age, Li Wangyu was the youngest teacher. Among his disciples, even the youngest, Xianxia, was a few years older than Li Wangyu. It was just that Li Wangyu had always been a monster, so Xianxia had long forgotten that he had just reached the age of 20. Li Wangyu glared at Ma Zhou and the others. Since Master Yu has pleaded for you today, I will give you another chance. If there's a next time, don't blame me for expelling you from the sect." "Yes, we dare not disobey." Ma Zhou and the others heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Li Wangyu and Xianxia. "However, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. You bastards, within 10 days, each of you will copy the Analects of Confucius 100 times. This will be your punishment." When Ma Zhou and the others heard this, their faces instantly darkened. The Analects of Confucius was about 10,000 words, so copying it 100 times would be more than 1,000,000 words. If they wanted to copy it in 10 days, their hands would be crippled. Ma Zhou, Yin Libin, Lu Ying, Xianxia, and the others looked at each other, but could only obediently nod and agree. Without a doubt, if they wanted to copy 1,000,000 words in 10 days, they would not need to think about sleeping during this period of time. After Li Wangyu had finished teaching his disciples a lesson, it was time to go to the imperial court. With his current status, going to the imperial court would definitely be his first priority. This was the etiquette of the imperial court, so Li Wangyu could not decline. He could only walk to the front of the hundreds of officials and lead the civil and military officials to the imperial court. After Li Wangyu appeared, the aristocratic officials also secretly shouted and made up their minds that no matter what, they would make the king of Qin suffer today. In short, they had the right to do so. These few days, through the mouths of the aristocratic families, intentionally or unintentionally adding fuel to the fire, had already caused an uproar in the city. Ma Zhou, the instigator, had attracted a lot of criticism in the streets. Even the citizens of Chang and knew what it meant when the emperor wanted to build a new palace. The wool came from the sheep's back, so how could they not be afraid? Fortunately, the officials did not know that in the future, Wu Meinyang had even stopped paying the salaries of the officials in the capital in order to build the Ming Palace. Otherwise, these officials would probably want to strangle Ma Zhou to death. If not for Li Wangyu's high prestige in the streets, there would probably be people throwing rotten eggs and vegetables at Ma Zhou's residence. Actually, Ma Zhou now regretted it. He regretted that he had written a memorial to ask Pai Lupi to build a new palace. But he was also riding a tiger and could not back down. Now, he could only pray that his teacher, Li Wangyu, had the ability to help him resolve this matter. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi ascended the throne amidst the greetings of the officials. After the ceremony, the palace suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Li Wangyu, who was in the front row of the hundreds of officials. Even Pai Lupi was the same. He looked at Li Wangyu with burning eyes. Li Wangyu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone. He could only rub his nose helplessly and cough lightly. He walked forward and said in a clear voice, "Reporting to your majesty, I, Li Wangyu, have something to report." "Report it." "I heard that Censor Ma Zhou had once reported to your majesty to build a new palace for the retired emperor. I think this is inappropriate." After Li Wangyu said that it was inappropriate, the originally quiet palace immediately burst into a clamor. It was as lively as the busiest market in Chang'an. The faces of Ma Zhou and the others instantly turned pale, their faces drained of all color. The aristocratic officials, on the other hand, looked pleased. If Li Wangyu abandoned his disciples in order to protect himself, then Li Wangyu's reputation as the king of Qin would also be ruined. Who would dare to get close to such a person if he could abandon his own disciples at will? Even Fang Xianling and Gao Shirlian frowned. They looked at Li Wangyu with puzzlement. Pai Lupi frowned even more. "Zio, what do you mean by this? I played for 2 days during National Day. Today I will make up for it." Chapter 1059. In everyone's opinion, even if Li Wangyu did not approve of his disciples' memorial, he should not have made such a statement in public. His words were equivalent to sentencing Ma Zhou and the others to death. Even he, the teacher, said that it was inappropriate. What else could Ma Zhou and the others argue? The crimes that the aristocratic families had previously accused Ma Zhou and the others would fall on them. Even if Pai Lupi wanted to protect Ma Zhou and the others, he had to consider the attitude of the civil and military officials in the court. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only shed tears and punish Ma Su and the others. When the noise in the main hall subsided, Li Wangyu smiled and said again, "Your Majesty, Censor Ma's memorial is indeed inappropriate. Although the Tang dynasty is growing stronger and stronger, and we have the kingdoms of the western region and the northern desert grassland under our rule, it would be difficult for us to take out a large amount of gold and copper coins to build a new palace for the retired emperor. Moreover, your Majesty is a wise ruler. You are expanding the territory and serving the people. You should consider letting the Great China and all the kingdoms come to court. If your Majesty were to build this new palace, no matter how magnificent it is, how would it compare to the Yapang Palace of the first emperor? Why should your Majesty repeat the mistakes of the Great Qin dynasty?" Li Wangyu's words were not polite at all. Pai Lupi was so angry that his face darkened. In fact, although Ma Zhou was the one who submitted the memorial regarding the construction of the Daming Palace, Ma Zhou was also hinted by Pai Lupi to submit the memorial. Pai Lupi's purpose was very simple. He wanted to show his filial piety to Li Yuan in front of the world. To put it bluntly, it was just a political show. Therefore, when Li Yuan died, Pai Lupi immediately ordered to stop the construction of the Daming Palace. As for Li Ji, that brat who later started to rebuild the Daming Palace, it was because he disliked the old Tai Chi Palace and wanted to enjoy himself. His purpose was completely different from Pai Lupi's. Pai Lupi actually did not care much about the luxuries of an emperor. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the Taiji Palace all this time. This was Li Wangyu. He was actually in the main hall, in front of all the officials, criticizing him for forgetting the first emperor's Yapang Palace. How could he not be angry? In the Yapang Palace, Xianxia had burned it down, and it was nowhere to be found. Li Wangyu's words were clearly saying that Pai Lupi couldn't love the people, couldn't seek long-term peace, ignored the lessons of history, and indulged in sensual pleasures. That was why he rose to power. This was simply pointing at a monk and scolding a bald donkey. No matter how much Pai Lupi thought highly of Li Wangyu, no matter how much he doted on him, he was so agitated that it was difficult for him to control himself. His anger was about to explode. Before he could say anything, Li Wanyu added fuel to the fire for Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I have recently written a poem about the Epang Palace. I wonder if Your Majesty is interested in hearing it? Pai Lupi's face turned even darker. He said coldly, everyone knows that King Qin's literary talent is the best in the world. Since King Qin has a new work, why don't you recite it so that I can appreciate it too? He did not even call Li Wanyu by his courtesy name. He directly called him King Qin. One could see how angry he was. Li Wanyu ignored him completely. He smiled and nodded at Pai Lupi. Then, he raised his voice and recited it loudly. The 6 kings are complete. The 4 seas are won. Mount Shu is born. Epang is born. It covers more than 300 miles, isolates the sun and the sky. Every 5 steps, there is a building. Every 10 steps, there is a pavilion. Following Li Wanyu's recitation, the Taiji Palace became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and listened attentively to Li Wanyu reciting this poem. Dumu's Epang Palace Ode had been passed down through the ages. There was no need to talk about its literary talent. Li Wanyu shamelessly plagiarized it again. This truly shocked all the civil and military officials of the court, as well as Pai Lupi in the hall. The magnificent description vividly portrayed the grandeur of Epang Palace, fully demonstrating the grandeur of the time. Everyone was fascinated by it. Even Pai Lupi's expression softened. He was almost about to clap his hands and cheer. But just as everyone was fascinated by it, Li Wanyu changed the topic. He began to recite the 3rd section of the Epang Palace Ode. Sigh. The heart of one person is the heart of 10,000 people. Qin loves extravagance, but people also miss their home. Alas, the one who destroyed the 6 countries was the 6 countries, not Qin. The people of Qin did not have time to mourn, but the later generations mourned. The later generations mourned, but did not reflect, but also caused the later generations to mourn the later generations. This was a profound judgment. The historical lesson was described in detail and thought-provoking. It was a warning for the later generations, but also a feeling of concern for the country and its people. But these words, in Pai Lupi's ears, were extremely ironic. After Li Wanyu finished reciting the several hundred words of Epang Palace Ode, the Taiji Palace Ode was so quiet that it was suffocating. Whether it was the officials of the aristocratic families, Fang Xianling or Gao Shilian, none of them dared to make a sound. They were afraid of angering Pai Lupi on the throne and inviting trouble to themselves. But the eyes of the aristocratic family officials were filled with excitement. They felt that Li Wanyu was simply seeking his own death. To recite such a magnificent masterpiece in the air, it was completely rubbing Li Er's face on the ground, rubbing it against his face again and again. If Pai Lupi did not severely punish Li Wanyu today, where would his dignity as an emperor be? Ma Zhou and the others, at this moment, were ashen-faced. Their hands and feet could not help but tremble. Their division master was courting death. Ma Zhou wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to think about Pai Lupi's thoughts? Why did he have to follow Pai Lupi's hint and submit the memorial? If he could, he would rather see Li Wanyu be punished. Even if he was sent to the censoriate's prison, he would not complain. Pai Lupi on the throne, at this moment, was on the verge of exploding. Even if he was an emperor, to be ridiculed by Li Wanyu with such a masterpiece, he could not tolerate it. Li Er could imagine that this Epang Ode to Palace would definitely be passed down through the ages, and accompanying it would be his heroic reputation. He would also be labeled as someone who indulged in sensual pleasures, and it would be passed down through the ages. This was something that Pai Lupi, who had always prided himself as a wise emperor and wanted to leave his name in history, could not tolerate. But just as Pai Lupi's balloon was about to burst, Li Wanyu spoke again. Your Majesty, what do you think of this Epang Palace Ode ? Good. Very good. Very good. Pai Lupi's cold voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. His gaze towards Li Wanyu was even colder than before. If looks could kill, Li Wanyu's body would have been riddled with holes by now. Li Wanyu did not see Pai Lupi's extremely ugly expression at all. He continued, minding his own business. The lesson of the Qin people should be taken as a warning. Therefore, this new palace cannot be repaired by His Majesty. The court cannot be repaired, but, just as Pai Lupi was about to explode, Li Wanyu changed the topic, but, I can repair it. Nanny? Li Wanyu's sudden change of topic almost broke the waist of Pai Lupi and the officials in Taiji Palace. What did this guy just say? The new palace cannot be repaired by His Majesty. But he can? What did this mean? Li Wanyu did not wait for the crowd to react and continued. Your Majesty, as a member of the imperial family, the retired emperor is also my elder. Being filial to the retired emperor is also my duty. Therefore, as the ruler of the Tang dynasty, Your Majesty should set an example and put the country first. But I do not have such considerations. Furthermore, I am quite wealthy. Why don't I invest in the construction of a new palace? After Li Wanyu finished speaking, everyone, including Pai Lupi, almost forgot to breathe. Chapter 1060. Pai Lupi felt that his brain was not enough today. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears and that he was having auditory hallucinations. In the Taiji Palace, in front of the officials, Li Wanyu, this bastard, first threw out the famous poem Ipang Ode to the Palace, which made him spit on his face. Then, without waiting for him to explode in anger, this guy took a turn and shamelessly said that he would be responsible for all the costs of building the new palace. Pai Lupi took a deep breath, stabilized his mind that was about to explode, and asked, Ziyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how much the new palace covers? How much do you need to spend? How much property do you have? Can you build a new palace for the retired emperor? The Daming Palace was the political center of the Tang dynasty. In the 200 years after its construction, there were 17 Tang emperors who handled the court affairs here. The Daming Palace, after being completed, covered an area of 2 million square meters. In contrast, the Forbidden City of the later generations only covered an area of 720,000 square meters. In other words, the Daming Palace was equivalent to 4 Forbidden City. Of course, the Daming Palace was not so huge from the beginning. Even if Pai Lupi wanted to show filial piety to his father, he was not crazy enough to do so. The scale of the Daming Palace was obtained through the continuous reconstruction, expansion, and renovation of the Tang emperors. Of course, the construction of a new palace was not started by Ma Zhou and Pai Lupi, because the Taiji Palace had been in disrepair for a long time. In fact, including Pai Lupi, the imperial court also had plans to build a new palace. The Ministry of Works also had plans for this, including where the new palace would be built and how large it would be. It was just that the construction of the new palace would cost a lot of money, so the plan was just a plan, and there was no official plan to start construction. It could be said that if the construction of a new palace was started, the entire Tang dynasty would have to tighten their belt. The huge financial pressure was also the reason why Pai Lupi immediately stopped the construction of the Daming Palace when Li Yuan died. Under such circumstances, Li Wanyu actually dared to boast shamelessly that he would fund the construction of a new palace for Li Yuan. If this wasn't crazy, then what was? Pai Lupi knew that Li Wanyu's net worth was not small. He might even be richer than the royal treasury. But even so, to support the construction of such a huge new palace was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Li Wanyu was indifferent to Pai Lupi's question. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, I have a gift for Your Majesty. I hope that Your Majesty will accept it. Pai Lupi was getting more and more confused about what he was trying to do. He could only nod his head in agreement. Li Wanyu gestured to me to awe. Soon, 2 servants walked into the hall with a scroll in their hands. Everyone in the hall was getting more and more curious. They didn't understand what Li Wanyu was trying to do. With Pai Lupi's permission, the 2 servants slowly unrolled the scroll and presented it to Pai Lupi and the officials. On the scroll, palaces and pavilions appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The hall was quiet for a few breaths of time. Then, it became noisy again. Which palace is depicted in this painting? It's so grand and magnificent. A pavilion every 5 steps, a pavilion every 10 steps. Could this be the Pang Palace? The 2 rivers melt and flow into the palace walls. Long bridges lie on the waves, not clouds and dragons. This really is the Apang Palace in the Apang Palace Ode written by the King of Qin. Wait, that's not right. The architectural style in this painting is not the Qin style. It is the architectural style of our Tang dynasty. Yin Libin and his elder brother, Yin Lide, were the great general and junior supervisor respectively. After seeing this scroll, they didn't even care about the etiquette of the imperial court. Without Li Er's permission, they stumbled over to the scroll and began to carefully examine it. Pai Lupi also couldn't help but stand up from his throne. He walked down the royal steps and carefully examined the scroll. Zio, could this be the blueprint of a new palace that you drew? Combined with what Li Wanyu had said before, Pai Lupi already had some guesses. However, he couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi couldn't stay calm. The scroll that Li Wanyu had drawn showed the palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions. It was too exquisite. A paradise on earth, a jade palace. This was Pai Lupi's admiration for the palaces in the painting. Without waiting for Li Wanyu to answer, Yin Libin immediately answered, "Your Majesty, it can't be wrong. This must be the new palace drawn by the teachers. This should be the front court, and this should be the inner court, inside and outside, platforms, halls, pavilions, everything is there." Yin Libin was indeed the designer of the Daming Palace in history. Although Li Wanyu had drawn the scroll, he only looked at it for a moment and accurately identified the key points. Li Wanyu smiled pretentiously and nodded. He pointed at the scroll and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that the new palace is called Yangon Palace. I don't think it's very appropriate. The Book of Songs, Dia said, King Wen had great virtue, so he was King Wu who answered the heavens. King Wen and King Wu inherited each other. Their virtue grew, so they were called Daming. I think that the new palace should be called Daming Palace. What do you think, Your Majesty?" What he said was actually the origin of the name of the Daming Palace in history. It meant that he used King Zhou's diligence and wisdom as an example to encourage himself. Of course, Pai Lupi didn't know the origin of the Daming Palace that Li Wanyu mentioned. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was very reasonable and couldn't help but applaud. "Good. Ziyu's words are exactly what I want. Daming Palace. Good. If the new palace is built, it will be called Daming Palace. Your Majesty is wise." The pretentious plagiarist didn't have any psychological burden. He bowed and flattered Pai Lupi. After flattering Pai Lupi a little, Li Wanyu pointed at the painting and said, "Your Majesty, please look. This is the painting of the Daming Palace that I drew. This is the front court. Your Majesty can hold court meetings here in the future to deal with court affairs. I took the initiative to name the palaces of the front court as Hanyuan Palace, Political Announcing Palace, and Zichen Palace. This is the inner court's supreme liquid pool." In fact, Li Wanyu didn't know what the real Daming Palace looked like. After all, the Daming Palace had been destroyed in the long river of history. Even in the future, the Daming Palace National Ruins Park was built in Xin. He had even seen the virtual reconstruction of the Daming Palace when he was traveling. However, that was only the argument and speculation made by the historians of the future based on the ruins of the Daming Palace. Therefore, the painting of the Daming Palace that he drew was completely based on his imagination. There was no actual basis. However, even if it was based on Li Wanyu's imagination, the painting was enough to make everyone gasp in amazement. There was only one reason. It was big enough and grand enough. For example, the Taiji Palace's Taiji Palace was 3 meters tall. Then, Li Wanyu set the Hanyuan Palace of the Daming Palace to be 6 meters tall. The entire palace was leaning against the blue sky. It was tall and majestic, and it was breathtaking. That was not all. In the painting that Li Wanyu drew, there was a palace that was 7 to 8 floors high. He even pointed out to Pai Lupi that it was the Yin and Yang Palace that was specially designed for Pai Lupi. In the beginning, Pai Lupi was very excited. However, the more he looked at the painting, the worse his expression became. In the end, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Zio, you are so thoughtful. However, I think that the Daming Palace in your painting can only be built by an immortal." The two brothers, Yin Libin and Yin Lide, nodded silently at the side. They agreed with Pai Lupi's words. Many officials in the Taiji Palace who knew about architecture also shook their heads. Obviously, no one thought that the Daming Palace that Li Wanyu drew could be built by human hands. Other things aside, how could the Yin and Yang Palace, which was dozens of meters tall, be built? One must know that since ancient times in China, other than the Buddhist pagodas, there had never been such a tall building. Chapter 1061. According to the records of Luoyang Temple, the pagoda of Yongning Temple in the Northern Wei Dynasty was 9 stories high, 1,000 feet high, and made of wood. It was the tallest building in ancient Wuxia. Regardless of the authenticity of the records, whether a wooden pagoda could be built to 100 meters high or not, the technical difficulty of building a pagoda was completely different from building a palace. In addition, Huaxia's tradition of using wood as a building material limited the appearance of tall buildings. In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wanyu's smile became even brighter. "Your Majesty, I can definitely build this Daming Palace. There is no problem. Your Majesty, did you forget that I am the direct disciple of the ancestor?" His words made Pai Lupi's eyes brighten. Pai Lupi and the other officials believed that Li Wanyu was the direct disciple of the ancestor. If that was the case, it was not impossible for Li Wanyu to build this new palace. Only Yin Libin, a technical geek, continued to ask after hearing his teacher's words. "Teacher, forgive me for being stupid, but how can a wooden building be built so high? I really don't understand." Li Wanyu smiled. "Libin, why must it be built with wood? Why can't it be built with bricks?" Teacher, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. How can bricks be used to build a palace?" Yin Libin was still thinking about it. Pai Lupi also looked at Li Wanyu with a questioning gaze. Although he did not understand architecture, he also felt that it was not appropriate to build a new palace with bricks. After all, Huaxia had been accustomed to using wood as a building material since ancient times, and bricks were rarely used. In fact, Huaxia had been accustomed to using wood since ancient times, mainly because there were enough wood resources. Plus, wood was easy to process, convenient to transport, and had a good insulation effect. Huaxia also had the tradition of building a house with stone. "Your Majesty, there is a saying in the book, Zhao Wang was a pioneer of wisdom and asked his disciples to take up his teaching. He built a stone palace and went to his teacher. It can be seen that stone palaces have existed since ancient times, and it is not only made of wood that can make a palace. After all, wood is easy to be damaged. However, if it is built with bricks, I believe that the Ming Palace can last for hundreds or thousands of years." Li Wanyu's words made Pai Lupi very tempted. Looking at the painting in front of him, he was even more tempted. If the palace in the painting could really be built, it must be very magnificent, right? And what moved Pai Lupi the most was that Li Wanyu actually said that he would pay for the construction of Noda's palace. It would be strange if the stingy Pai Lupi didn't feel anything. Pai Lupi had already forgotten that Li Wanyu had used a pang ode to palace to scold him. The more he looked at the painting of the Daming Palace, the more he liked it. "Zio, can you really build such an extravagant new palace? You really don't need me or the imperial court to pay for it." Pai Lupi still didn't believe Li Wanyu's words. Actually, it wasn't just him who didn't believe it. None of the civil and military officials in Taiji Palace believed it. Ma Zhou and the others' eyes were red. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They clenched their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their flesh. In their minds, their teacher must have been prepared to spend all of his family's wealth to build a new palace for His Majesty and the retired emperor in order to clean up their mess. Thinking of this, Ma Zhou wished that he could just let Pai Lupi give the order to beat him to death. He regretted even more that he had been so muddle-headed and impulsive to the imperial court to build a stupid new palace. If he wasn't in the palace, Ma Zhou would have knelt in front of Li Wanyu and cried loudly, begging for his teacher's forgiveness. Yin Li was the junior supervisor of the Directorate of Generals. He knew very well that building a new palace like the one in Li Wanyu's painting wasn't something that a single family's wealth could afford. Even the current imperial court of the Tang dynasty couldn't afford it, let alone his teacher. In his opinion, such a huge project couldn't be completed without at least a few decades. How could Li Wanyu afford it? Li Wanyu was very calm in the face of everyone's doubts. Your Majesty, I am confident that I can build the Daming Palace. It won't take too long, just 1 year. Hiss! Li Wanyu's words caused everyone in Taiji Palace to gasp. Those who were close to Li Wanyu all had worried expressions, while the aristocratic family officials all had joyous expressions after recovering from their shock. Your Highness Duke of Qin, you can't speak carelessly. There are no joking words in the palace. Your Majesty, since the Duke of Qin is so certain, why don't Your Majesty fulfill his filial piety? After the Daming Palace is built, the retired emperor will be able to move in and enjoy his remaining years. Your Majesty, I think His Highness Duke of Qin's words are reasonable. Your Majesty, please grant His Highness Duke of Qin's request. Since His Highness Duke of Qin can build the Daming Palace in 1 year without spending a single coin of the imperial court, why don't Your Majesty fulfill His Highness' filial piety? I second that. Nearly half of the officials in Taiji Palace stood up. How could these aristocratic officials let go of such an opportunity? They didn't wait for Pai Lupi to speak before they all stepped forward to request that Pai Lupi agree to Li Wanyu's request. Their plan was simple. They wanted to put Li Wanyu and Pai Lupi on the fire so that they couldn't go back on their words. No one would believe Li Wanyu's words just now. They all treated it as a stalling tactic, a trick used to divert attention. As long as they could force Pai Lupi to agree to this request. If the Daming Palace wasn't built in 1 year, Duke of Qin Li Wanyu would be guilty of deceiving the emperor. In any case, Li Wanyu had said it himself, so he couldn't blame them for making an issue out of it. Li Wanyu didn't pay attention to the clamor of these aristocratic officials. He only treated them as a swarm of buzzing flies. Everyone knew that Duke of Qin Li Wanyu didn't get along with the aristocratic families. Even if Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the other bigwigs wanted to speak up for Li Wanyu, they didn't know what to say. The bigwigs looked at each other and silently shook their heads. They felt that Li Wanyu had been too rash in today's matter. Pai Lupi was naturally unhappy with the aristocratic officials forcing to abdicate, but he couldn't do anything about it. He simply ignored the officials and turned to look at Li Wanyu. Zio, have you really thought it through? Building a new palace isn't something that can be done with a few 100,000 taels of gold. Your Majesty, what I said before, was it a lie? I can really build the Daming Palace. He dared to say that he could build the Daming Palace in 1 year because he was confident. In history, the construction of the large-scale Daming Palace started in June of the 2nd year of Longsha. When it was completed, it took Li Ji only 4 months of the 3rd year of Longsha. Moreover, he didn't plan to use too much wood. He planned to use bricks and cement to build the new palace. In this way, as long as the cement and bricks were in place and there were enough craftsmen, the construction speed could only be faster. 1 year's time was more than enough. The construction cost wasn't as high as Pai Lupi and the others thought. Of course, Li Wanyu didn't propose to Pai Lupi that he would fund the construction of the Daming Palace just to clean up after Ma Zhou and the others' mess. Li Wanyu didn't have so much money that he didn't know where to spend it. He didn't want to use his own money to build a palace for Li Yuan. Sometimes, spending money wasn't necessarily an opportunity to make money. Chapter 1062. In the face of Li Wanyu's insistence, Pai Lupi could not say anything more. Zio, since you insist, I will agree to your request. The Ministry of Works and the Supervisor of Works will cooperate with you. If you need anything, just tell me. After all, you are building a new palace for the retired emperor. I can't do nothing. After Pai Lupi said this, the aristocratic officials in the hall quieted down. They looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Obviously, they had achieved their goal. However, Li Wanyu was also waiting for Pai Lupi to say this. Your Majesty, I do have one more thing. Oh, then bring it to me. Li Wanyu gestured to me, Tuo again. Then, 2 palace eunuchs walked to the center of the hall with a scroll. The curiosity of Li Heir and the officials was once again piqued. Li Wanyu had personally drawn the majestic and magnificent Daming Palace in the painting just now. Then, what did he draw in this painting? Pai Lupi immediately gestured to the 2 eunuchs to unroll the scroll quickly. After the scroll was unrolled slowly, Pai Lupi could not help but be stunned. On the scroll, it was clearly Chang and city. However, it was different from the ordinary maps of the Tang dynasty. This scroll of Chang and city was drawn with a three-dimensional overlooking method, making people feel as if they were looking down at the earth from the ninth heaven. Pai Lupi had seen this method of drawing before. The map that Li Wanyu presented to Pai Lupi was also drawn with this method. However, it was the first time for Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, to observe the majestic city in such a direct way. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Gao Shilian, the big shots in the imperial court, were also interested at this moment. They walked to the front of the hall and carefully admired the overlooking map of Chang and city with Pai Lupi. Actually, because Li Wanyu was in a hurry, his drawing was not very detailed and was very sloppy. However, the unique perspective made Pai Lupi and the other big shots look at it with great interest. From time to time, they would point at a certain part of the picture and chat happily. The scroll overlooking Chang and city in the hands of the two eunuchs was not fully unfolded. After receiving Li Wanyu's signal, they slowly unrolled the second half of the scroll. When Pai Lupi and the others saw it, they couldn't help but be stunned. Zio, your map of Chang and is not right. To the north of Taiji Palace, why is there an extra wall and inner square? Before the Daming Palace was built, Chang and city of the Tang dynasty was basically a square city. The Taiji Palace was located in the northernmost part of Chang and city. It was backed by the Xuanwu Gate and Xuanda Gate of Waigua City. However, in the bird's-eye view of Chang and city drawn by Li Wanyu, a large area of Chang and city extended to the north, including the unbuilt Daming Palace. The Chang and city he drew turned from a square to a rectangle. The location of Taiji Palace was instead the center of Chang and city. Zio, explain to me, what do you mean by this? Pai Lupi couldn't understand Li Wanyu's thoughts. Your Majesty, now that the Tang dynasty has been peaceful for a long time and the people have been recuperating and multiplying, this is all thanks to your Majesty. Li Wanyu flattered Pai Lupi a little, which made Pai Lupi very happy. However, there are already nearly 1 million people in Chang and city, and the number is increasing day by day. It's not easy to live in Chang and university. Therefore, I would like to ask your Majesty to expand Chang and city while the new Daming Palace is being built. Of course, all the expenses will be borne by me. Your Majesty, please allow me to expand Chang and city and let me handle the sales of those houses. Even though Li Wanyu's voice wasn't loud, it was like a thunderclap that exploded within the hall, and it shook everyone to the point they felt dizzy and flabbergasted, causing them to be at a loss for words. Expand Chang and city? Should this be done? Of course it should. Moreover, such voices had already been heard in the imperial court. Although Chang and city was the largest, most magnificent, and most standardized capital city in the world at that time, it had been 50 to 60 years since the construction began in the 2nd year of the Sui dynasty and the 8th year of Zhengguan era. As Li Wanyu said, Chang and city had begun to become crowded. As the Silk Road trade between the east and west continued to deepen, the east and west cities had long been operating at full capacity. Chang and in Wanyan counties both wanted to expand the east and west cities, but the people living in the surrounding houses were either rich or noble. It was impossible to demolish them. Therefore, this idea was just an idea. In addition to the terrain of Chang and city, the northern part of the city was relatively low. Every summer, it would be unusually hot. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi wanted to build the new palace on higher ground in the northern part of the city. Even those officials and nobles mostly lived near the Taiji Palace. The terrain was also relatively low, and they also had a headache about the hot summer and the humid environment. This was also one of the reasons why Li Wanyu lived in Dingzhou village for a long time and didn't want to return to his mansion in Kaihua Square. However, the cost of expanding Chang and city was an unimaginable astronomical figure in everyone's eyes. It was several times larger than the construction of the Daming Palace. Pai Lupi was stunned for a long time before he said, Zio, did you really think about what you said just now? Do you know how much it will cost to expand Chang and city? Your Majesty, of course I know. Li Wanyu answered with certainty. However, everyone in the hall thought that Li Wanyu had gone crazy. Of course, he wasn't crazy. Instead, he was secretly delighted. The so-called construction of the Daming Palace was just a guise to attract Pai Lupi. The real purpose was to expand Chang'an City. To be more precise, it was to develop real estate. As he said before, real estate in the Tang dynasty was not worth much, but it was divided by location. Lai Hatsnoda House in Hu County was only 30 to 50,000 yuan. However, after Ma Zhou became an official, he wanted to buy a much smaller house in Chang'an City, but he needed more than 100,000 yuan. Location, location, and location. This was the only way to develop real estate at any time. If he only went to the northern part of Chang'an City to expand a new city, no one would be interested. However, if he built the Daming Palace first, then the value of the new city around the Daming Palace would be debatable. Even if the aristocratic families were always intentionally or unintentionally against the imperial power in Pai Lupi, they still needed to have enough social status. Just like how they could live near the Taiji Palace in the northern part of Chang'an City now, living near the Taiji Palace in the future would also reflect the status of these nobles and aristocratic families. How much do you think such a location should be sold for? After being reminded by Su Changqing, Li Wanyu continued to think a lot. To attract the richest people in the Tang dynasty, the location alone was not enough to make him a lot of money. More importantly, he had to provide enough attractive products. Li Wanyu was not worried about this at all. With knowledge more than 2,000 years ahead, it was easy for him to come up with something novel to attract the bumpkins of the Tang dynasty, since the Daming Palace could be built in 10 months in history. Even if it was not the whole thing, it was enough to show that Li Wanyu could do it with bricks. Although this was a bit exaggerated, it was not outrageous. After all, the more people there were, the more power there was. With tens of thousands of craftsmen, whether it was efficiency or speed, it would not be too slow. Chapter 1063. Li Wanyu's words silenced Pai Lupi once again. He was speechless for a long time, but his gaze continued to wander between the two paintings that the Chamberlain had unfolded. Obviously, the two paintings that Li Wanyu had drawn were very tempting to Pai Lupi, but he instinctively refused to believe his nephew's words. Building a huge new palace with the power of one person and expanding it to the size of half of Chang'an City sounded like a fantasy story. It was hard to accept. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wanyu was rich, but no matter how rich he was, Pai Lupi did not think that it was enough to complete these two huge projects. Ziyu, let me think about this carefully. Pai Lupi shook his head and did not immediately agree. But even if Pai Lupi did not agree, how could the officials from the aristocratic families let go of such a good opportunity? In their eyes, since the Duke of Qin, Li Wanyu, was walking further and further down the path of seeking death, they naturally had to give him a push. Wang Ying immediately stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I think that the Duke of Qin's words are very reasonable. Now that the number of citizens in Chang'an City is increasing day by day, it is imperative that we expand Chang'an City. Since the Duke of Qin has the courage and does not need to waste money in the imperial court, why not? Your Majesty should agree to the Duke of Qin's memorial. Minister Wang is right. I second that. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This is beneficial to the citizens and the imperial court. Your Majesty, please agree to the Duke of Qin's memorial. A group of aristocratic family officials chimed in one after another, causing Li Heir to hesitate for a moment. He was unhappy, but he could not refute the words of Wang Ying and the others. Pai Lupi once again looked at Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu smiled and nodded slightly, indicating that this was exactly what he was thinking. Seeing that Li Wanyu was so confident, Pai Lupi had no choice but to follow the will of the people and agree to Li Wanyu. Good. In that case, I will agree to the Duke of Qin's memorial. The construction of the Daming Palace and the expansion of Chang'an City will be handed over to the Duke of Qin. This matter is of great importance, and the Duke of Qin has the right to act at his discretion. Except for money and silk, the imperial court will cooperate with the Duke in everything else. In addition, the construction of the Daming Palace and the expansion of Chang'an and city will be handed over to the Duke of Qin. The Ministry of Works, the craftsmen, laborers, and this year's Guangzhou road workers. Does anyone have any objections? The Pai was to help Li Wangyu. The Duke of the King of Qin City was the Emperor of the Emperor. Lupi, the Pai Lupi, could help Li in terms of manpower. In Guangzhou Road, all the civilian laborers who needed to serve the corvée this year, as well as the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works and the General Supervisor, were all the help that Li could give Li Wangyu. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Wangyu accepted it with a smile. With enough free craftsmen and laborers, his money-making plan seemed to be able to save a lot of expenses. Your Majesty, I will bear all the expenses for the construction of the Daming Palace and the expansion of Chang and city. However, if there are any profits, I wonder. Li Wangyu immediately asked. Once the expansion of half of Chang and city was completed, the profits would be unimaginable. Li Wangyu had to confirm this first. Otherwise, if someone took the peach in the future, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? However, whether it was Pai Lupi or Fang Xianling, they didn't think that the expansion of Chang and city would be profitable. Therefore, after hearing his words, they couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. Pai Lupi was also helpless. He shook his head and sighed. If Zio is capable and can make profits from it, it will all belong to the mansion of the King of Qin. I and the imperial court won't take a single cent. Wang Ying and other aristocratic officials also looked at him as if he were a fool. They smiled but didn't say anything. In their opinion, not to mention how much money it would cost to build the Daming Palace, the cost of the expansion of half of Chang and city and the construction of the outer city walls would be enough to empty the mansion of the King of Qin. It would be a fool's dream to think that he could make profits from it. In fact, their calculation was not wrong. In history, it took the Northern Song dynasty 3 years to build the new capital, Bianliang, which was Kaifeng. The city walls were more than 50 miles long and more than 300,000 laborers were recruited. Then, how many laborers would it take to expand half of Chang and city? Even if the laborers were recruited by the imperial court and didn't need to be paid, there were so many laborers that they had to be fed, right? With so many people, the daily cost of food and drink alone would be a huge figure. Naturally, they were happy to see that Li Wangyu was willing to spend all his money on such a thankless task. Moreover, they didn't believe that Li Wangyu had enough money to build the Daming Palace in Noda within a year. Both sides had their own ideas, but they tacitly agreed on such a big matter at the imperial court meeting. Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict that the construction of a new palace and the expansion of Chang and city would be handed over to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the result. After the imperial court meeting, he declined the invitation of Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and other big shots to stay. He directly led his several disciples back to Dingzhou village. Along the way, Ma Zhou and the others kept silent, but they looked miserable. Ma Zhou, especially, was full of regret. In their opinion, Li Wangyu did this to clean up the mess for them. But how could the disciples not be worried when they had to pay such a big price? Li Wangyu ignored Ma Zhou and the others. After returning to Dingzhou village, he immediately found Su Changqing to report the good news. Changqing, it's done. His Majesty has handed over the construction of the Daming Palace and the expansion of Chang and city to our family. Li Wangyu laughed and picked up his son and daughter. He spun a few rounds excitedly. Aji, Badger, your father is going to make money for you again. You two little fellows are really too lucky. You're born as the second generation of a rich family. Are you happy? Li Wangyu's behavior made Ma Zhou and the others look at each other. They didn't understand what was wrong with their teacher. Although they didn't understand the term rich second generation, they roughly understood the meaning of Li Wangyu's words. What did he mean by making money again? Could it be that there were profits to be made? Ma Zhou hesitated for a while. In the end, he plucked up his courage and asked, Teacher, what did you mean by what you said earlier? Li Wangyu ignored him, minding his own business as he played with his son and daughter. It was Su Changqing who saw the ashamed looks on Ma Zhou and the others' faces and couldn't bear it, so he spoke up and revealed her and Li Wangyu's plan. After understanding Su Changqing's words, Ma Zhou, Yin Libin, and the others looked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Li Wangyu, who was playing with his son and daughter, in disbelief. They would never have thought that their teacher would make use of this to make profits. While Ma Zhou and the others were dumbfounded, the old butler, Li Heng, hurried over. Lang Jun, His Majesty, and the other officials are here. All right, this chapter is definitely lousy to the extreme. Allow me to adjust my state of mind. Chapter 1064. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the end of the 7th year of Jingguan had arrived. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, the imperial court had already begun the New Year's Eve holiday. All the officials of the government offices stopped their work and prepared to go home for the new year. However, the citizens of Chang, and who had always loved to gossip, keenly noticed that something big was about to happen in Chang, and after the morning drums sounded and the gates opened. The citizens who lived in the squares near the eastern and western markets found that the wealthy merchants and barbarian merchants had all put on new clothes and were heading for the gates in the northern part of the city. The nobles and officials who lived in the northern part of the city did the same. They were escorted by their guards and headed for the 9 gates in the northern part of the city. The 9 gates in the northern part of Chang and had been closed for half a year. Everyone knew that Prince Qin was building the Daming Palace and expanding the city outside the 9 gates in the northern part of Chang. Therefore, the citizens of Chang and were gossiping again when these rich and powerful people swarmed to the northern part of the city. Unlike the officials in the imperial court, the citizens did not worry about whether Li Wangyu had enough money to complete these 2 projects. They were more interested in discussing how much money the Prince of Qin's mansion had, whether it was as rich as a country, and whether the imperial court's treasury or the Prince of Qin's mansion's treasury had more gold. The northern part of Chang had become a huge construction site. Hundreds of thousands of workers and craftsmen from Guanzhong Road were busy there every day. 4-wheel carriages were like ants, transporting all kinds of wood, stone, bricks, and other building materials from all over the Tang dynasty to the northern part of Chang. After half a year of construction, the Daming Palace had begun to take shape. At this moment, the nobles and officials of Chang, and as well as the wealthy merchants and Persian barbarian merchants, had gathered outside the thick vermilion walls of the Daming Palace. The officials in the imperial court had different statuses, so they naturally crowded together with the merchants and barbarian merchants and whispered to each other. "Everyone, why did His Majesty summon us here today? Yes, it would be fine if it was just the officials in the imperial court. But why are these merchants and barbarian merchants here? His Majesty is too lenient towards these merchants." At this moment, the merchants were also gathered together and whispering to each other. "Duke Cho, I wonder why the Duke of Qin has summoned us here today. Please enlighten us, Master Cho." The one who was clustered in the middle of the merchants was Cho Yuanliang, the head of the Cho family in Chang'an. Everyone knew that the Chiu clan had a close relationship with the Duke of Qin's manor. Moreover, with the help of the King of Qin, the Chiu family's business grew bigger and bigger. Now, the Chiu family was in the limelight in the east and west of Chang'an City. Cho Yuanliang was even more respected by the merchants. Because of his relationship with Li Wangyu, even the court officials had to politely address him as Duke Cho when they saw him. He stroked his beard and smiled, but he didn't answer. Instead, he kept them in suspense. "Everyone, it's not a bad thing that the Duke of Qin invited us here. As for the specifics, please don't be impatient. You will know in a while." Seeing that Cho Yuanliang refused to say, the merchants were even more curious. But judging from his attitude, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Therefore, even if they were suspicious, these merchants didn't dwell on it. Instead, they began to admire the brand-new Daming Palace in front of them. Although the construction of the Daming Palace had yet to be completed, just the towering and thick vermilion palace walls and palace gates in front of everyone was already enough to show the imperial bearing of the great Tang. Everyone could not help but yearn for the magnificent sight behind the palace gates. Now that half a year had passed, even the ordinary people in Chang and could already see the new palace named Daming Palace in the north of the city when they looked up. A towering and huge building was constantly growing taller and taller every day. Naturally, They didn't know that the majestic building was the core of the Daming Palace. It was the Yin and Yang Hall designed by Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi's bedroom. The 8-story Yin and Yang Hall had now been completed and topped off. The glittering top of the hall shone brightly under the sunlight every day, showing the noble and inviolable majesty of the imperial power to the world at this time. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were standing on the gate of the Daming Palace, looking down at the crowd below. Zio, is your plan really okay? In order to support you, I have emptied the palace treasury. If those shops cannot be sold, then my palace treasury will be so empty that rats can run away. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes and complained at his heart. He really wanted to say to Pai Lupi, if His Majesty didn't believe me, why did he force me to have a share in the first place? Can I refund you the money now? Damn it, what do you mean by supporting me? Back then, it was this bastard who led a group of dukes to his residence and insisted on investing in his company. All right? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel heartache. The shares that were given out were all money. That day, when Li Wangyu had just returned to his mansion, the old housekeeper Li Heng came to inform him that Pai Lupi had led a group of officials to visit. Although Pai Lupi couldn't figure out what Li Wangyu wanted to do, combined with the many things that Li Wangyu had done in the past, his intuition told him that this matter was definitely not that simple. Therefore, after the court, Pai Lupi found Feng Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji, and the others for a discussion. After a fruitless discussion, they directly went to Dingzhou village, ready to clarify things in person. Of course, Li Wangyu was unwilling to explain his little abacus, but he couldn't resist the threats and promises of Pai Lupi and the other officials. In the end, he had no choice but to reveal his and Su Changqing's real estate development plan. In fact, the plan was very simple. It was to build the Daming Palace in the north of the city. After Pai Lupi and Li Yuan moved into the new palace, the center of Chang and city would naturally shift to the north. In this way, the value of the land in the north of the city, which was originally a wasteland, would rise. This method of speculating on land was not uncommon in the future. In order to develop new areas, there were similar cases of municipal offices being moved to new areas in many cities. After the municipal offices were moved, the originally desolate new areas would naturally be driven up, and the property prices would rise accordingly. In the future, in many cities, the property prices in new areas were much higher than in the old areas. In the history of Chang and city, although the Daming Palace was built in the north of the city, the area of Chang and city did not expand. Therefore, the construction of the Daming Palace did not bring any changes to Chang and city. However, Li Wangyu discovered the secret under Su Changqing's reminder. Therefore, after some planning, he proposed that he would invest in the construction of the Daming Palace and the expansion of Chang and city in the imperial court. After figuring out Li Wangyu's purpose, Pai Lupi and the other high dukes actually asked to invest in the project, which made Li Wangyu angry and amused at the same time. Although Pai Lupi and the other high dukes invested in the project, which would reduce his financial pressure, wouldn't it also reduce his profits? In the end, Li Wangyu couldn't outdo the other high dukes. Under Li Wangyu's strong persuasion, the mansion of King Qin took 30% of the shares, the royal family took 30%, and the remaining 40% was divided equally among the high dukes' mansions. After half a year, the gold, copper, and silk of the high dukes' mansions, including Pai Lupi's, were poured into the two bottomless pits of the north of the city and the Daming Palace. Whether they could recover their investment or even make a fortune depended on today. No wonder Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was a little nervous. Chapter 1065. While the officials in the imperial court and the merchants were waiting in confusion, the new and heavy gate of the Daming Palace slowly opened. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu walked out, surrounded by a group of eunuchs and palace guards. The crowd was in an uproar. Today, whether it was the officials in the imperial court or the merchants, they had all received an invitation from Li Wangyu, the king of Qin, to visit the new city in the north of Chang'an. They did not expect that Pai Lupi would show up. "Greetings, your majesty." The officials hurriedly bowed. As for the merchants and barbarians, Although most of them had never seen the emperor with their own eyes, they immediately realized who the bearded man standing next to Li Wanyu was. He was dressed in a bright yellow robe embroidered with dragon patterns. Therefore, a group of merchants in luxurious robes bowed to Pai Lupi in confusion. Some bowed with their hands on their chests, some bowed, and some directly knelt down and kowtowed. In short, it was a mess. The officials in the imperial court could not help but twitch their lips and complain in their hearts. Pai Lupi did not feel offended at all. He waved his hand happily, indicating that the crowd could rise. Everyone rise. I heard that the king of Qin invited all of you to visit the Daming Palace today. I was very curious, so I came uninvited. Even I don't know what the Daming Palace looks like. How about all of you come with me today? Li Wanyu laughed in his heart. Pai Lupi was simply lying through his teeth. Since the Daming Palace was opened, Pai Lupi wished that he could go 8 times a day. How could he not know what the new palace looked like? However, seeing that Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was trying so hard to be his support, Li Wanyu just pretended that he did not hear anything. Pai Lupi's words caused an uproar among the crowd. The officials were not surprised, but the merchants were all excited. Although the Tang dynasty was open, the status of merchants was not high. In fact, they were very lowly. But now, these mediocre businessmen could actually enter the new palace with His Majesty, the supreme emperor of the Tang dynasty. It was a great honor. Some of the older merchants were so excited that they almost fainted. After a while of chaos, Li Wanyu stood up with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, everyone, why don't we enter the new palace first? This subject is also very fearful. I don't know if the new palace can satisfy your Majesty." Pai Lupi laughed. "Very good. We are also looking forward to it. Since that's the case, Zio, lead the way." Li Wanyu smiled and nodded. He gestured to Pai Lupi to follow him. Then, he turned around and walked toward the gate of the Great Ming Palace. The group of court officials and merchants all widened their eyes and craned their necks, impatiently following behind Li Wanyu and Pai Lupi. After everyone passed through the long corridor of the Great Ming Palace, their eyes suddenly opened up. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and open their mouths. Their faces were full of disbelief. This is really the Great Ming Palace. Magnificent! Magnificent! Did Qin Wang move all the palaces in the world to the human world? Ever since the Great Ming Palace was built, the people of Chang and always paid attention to it. Even the court officials were very curious about the painting that Qin Wang showed at the Taiji Palace that day. What would it look like when it was built? But no matter how they imagined it, when the Great Ming Palace was reflected in their eyes, they could only feel endless shock behind the gate of the Great Ming Palace. What appeared in front of them was a huge and wide square. If it was just a square, it would be fine. Although the square in front of them was very wide, it was not enough to make them lose their composure. Most importantly, the bricks on the ground of this huge square were actually emitting a dazzling light under the sunlight. They were smooth, flat, and even had various colors on them. Looking from afar, there was a huge, bright yellow dragon pattern embedded in the ground in the center of the square. More importantly, in this square, there were no cracks on the bricks under their feet. It was a complete piece. Many officials and merchants could not wait to squat down and reach out to touch the bricks on the ground. The floor tiles are so bright and clean, just like jade. But how could jade have so many colors? It's as bright as a mirror, crystal clear. I have lived my whole life, but I don't know what this is. How can there be no seams? Could it be that this is a complete piece of stone? Tao ancestor above. I'm afraid only the Tao ancestor could do this, right? Pai Lupi was very satisfied with the reaction of the officials. When he saw this square for the first time, his reaction was not much better than the others. Even Pai Lupi didn't know how Li Wanyu made this kind of stone, jade-like, and glass-like bricks. Li Wanyu was even more satisfied with his own masterpiece. He had achieved his goal by being able to achieve this effect with the smallest price. According to the construction tradition of the Tang dynasty, most of the materials used to pave the square were stones mined from the mountains and carefully polished by the craftsman. To pave the huge square in front of him, Just these stones alone cost a lot of time and effort. Li Wanyu naturally didn't want to do such a stupid thing. So he created the terrazzo building material thousands of years in advance. Using crushed stone, glass, quartz stone, and other materials, mixing them into cement and bonding them into shape, then grinding and polishing the surface, it can be completed. Because of the low cost, the ease of construction, and other reasons, many Wuxia families in the 60s and 70s liked to pave terrazzo floors in their houses when they were renovating. The square in front of them was made by Li Wanyu's craftsmen. They poured cement on the spot, mixed with various colored stones, glass, and other materials, and polished them. And the effect was surprisingly good. The Tangs had never seen such a building material before, so they were naturally shocked. It had to be said that after adding a lot of glass into the terrazzo, under the reflection of the sun, the reflected light was really awe-inspiring. As for the price, it was extremely cheap. Compared to traditional craftsmanship, which required a lot of craftsmen to collect stones from the mountains to carve and process, the terrazzo was extremely cheap. This was also the reason why Li Wanyu didn't think it would cost so much to build a Daming Palace. Of course, there were also disadvantages to using terrazzo. As time passed, the terrazzo would become stained and dull. Terrazzo used in the open would also be weathered and eroded. But these were not problems in Li Wanyu's eyes. Anyway, Pai Lupi had so many maids and servants in the palace. He just needed to order them to clean and polish the ground daily. It was no big deal. Li Wanyu smiled and didn't say anything. He waited for the crowd to finish their exclamations before he called them to go inside the Daming Palace. Turning his head to look at the court officials and merchants behind him, Li Wanyu couldn't help but feel happy. He felt that he should prepare a small flag to hold in his hand and give each of them a little Red Riding Hood. Then they could go on a tour together. Walking in the Daming Palace, Li Wanyu couldn't help but be a little distracted. Perhaps thousands of years later, if the Daming Palace could be saved from the flames of war, there would really be tour guides leading tourists here. Come, members, please look here. This is the famous Daming Palace of the Tang dynasty. After more than 1,000 years, it still stands in the land of Wuxia, showing us the glory of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1066. Li Wanyu was like a tour guide, leading a group of officials and merchants through the Great Ming Palace, but everyone was dazzled. Different from the traditional architecture of the Tang dynasty, this Daming Palace built under the supervision of Li Wanyu used a large number of glass, cement, ceramic tiles, and other common architectural and decorative materials in later generations. In half a year, the embryonic form of the Great Ming Palace had already appeared. The palace wall, the corner tower, the city gate tower, as well as several important palace halls of the Ming Palace's former imperial court, had all been completed. Apart from the fact that Li Wanyu had invested a large amount of manpower and material resources regardless of the cost, the most important reason for the rapid construction was that he had cut corners on his work. For example, the Hanyuan Palace Hall, the Political Announcement Palace Hall, and the Zichen Palace Hall did not use much wood at all. They were almost all made of cement. After all, according to the Tang system, the wooden beams in the main hall had to be of the best quality, and the diameter had to be enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Not to mention how much such a thick Phoebe would cost. It would cost a fortune to transport it from Chuan, Dianan, and other places to Chang'an. Li Wanyu directly omitted it and changed it to a concrete beam. Of course, with the current production of steel in the Tang dynasty, the steel bars and the concrete were out of the question. If the entire Daming Palace was built with reinforced concrete, the cost would not be any cheaper than transporting wood. Of course, there must be tendons and bones in the cement. Otherwise, the strength of bending and bending would not be guaranteed, and the house built would be equivalent to a tofu dregs project. Li Wanyu only wanted to save costs and did not intend to fool Pai Lupi. Therefore, he used bamboo to replace the steel bars and treated them as the bones and tendons of concrete. Bamboo reinforced concrete was not an invention of Li Wanyu, but a product that had already appeared in later generations. Compared to reinforced concrete, bamboo reinforced concrete was lighter than reinforced concrete, and it was easy to be molded. Even its strength and elasticity were not affected by temperature. Therefore, it was used more and more widely in the future. Of course, bamboo reinforced concrete had many shortcomings. The integrity, moldability, and rigidity of bamboo reinforced concrete were not as good as steel reinforced concrete, and their durability was also not as good as steel reinforced concrete. However, these shortcomings were not too big of a problem for Li Wanyu. Although the country later stipulated that the lifespan of concrete buildings was 60 years, in reality, the theoretical lifespan of concrete buildings was very long, even up to hundreds of years. The French had designed and built the first concrete bridge in 1875, and it still existed when Li Wanyu transmigrated. It was the first reinforced concrete building in Paris, built in 1853. Despite the devastation of World War II, it was still in good condition. Therefore, Li Wanyu didn't think that there would be any problems with the Daming Palace in his lifetime, even though there were many shortcomings compared to steel bars. The construction speed of the palace was astonishingly fast. After all, compared to the complicated manufacturing process of a wooden palace, the addition of bricks and cement was too simple. Li Wanyu directly ordered people to replace wood with concrete, stone pillars, and stone beams. The exterior was then painted with vermilion paint and painted with all kinds of colors. It was just as beautiful and imposing. Of course, the most important thing was to save money. Pai Lupi and the officials of the imperial court didn't know the secret. Although they knew that the pillars weren't made of wood, they were very satisfied with the indestructible stone pillars. Large floor-to-ceiling glass doors and windows were installed everywhere in the main hall, and it was very transparent. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the entire palace was sparkling and abnormally bright. In addition, Li Wanyu ordered people to transplant all kinds of towering trees from the Qinling Mountains, which made the completed Daming Palace even more imposing. Glass was still considered a luxury item, and a large-scale use of glass made people speechless. In traditional Chinese palaces, the deeper the palace, the more problematic the lighting was. In an era without glass, the bigger the palace, the darker and more humid it would be. Even if the sun was scorching outside, the palace still needed to be lit up with many candles. In addition, the palace was made of wood. After a long time, it would inevitably emit a rotting smell. This was one of the reasons why the emperors were used to building palaces. However, the Daming Palace built by Li Wanyu didn't have any of these problems. Even Pai Lupi was very tempted after seeing the palace of the previous dynasty. He couldn't wait to move in immediately. Unfortunately, the Daming Palace project was only halfway through. Pai Lupi wanted to move in, but he still needed to wait for a while. After visiting the several palaces of the previous dynasty of the Daming Palace, the officials and merchants were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Other than shock, there was still shock in their hearts. Of course, the officials who were born in aristocratic families were cursing Li Wanyu in their hearts. He was a pure idiot and a prodigal. Who knew how much money would be spent to build the Daming Palace of such a scale? Even if the world knew that the king of Qin was the richest in the world, if he spent his own money to build a palace for Li Yuan and Pai Lupi, he would be either crazy or stupid. The aristocratic families still didn't know that the royal family and the duke's mansions also had shares in the construction of the Daming Palace and the expansion of Chang'an City. They only thought that the money was paid by the king of Qin, Li Wanyu. The aristocratic families mocked Li Wanyu's stupidity in their hearts, but they had nothing to say about the palace in front of them. The crowd walked to the front of the Hanyuan Palace. Pai Lupi was even more satisfied with the main hall of the Daming Palace. Looking up at the lofty royal staircase in the middle of the hall, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be tempted. He simply took off his boots with Mituo's help and stepped into the hall. He was ready to walk up the royal staircase and feel it up close. The floor of the Hanyuan Palace was paved with golden tiles that Li Wanyu ordered the craftsmen to bake. It was magnificent and indescribable. Pai Lupi was about to walk forward when suddenly someone among the officials stood out and stopped him. "Your Majesty, please wait. In my opinion, the Daming Palace built by the King of Qin is magnificent and impeccable. However, there is one oversight. The King of Qin shouldn't have laid tiles in the Hanyuan Palace. If this old official is not mistaken, these floor tiles are made of porcelain?" Yes, Lord Wang has good eyesight. Li Wanyu nodded with a smile. The one who spoke was Grand Secretary Wang Ying. This old man didn't like Li Wanyu from the beginning and always wanted to find trouble for Li Wanyu. Today, when he visited the Daming Palace, the old man was shocked. Even if he wanted to be a critic, he couldn't say anything wrong. Instead, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, he finally found one of Li Wangyu's mistakes. Naturally, he jumped out to criticize. Your Majesty, since the King of Qin also admitted that the floor of the Hanyuan Palace is made of ceramic tiles, then I think it's very inappropriate. Your Majesty, it's winter now. If you step on it barefoot, how cold would it be? When the Hanyuan Palace is put into use in the future, won't the officials have to sit on these bone-chilling tiles to attend court in the winter? Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Wang Ying's words stunned Pai Lupi and the other officials. Then, they turned their heads to look inside the palace with a strange expression. They couldn't help but nod, feeling that the old man's words were reasonable. According to the custom of the Tang dynasty, one had to remove one's shoes and socks when entering the palace. When attending court, the officials would kneel in the palace. Therefore, including the Taiji Palace, the floor of the palace was all made of wood. Even in the winter, due to the insulation of the wood, one wouldn't feel too cold even if one stepped on it barefoot. However, if it was bricks, then it was different. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He turned his head to look at Li Wanyu. Zio, had you considered this? Although Pai Lupi had some understanding of the progress of the construction of the Daming Palace, he wasn't clear about the specific details. As the emperor, he naturally didn't care about small things like what kind of floor was laid in the Hanyuan Palace. When Li Wanyu heard this, he smiled. Your Majesty, everyone, how about we ask Your Majesty and everyone to find out? Chapter 1067. Li Wanyu gestured for everyone to enter, then took off his boots and stepped barefoot into Hanyuan Palace. In the minds of Pai Lupi and the others, stepping barefoot on the floor in the dead of winter was probably not a comfortable thing. However, Li Wanyu's expression showed no signs of discomfort. On the contrary, he appeared to be enjoying himself. Pretending to be mysterious. Tai Chanqing Wang Ying muttered in a low voice. However, he still took off his boots, preparing to personally examine them so that he could refute Li Wanyu. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, stepped into Hanyuan Palace one after another. In the next moment, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Quite a few impatient people even squatted down and stretched out their hands to touch the sparkling golden floor tiles, ignoring the fact that the monarch had failed to reprimand them. My Tao ancestor above, why are these floor tiles so hot? These floor tiles are actually as warm as jade? What's going on? Tai Chanqing Wang Ying was even more dumbfounded. The warm sensation coming from the soles of his feet made him swallow back all his words. Li Wanyu cast a glance at him, the corners of his mouth quirking. How is it, Duke Wang? Do you think these floor tiles will satisfy Duke Wang? If Duke Wang still feels that the cold is bone-piercing, then I can only recommend Duke Wang to the Xianxia Bureau to have your bones examined by Lu Fengyu. Wang Ying's old face flushed red, but he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. How could the aristocratic family officials help at this moment? They could only rejoice that they hadn't followed Wang Ying's lead and questioned the Duke of Qin. Otherwise, they would definitely be in the same predicament as Wang Ying, put on the spot by the Duke of Qin. Pai Lupi ignored Li Wangyu's taunting of Wang Ying, but he was also very curious. He couldn't help but ask, Zio, what kind of magic did you use? Why is it that not only are the floor tiles in this enormous Hanyuan palace so warm, but the interior of the palace is also so comfortable, as if spring has returned to the earth? Pai Lupi's words reminded everyone. Only now did they notice that besides the floor tiles being as warm as jade, the temperature inside the hall was not as cold as outside. Everyone was wearing thick winter coats and furs. They even felt that their bodies were heating up in the hall. They wished that they could take off a few of their coats to feel lighter. Li Wanyu laughed and took off the thick fur coat on his body. Your Majesty, all of you, there is no need to wear such heavy clothing in the hall. The temperature in the hall is more than 10 degrees higher than the outside. Even if you don't wear winter clothes, you won't feel cold. Ever since Li Wanyu started teaching at the Royal Academy and invented the thermometer, the concept of temperature had been understood and accepted by everyone. Under the care of Mido, Pai Lupi also took off his thick winter coat and stretched his limbs. Ziyu, don't keep me in suspense. Quickly tell me, why is Hanyuan Palace so warm? We don't see any braziers in the hall, nor is there any smoke or fire. How did you do it? During the Tang dynasty, people mainly relied on braziers and charcoal for warmth during the winter. The effect was not bad in a closed room, but the smell of smoke could not be avoided. Furthermore, for a palace as big as Hanyuan Palace, no matter how many braziers there were, it would not be warm. However, everyone could clearly see that the Hanyuan Palace in front of them did not have any braziers, nor was there any trace of smoke or fire. Li Wangyu lightly stomped on the floor tiles and explained with a smile, "Your Majesty, when I was building the underground of Hanyuan Palace, I ordered the craftsmen to lay down many copper pipes. When winter comes, these copper pipes will be connected to the boilers and will continuously pour hot soup. This way, even if the outside wind is bone-chilling, the inside of the hall will be as warm as spring and there will not be any smoke or fire. I call it floor heating. To put it bluntly, it was the floor heating system of the later generations. The principle was not complicated. It used the heat radiation of hot water to heat the floor and the air in the hall. It was not a rare thing. However, during the Tang dynasty, this was an incredible invention. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, everyone, including Pai Lupi, squatted down and used their hands to feel the temperature of the floor. They looked like curious babies. Li Wanyu could not help but roll his eyes. Your Majesty, it is not only Hanyuan Palace that has floor heating. I have also arranged floor heating in several halls of the previous dynasty, as well as the future chambers of the harem, to ensure that your Majesty will not be disturbed by the cold during the winter. Good, good. Haha. I am now looking forward to the completion of Daming Palace as soon as possible so that I can move into the new palace with the retired emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. After staying in the warm Hanyuan Palace for half a day, Pai Lupi did not want to go out again. Pai Lupi rolled his eyes again and silently gave Pai Lupi a look to remind him not to forget today's business. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, if he wanted to move into Daming Palace as soon as possible, it would depend on whether today's plan would succeed. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi invited the officials of the imperial court, the rich merchants in Chang, and the Persian merchants to Daming Palace today, not to show off, but to make money. To put it bluntly, this included Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, as well as the dukes who had invested. Now that they had no money to expand half of Chang and the Daming Palace in Noda, even if Li Wangyu repeatedly cut corners, it would still cost a lot. Just expanding the walls of Chang and alone would cost a lot, not to mention the building of the previous dynasty of Daming Palace. If they wanted to continue building the harem of Daming Palace, then sorry, the landlord did not have any extra money. In the end, he and Pai Lupi invited everyone to visit the previous dynasty of Daming Palace to sell the house to get money back. Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's hint and could not help blushing. But he still coughed softly and asked, "Zio, you really deserve to be the core disciple of Taoist ancestor in the mortal world. I am very satisfied with Daming Palace. But that day in the imperial court, you promised me and the officials that you would not only build Daming Palace, but also expand half of Chang. How is the new city in the north of the city now?" Following Pai Lupi's words, Fang Xianling also stood up and said, "Your Majesty, you are absolutely right. After this old subject has seen the Great Ming Palace, I also admire it greatly. Zio, I wonder if you could sell me a mansion after the expansion in the north of the city? Now, my mansion is next to Taiji Palace. It is humid in summer and cold in winter. It is really not a good place to live. Since your Majesty will move to Daming Palace in the future, I also want to move to the new city to accompany your Majesty." Fang Xuanling's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. But as he said, even Pai Lupi felt that Taiji Palace was not a good place to live, let alone these officials and businessmen. But they had no choice, so they could only choose to live in the square near Taiji Palace in the north of the city. After all, it was not only a symbol of identity, but also a reflection of status. If Pai Lupi moved to Daming Palace in the north of the city in the future, they would continue to live in the square where they originally lived. If they moved to Daming Palace in the north of the city, it would be better. Li Wanyu secretly gave him a thumbs up. They were really experienced actors. Their acting skills were really good. If there was an Oscar in the Tang dynasty, including Pai Lupi, they should be awarded the Best Actor Oscar. After the two agents spoke, Li Wanyu immediately said with a smile, "Your Majesty, Mr. Fong, now the outer wall of the new city in the north of the city has been completed. The roads and walls in the city have also been built. If Mr. Fong is interested in moving to the new city, there will be no problem. But in the new city, I will not sell land, but mansions directly. I wonder if Mr. Fong is interested?" "Oh, what do you mean? Tell us, Zio." Fong Xianling twisted his beard and asked with a smile. It was not that there was no real estate business in the Tang dynasty, but except for buying second-hand old mansions, under normal circumstances after buying land, they would hire craftsmen to build their own mansions. Li Wanyu said that he would not sell land, but mansions directly, which aroused the curiosity of everyone. They could not help but stretch their ears, wanting to hear how he would explain. Chapter 1068. Li Wanyu cleared his throat and smiled at the crowd. It was a very professional smile. "Gentlemen, the new city in the north of Chang and is completely different." Li Wanyu snapped his fingers, and several servants immediately carried a huge sand table. On the sand table, there was a model of the new city in the north of Chang, and including the Daming Palace. Everyone, including Lier Zai, immediately gathered around the sand table and carefully looked at the sand table with shining eyes. "Your Majesty, gentlemen, this is what the new city in the north of Chang and will look like after it is completed." Li Wanyu took out a slender wooden stick from nowhere and began to explain the new city in the north of Chang, unlike a saleswoman in the future. "As you can see, this is the Daming Palace under construction. In the future, the Daming Palace will be the core of the new city in the north of the city. In history, the Daming Palace was located in the Dragon Head Plain in the north of Chang. The Dragon Head Plain was a mountain that symbolized the Dragon Vein. It was 60 miles north from Fanchuan in the southwest of Chang'an. Because of the high terrain, it was called the Dragon Head Plain. However, Li Wanyu made a slight adjustment. It was changed from the Dragon Head to the Dragon Belly and became the center of the north of the new city in the north of Chang. It was facing the Taiji Palace in the south. His purpose was very simple. Naturally, he wanted to increase the land price of the new city in the north of the city near the Daming Palace. If the Daming Palace was located in a corner, it would not be able to maximize its value. Of course, when Li Wanyu first proposed this plan, many people opposed it. Because from the perspective of feng shui, the Dragon Head Plain was the terrain of 6 lines in the Book of Changes. Building a new palace here followed the rules of etiquette. However, Li Wanyu was too lazy to care about this. With his relationship with Yuan Tiangang and his glib tongue, he easily settled this little trouble and made Pai Lupi agree to build the Daming Palace in the center of the new city in the north of Chang'an. "Gentlemen, please take a look. Not only are there no dirty and smelly drainage canals on both sides of the road in Chang and city, but the entire road is planted with towering trees and flowers. There are also pavilions on both sides of the road for pedestrians to rest. Sirs, take a look at the streets of the new city. Not only are all the streets paved with mirage mud, there are also street lamps on both sides of the streets to provide illumination at night. Even on a moonless and windy night, you can still see the streets clearly without a lantern." Fong Xianling looked interested and asked, "Zio, there are no canals on both sides of the roads in the new city. If it rains, won't the roads be flooded?" "That's not true. Master Fong, underneath the new city's roads, as well as inside the various alleys, there are already sewage pipes. No matter how heavy the rain is, I can guarantee that no matter if it is the houses or the houses, they will not be soaked by the dirty water. Furthermore," Li Wanyu looked around at everyone and said with a smile, "It's not just the rain. You don't have to worry about the 5 grains reincarnation cycle in the various mansions in the new city. Those filthy things will all pass through the new city's underground sewage pipes and be disposed of outside the city. If all of you are here, you don't have to worry about the indecent things in the toilets. I'm not bragging. As long as all of you have seen the toilets in the new city's mansions, you will definitely think that the toilets in Chang and City are unsightly and filthy. He looked at Pai Lupi again and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, I also ordered people to build all the toilets in the Daming Palace like this. Pai Lupi nodded slightly. He was naturally aware of this. Pai Lupi had long been envious of the toilets and the huge bathroom in Li Wangyu's mansion. He had specifically requested this from Li Wangyu for the construction of the Daming Palace. Li Wangyu looked at everyone again and said with a smile, Sirs, in order to make it easier for all of you to go to court, there are also toilets for the officials at the side of Hanyuan Hall. If all of you need it, you could try it now. Everyone could not help but look at each other when they heard this. They had seen people treat people to a meal, but they had never seen people invite people to go to the toilet. However, everyone was curious about what Li Wangyu said just now. After all, only a few officials had been to Li Wangyu's mansion of King Qin. However, all of them had heard about how incredible the toilets in King Qin's mansion were. The mirror-like ceramic tiles, the inconceivable toilet bowl, the delightful fragrance of incense, to the unbearably smelly toilets of the great Tang. All of these were undoubtedly very attractive. However, the officials still wanted to save face. Even if they were tempted, no one was willing to be the first to try it. As for the merchants and barbarian merchants, they were not qualified to enter the palace or attend court. Today, they were inexplicably invited by the king of Qin to view the new palace. If they missed this opportunity, they did not know if they would have another chance to enter the Daming Palace in this lifetime. Therefore, they did not care so much and stepped out without hesitation. After apologizing to Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, they were led to the toilets by the eunuchs. With these merchants taking the lead, the officials stammered and stepped out. After apologizing, they also went to visit the toilets. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi secretly looked at each other and smiled. They were very satisfied with everyone's reaction. After bringing the officials and merchants to visit the toilets of Hanyuan Palace, Li Wangyu continued to say, Everyone, in addition to the new city's mansions, this type of toilets will be built together. It will also be like Hanyuan Palace, where floor heating will be installed. In addition, I don't know if you have noticed the copper pipes that come out of the toilets of Hanyuan Palace by themselves. Li Wangyu's words made everyone nod in agreement. They were full of excitement. Just now, they had also noticed that after using the toilets of Hanyuan Palace, the eunuchs led everyone to a row of copper pipes. Below each copper pipe was a pure white ceramic basin. In front of each copper pipe was a large clear mirror. Although everyone did not understand, they felt that it was indescribably expensive. After all, this kind of glass mirror was sold on the market today. Its value was not low. Even among the officials, many of them were embarrassingly short of money and could not afford it. The toilets of Hanyuan Palace were actually installed with many glass mirrors. How could they not be surprised? But what made them even more surprised was that after the eunuchs fiddled with the copper pipes, clear water came out of them by themselves. Under the eunuch's instructions, everyone blankly washed their hands under the copper pipes. But they could not understand why these copper pipes would come out of the water by themselves. Many people even stubbornly believed that this was the magic that King Qin had used. Hearing Li Wangyu mention this again, everyone stretched their ears to listen. Everyone, I call these copper pipes tap water. This will also be the standard configuration for mansions in the new city. It is also because of this that the mansions in the new city cannot be built by the various families themselves. Therefore, all the mansions in the new city will be built together and sold. Modern toilets, heating systems, and tap water were all selling points that Li Wangyu used to entice his customers. Otherwise, how could he sell the mansions in the new city at such a high price and make such a huge profit? These were very common things in the future, but in the ears of the Tang people, they were incredible. Without waiting for the officials to speak, a Hu merchant stood out from the crowd and bowed. Dare I ask King Qin if we can purchase the mansions in the new city? The person who spoke was no stranger to Li Wanyu. It was the Hu merchant who had spent 20,000 taels of gold to purchase the eternal mirror of Qin at the auction. Li Wanyu wanted nothing more than a hug and kiss this cute Hu merchant. Tactful, truly too tactful. Chapter 1069. Li Wanyu had also arranged for Qiu Yuanliang from the Qiu family in Chang'an. However, since this Hu merchant was so supportive, he naturally did not need Qiu Yuanliang to do it. Li Wanyu smiled and nodded. Of course, the new city in the north of Chang and has a total of 36 square blocks. As long as you're willing to buy, you can move here. There are no restrictions. May I ask the king of Qin, what are the rules for a mansion in the new city? How much is the price? The Hu merchant continued to ask. The mansions in the new city are custom-made, which means that according to your needs, different mansions will be customized. Well, other than not exceeding the regulations, the price will be based on the needs of the area and the mansion. There will be different levels of price. Li Wanyu gestured to the eunuch again. Immediately, another eunuch took out a scroll and unfurled it. It was a map of the new city. The difference was that different blocks were marked with different colors. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Li Wanyu. Everyone, according to the colors red, orange, white, green, blue, and purple, the prices will be different in different blocks. The most expensive is purple, and the cheapest is red. In the purple area, the base price of a mansion is 1,000 taels of gold per mu. In the red area, it is 500 taels of gold per mu. In addition, the prices of the mansions are different according to the level of construction. There are 3 types of mansions to choose from: the normal version, the comfortable version, and the luxurious version. Other than the normal version, the comfortable version requires an additional 100 taels of gold per mu. The luxurious version requires an additional 200 taels of gold per mu. After Li Wanyu reported the price, everyone was in an uproar. They expected the mansions in the new city to be expensive, but they did not expect it to be so expensive. What ordinary, comfortable, and luxurious versions of the mansion? They didn't understand what exactly they meant. However, just by looking at the price, everyone understood that the decorations and materials in the mansions were probably different. As long as these officials were not so poor that they needed to use their pants, they would not choose the normal version of the mansion. Otherwise, it would be too degrading. If they followed the king of Qin's words and customized the comfortable version of the mansion, they would have to add another 100 taels of gold per mu. This was not selling a mansion, it was robbing money. The mansions in the Tang dynasty were not the commercial houses of the future. The area was not calculated in square meters, but in mu. In the city of Chang, a lane had an area of about 800 acres. Not just the mansions of nobles, but they could occupy half of the square. That would be 3 to 400 mu in size. Even an ordinary house would be around 10 to 20 mu. According to Li Wanyu's price, even the most ordinary residence in the most remote district of the new city would cost 500 taels of gold per mu. Didn't that mean that even the most ordinary residence would cost 10,000 taels of gold? How is this possible? How could there be such an expensive house in the world? They wouldn't be able to afford such an expensive mansion even if they sold it. Li Wanyu didn't wait for the crowd to protest. He continued, "However, His Majesty is benevolent, and I'm also very generous. Therefore, if you are willing to place a deposit today, then I will give you a special discount. You'll have a 10% discount. A house worth 10,000 taels of gold could be bought for 1,000 taels of gold. Everyone, such a good thing can only happen today. Everyone, please don't miss out on it." Li Wanyu was like the boss of a 2-yuan store in the future. He shouted directly without any sense of shame. He almost said, "His Majesty has run away with his aunt, so all the mansions will be sold at a 10% discount." If his word were heard by Su Changqing, he would probably cover his face with one hand and be too ashamed to face anyone. But for the officials and businessmen, the effect was surprisingly good. Selling mansions at a 10% discount? Compared with the original sky-high price of mansions in the new city, the crowd silently calculated in their hearts. It seemed to be very good. They forgot that even if it was only a 10% discount, the price was more than 10 times the price of a mansion in Chang'an. Pai Lupi and Li Wanyu as well as Fang Xianling and the others in the line of officials, secretly looked at each other, their eyes full of smiles. Li Wanyu had demanded an exorbitant price. Naturally, it was impossible for him to accept it. In the world, except for the Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen of the future, there was no such expensive house. The so-called original price was just a gimmick that Li Wanyu came up with to make the officials and businessmen accept the house price that was 10 times higher than the market price. However, although the crowd was tempted, no one stood out to say anything. After all, the current price was still painful for the crowd. They were all wondering whether it was worth it to spend such a high price to buy a mansion in the new city. Honorable Qin King, if possible, I would like to buy a mansion next to the Daming Palace. While the crowd was hesitating, the merchant who had inquired before stood out again. He pointed to the most expensive mansion next to the Daming Palace, which was marked purple. He said, I would like to buy a mansion of 100 acres in size in this square. I would like to customize a luxurious mansion. Is that possible? When the officials saw this, their noses were almost crooked from anger. Damn, these merchants were indeed rich. They actually wanted to buy the best location and the best mansion. Some people silently calculated in their hearts. According to Li Wanyu's price just now, the mansion that the merchant wanted would cost 12,000 taels of gold, which was 76,000 strings of coins. Immediately, someone felt as if a jar of vinegar had been knocked over and stepped out to stop him. Your Majesty, I don't think this is appropriate. How can a merchant's mansion be placed outside the Daming Palace? This is against the rules of etiquette. Li Wanyu glared at him. Nonsense, what's against the rules of etiquette? Which law of the Tang dynasty says that merchants can't live in the square outside the palace? The official who spoke wanted to say that this was the rule, but for a long time, he didn't know how to argue. Originally, in Chang'an, the square in the north of the city on both sides of the Taiji Palace was where the officials lived. Most of the merchants lived near the east and west of the city. This was an unwritten rule. But if one really wanted to talk about it, the Tang dynasty really didn't have a law that said that merchants couldn't live in the square outside the palace. Pai Lupi also laughed. No matter whether it's a merchant or an official, they are all my subjects. As long as they abide by the laws of the Tang dynasty, there's no harm in living in any square. Pai Lupi only wanted a laugh in his heart. If a mansion of 100 mu could be sold for more than 10,000 taels of gold, then how much could this new Chang and city in Noda be sold for? Pai Lupi, who had long been dazzled by the copper coins, didn't care about the stupid rule of where merchants could live. As long as they were willing to spend money, then nothing was forbidden. Pai Lupi didn't care in the slightest whether the people living in the square outside the Daming Palace were merchants or officials. With Pai Lupi's endorsement, the merchants couldn't help but look at each other with excitement. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one also wants to buy a mansion in the new city. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one wants to buy a mansion of 80 mu in this square. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one also wants to buy a mansion. The merchants of the Tang dynasty didn't lack gold and copper coins in their pockets at all. What they needed was status. Now that Pai Lupi had opened his mouth and allowed them to buy a mansion in the square outside the Daming Palace, what was there to hesitate about? For a moment, a group of wealthy merchants and barbarian merchants no longer cared about the price. They all spoke up and asked to buy a house in the square next to the Daming Palace. This group of merchants who didn't lack money all chose the most expensive square. Fang Xianling and the other dukes didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. They twirled their beards and smiled. Naturally, they didn't need to be in a hurry. As one of the shareholders, the group of dukes had already reserved the best land for their families to build a mansion in. However, the aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were anxious at this time. Although they disliked Li Wanyu for being too greedy and the price of a mansion in the new city too high, they couldn't remain silent when they saw the barbarians rush to buy. If these barbarians were allowed to seize the best square in the new city, the aristocratic families would lose all face. They couldn't let the merchants live next to the Taiji Palace after the new city was built, and the aristocratic families were pushed to the side, right? No matter how expensive a mansion in the new city was, they could only grit their teeth and accept it now. Wait, Duke of Qin, there must be a way to buy a mansion in the new city. How can we let these merchants do as they please? Grand Chancellor Wang Ying immediately stood up and acted as the representative of the aristocratic families. Li Wanyu didn't get angry and said with a grin, "You're right, Duke Wang. Then let's let you all choose first. After you're done, the merchants can choose." Although the merchants were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to nod in agreement. Although they were rich, their status and officials were far from that of the aristocratic families. Although they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to act rashly. There were many officials in the imperial court who didn't have enough money, and there were even more who couldn't afford a mansion in the new city. Even if they wanted to buy one, most of them could only choose to live in the cheaper square in the new city. Therefore, even though Wang Ying had said so, in the end, other than the aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, most of the officials who were determined to move their mansions to the new city didn't choose the square near the Daming Palace. Even so, Pai Lupi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. In just a short while, 50 to 60% of the land in the new city of Chang had been reserved. He did a rough calculation, and even his breathing became heavy. The imperial treasury that seemed to be almost empty would immediately become plentiful. Moreover, it seemed that he would need to expand the treasury to store gold and copper coins. Not to mention that Lier's eyes were now filled with stars as he secretly calculated how much money he had earned. That old man, Wang Ying, stood out again. "King of Qin, may I know when we can move into the mansion in the new city?" The old man also felt the pinch. He had spent so much money to buy the mansion, so naturally, he wanted to move in immediately. Now that the weather was cold, if he could spend the winter in a mansion with floor heating, it seemed that the money spent would be worth it. His old arms and legs were the most vulnerable to the cold. Now that Hanyuan Palace was so warm, the old man was reluctant to leave. Therefore, he looked forward to moving into a new mansion. Li Wanyu laughed again. "Don't worry, Lord Wang. The new mansion in the north of the city hasn't been built yet. After you have paid, it will be delivered to you in about half a year." "What? Half a year?" Wang Ying heard and was instantly furious. "King of Qin, how can this be? We haven't even seen the mansion, and we have to pay. How can this be? Ha! This is called prepayment. Otherwise, why would we only charge a 10% discount for today's sale? This is the reason. Of course, if Lord Wang feels that it is inappropriate, you don't have to pay. You can buy it after the mansion is built. But when the time comes, it will not be this price. Lord Wang will have to buy it at the original price." Li Wanyu was very indifferent. His mind was thinking about the house he had just bought when he first transmigrated. Damn it! Advance housing? Advance housing your sister. Just by looking at the blueprint, he had to pay the down payment, get a bank loan, and start paying the monthly allowance. How could this be reasonable? Until Li Wanyu transmigrated, the house he bought had not been completed. Every time he thought about it, he felt depressed. But now, he understood that if he wanted to make money, he had to do this. Just like the development of the new city in the north of Chang and the new Daming Palace. Even if he, Pai Lupi, and the other dukes threw in all their money, they could only build half of the Daming Palace. As for the new city in Chang, and there was nothing except for the city walls and walls. It was just a piece of wasteland. If they did not sell the prepayment houses and took the money from the aristocratic families, officials, and merchants, how could they continue to develop it? To put it bluntly, Li Wanyu, Pai Lupi, and the others were just trying to gain something without risking anything. Li Wanyu's words immediately made Wang Ying speechless for a long time. The old man was so angry that his face was like a tidal wave, but he did not know how to refute Li Wanyu's words. The officials, merchants, and barbarian merchants all looked at each other. They felt that today was an eye-opener. Could a mansion be sold like this? Everyone felt that Li Wanyu, the Prince of Qin, was really shameless. He actually took a piece of empty land and wanted to collect money. It was really too shameless. But when they thought about it again, the discount price was still the same as the original price. Everyone stopped talking. It seemed that there was some truth in it. Li Wanyu, on the other hand, felt at ease being the unscrupulous merchant that he hated the most. He continued to swindle them. Everyone, today, I'm being generous because of His Majesty. The price of 10% is the cost price. Everyone, please don't think that it is expensive. Let's not talk about other things. Just the floor heating alone uses copper pipes. What's the difference between using copper to lay the floor and using money to lay the floor? For such a mansion, do you think that the current price is still expensive? In fact, he was just trying to change the concept. It was indeed expensive to lay the floor heating system with copper pipes. However, not all rooms in the mansion were equipped with a floor heating system. Most of the areas in the mansion of about 100 mu were gardens and ponds. It would not cost much at all. How many rooms were there that could be lined with copper pipes? But copper was money now. The officials and merchants also felt that what he said was right and nodded. In the end, under the unscrupulous merchant Li Wangyu's stubborn refusal to lower the price, everyone had no choice but to accept the hooligan clause of pre-sale houses. They all signed a purchase contract under the witness of Pai Lupi. The officials and merchants ended their one-day tour of Daming Palace with complicated feelings. Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the others, on the other hand, were secretly delighted. As expected, it was most interesting to build one's happiness on the pain of others. Time flew by. It was the end of the 8th year of Xinguan's reign. Hu County, Dingzhou Village, Duke of Qin's mansion. Today, the mansion was unusually lively with guests, as many as the clouds. The reason was very simple. The Duke of Qin's concubine, the new concubine named Aphrodite, had given birth to a concubine's daughter a few days ago. Today, the Duke of Qin was holding a banquet to celebrate his daughter's 1-month-old birthday. In the banquet hall of the Duke of Qin's mansion in Noda, 3 rounds of wine had passed, and the atmosphere was at its peak. Cheng Yaojin, who had already returned from the western regions, was drinking until his face and ears were red. He slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, "Kid, tell me today why my Duke of Lu's mansion had no part in the construction of the new Chang'an city last year." Now that a year had passed, Daming Palace had long been completed. Pai Lupi and Li Yuan had already moved to the new palace. The northern part of Chang'an city had also been expanded. A large number of officials, nobles, and merchants had also moved there, forming the new Chang'an city center. Within the new city, Li Wanyu did not forget to build a residence for Cheng Yaojin. However, this old fellow was not satisfied. He felt that Li Wanyu had committed a crime for not pulling him into the investment. Because of this old fellow had been teaching Li Wanyu a lesson every time he returned to Chang'an. At today's banquet, Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, had drunk a few cups of high alcohol before he grabbed Li Wanyu and began to denounce him. Li Wanyu silently rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. At that time, Pai Lupi had led a group of Duke Guas to his residence. After forcing him to clearly explain his plan, he had forcibly asked for a share of the spoils. Li Wanyu had no choice but to agree, but he did not forget Cheng Yaojin. However, at that time, Cheng Yaojin was far away in the western regions. Cheng Chumo and the other 2 idiots even mocked Li Wanyu for throwing money into the water. Under such circumstances, the uncle could endure, but the aunt could not. Of course, Li Wanyu was too lazy to pay attention to those 3 idiots. Since he had invested, he did not pay attention to the Duke of Lu's mansion. As a result, when Cheng Yaojin came back, he always made trouble for him with this matter. Li Wanyu was really speechless. Actually, it was not that Cheng Yaojin lacked money. Although the Duke of Lu's mansion did not get to eat meat with Li Wanyu this time, they had already made a lot of money from the lime mines in Hu County. This old fellow deliberately used this topic to bully Li Wanyu every time, making him very depressed. Li Wanyu was too lazy to say anything more to this shameless old hooligan. He simply used the opportunity of the toast to hide next to Pai Lupi. No matter how shameless Cheng Yaojin was, he still had to restrain himself in front of Pai Lupi. However, Li Wanyu did not expect that after escaping the old hooligan's evil clutches with great difficulty, before he could catch his breath, Pai Lupi next to him lightly threw a few words at him. He was so scared that the white hairs on his back were soaked with sweat. "Zio, Why is it that even your Tungren is pregnant and has given birth to a concubine's daughter? Why is there still no news from my Changle? HM, do you have some dissatisfaction with me, Anne Changle? F*CK. Pai Lupi, are you crazy? Li Wanya looked at Pai Lupi, flabbergasted. He really did not know how to respond. Although Changle had inexplicably married him, he had not touched the little lowly at all. How could she be pregnant? Li Wanya was not a psychopath. He also had his beautiful superior and his two concubines, Aphrodite and Perrin. No matter how much of a hooligan he was, he would not have any ideas about a teenage lowly. He remembered that when this shameless, bearded man in front of him married his wife, she was only 11 or 12 years old. What a beast! Li Wangyu silently cursed in his heart, but he could only bow to Pai Lupi with a bitter face. Your Majesty, please do not make trouble. Changle is still young. Without waiting for him to finish, Pai Lupi directly interrupted him. Don't try to fool me with this nonsense. I warn you, if other women in your residence are pregnant before Changle is pregnant, be careful that I will directly take you down from the throne and punish you. Li Wangyu was shocked by these words and was tongue-tied. F*CK. There was such a shameless person. Why did God not strike him to death with lightning? Li Wangyu was forced to flee by the shameless Lord Taishan. He became more and more suspicious. Was he deliberately playing with him when he was thrown to the Tang dynasty by God? None of the monarchs and ministers of the Tang dynasty were good people. End of book. The book, The Dissolute Little Landlord of the Tang Dynasty, was written from the Spring Festival of 1919 to the present. It had been almost 2 years and more than 2 million words. He was very reluctant to end it, but people always had to bow to reality. His grades were poor, and he wanted to end it several times. At the 800th chapter, he was almost ready to end it, but he was still reluctant and continued with gritted teeth. But even if he was unwilling, there was still a time to say goodbye. He finished it very hastily. He wrote at most half of the plot in the outline plan, but he really could not persist. He did not update for 2 days before finishing the book. After hesitating again and again, he could only apologize to those who had always supported Lao Long tidying up his mood and summing up his experience. He hoped that the next book would be a good result. The new book is a reborn urban novel. It will be signed and released soon. Those who like Lao Long's books can come and read it at that time. That's it. Everyone, goodbye.